You can't even run properly!
What the?
World updates to Tago, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new survivor pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Tago. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new survivor pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new survivor pass, and hot drop back into Tago. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
They come from the dark lab, the noisy cannibals. Only they can stop them. The Hunger Busters! They're back and armed to kill. Why take chances?
Yesterday was a tale of two giants. We had ourselves BB Team as well as Twisted Minds being able to absolutely slam dunk the lobby and find themselves in first and second. And we have got now the opportunity for everybody else to go on the Look at that, we matched. We didn't even go for it. That's ridiculous.
You did. You messaged me. What are you talking about?
Oh, no, I forgot the turtleneck. I can't. Never mind. All right. But we've got an opportunity.
Paper Thin is coming in here.
No, please, no. Not Paper Thin. We've got an opportunity for all of these other teams on the pursuit to try and keep their hopes alive for the rest of the year. Who's going to be able to clinch it? We will find out in the next 2 days. Joining me, Avenger as well as Mark, to talk about everything that's going on. Martin, apparently you didn't get the memo about our lovely bright jackets, but we'll get you next time.
Yeah. Tomorrow we'll all be in sync, all have a same colored pocket square as the jacket and as the shirt wearing beneath. I think it'll be great. Mark is always looking dapper. I expected a huge upgrade. I expect a little hat with a feather in here, Mark, and then we'll see for tomorrow. But yeah, it's great. Excited to be back here for day 2, guys. And as you say, James, like, honestly, insane performance yesterday, and not a lot of points are available for all the other teams, right? And when you really go down into the numbers, like, it's gonna be, if you're a mid or low pack team right now, one fantastic game is literally putting you in the top 5, and that's a huge difference once we get to the PGC points.
Yeah, and you need it if you want to try and go for number 1, because those two teams up towards the top have really set themselves apart. But there are still, kind of wolves at the door, Mark. An unexpected one, as we were kind of mentioning before, Stardust, 3rd place, 51 points. As we take a look at the format, we can keep talking about these teams, because Stardust has absolutely knocked it out of the park as well.
They seem to always find themselves in a good position. Obviously, it's the trend. They like to centre up quite early and hold compounds. But even early, when we look at those Miramar games, that 2-2 split was insane by them. Placements eventually obviously not getting themselves that chicken dinner I think they wanted, but a reasonable 19 points for them when it comes to placement. They bagged a number of kills as well, but they haven't always been the shining light. They BB Team, the Twisted Minds, they're kind of coming in and stealing the thunder a little bit. So I think they've got a bit of work when it comes down to the getting over the line, especially with some of these games as we come into that middle day. But a really, really good showing and a huge amount of points taken away from other teams.
Yeah, I thought maybe yesterday, wow, BB Team, they're probably going to put up the performance of the day. Apparently, they were outshined a little bit over in PAS, Martin, with Sonics randomly.
Right.
I think 83 points or something on a day. Jeez Louise.
They're just farming the lobby. Like, it's getting ridiculous at this point. But yeah, it's good to see that they're in form. It could very well be their year, both for PGC and for the rest of the year, also going to PGS, of course. That's going to be exciting to follow. I also want to highlight some of the players we actually had yesterday. Quite insane when you think of Example getting 15 kills in 6 games. No. Spiro and Adusi both getting 17 kills yesterday. Oof. That is just completely unheard of, that you have 2 guys from the same team beating a top fragger like Example. Yep. Especially like 1 kill from 3 kills per game average yesterday. Insane.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. And kill heavy teams, another team that is usually kill heavy and less points. We were expecting maybe a 10 point day for FaZe yesterday, Mark. They did beat our prediction. They got 12 points on the placements, but the 28 kills going their way. But you can't, they need to kind of even this out, right? There needs to be more of an effort and onus on getting these placements, because otherwise you're not going to be able to challenge for number 1, even as FaZe.
Yeah, you're right. Like, my logic in my brain says you've got to work on the placement points, but there's also an argument that they're backing kills. They're up here. They're fighting with the Twisted Minds. They're fighting with the Stardust. They're nipping at the heels. Yes, the difference is they're able to get themselves some placement points. They will be finding themselves maybe above the Stardust, maybe even in the midst between BB Team and Twisted Minds. So I'd like to see their middle day. Is the formula working? It looks good. It does look good. The kills are coming in, but they do need to get at least 1 chicken dinner under their belt. I just feel like they're getting denied at the moment, especially when they're trying to get into that late game. There's a lot of teams really holding them out.
Yeah, they're currently at 40 points, and let's see if they can push on a little bit further. A team that's just 7 points behind them, of course, with only 7 placements themselves here, Martin. So maybe they can make a push as well.
Yeah, they have to. They have to step up. But then again, as we talked about, like, they are so close because our mid pack is basically just one big smother of 4th place with FaZe Clan and Primal in 16th. Only 24 points difference, guys. That's like, I can't remember the last time after 6 games it was this close between literally 13 teams.
Very, and they're going to have to try and make their effort to be able to rack in those PGC points as time goes on as well. Another team that is looking for big points, of course, is Virtus Pro. And in fact, Toby, being Danish, got an opportunity to talk to a fellow Dane over in Denmark as well. So let's hear from Toby and Beamy.
Hello everyone, and welcome. Today I get to do something I don't get to do ever really in work. I get to take the train to work in esports. I'm doing so because we are going to meet one of Denmark's best players, one of Denmark's also only players at the moment. We're going to meet Benjamin Steffensen. You might know him as Beamy. So we'll be meeting him in Roskilde, not too far from now, and see how he's doing. Get to know him a little better. Okay, Beamy, I thought I would take us way back to the beginning here at the Viking Museum in Roskilde, because what better place than looking at old Viking boats and then an old esports Viking yourself. But talk to me a bit about Beamy before PUBG. What led into your first, tournaments as a player?
Yeah, I think it originated like probably 2 or 3 years before PUBG, when I was playing League of Legends. I usually just play that game with my friends. But after a couple of years, I got kind of interested in the competitive scene after watching competitive League of Legends.
Okay, so you come into PUBG. What was like the first thing that kind of pulled you in?
I think it's because I always liked the FPS mechanic, like the gun mechanics in general. But I've never been like a fan of the tactical FPS games like CS:GO and such. So having like an FPS game where the Battle Royale variant was a new spark to me, and I really found that interesting.
I want to hear, because I have something, I've personal investment in that tournament. I was part of creating Copenhagen Games, not Copenhagen Games, but the PUBG tournament that year. I was part of organizing it. But talk to me a bit about the team Serby back then. How did you join that roster, and how did that all come to be?
Yeah, Serby, the way to work is not like a normal organization. It's like a community where you kind of pay like a yearly subscription, or you want to say.
Okay.
So like be a part of it, and in return you get you get to be a part of a team. And you get like your own jersey, and you get LAN events every year. So it's just like a fun way to get involved in the esports scene in a new game. And
wait, so you got put on a team? You didn't pick your teammates?
Nope, it was a fully random team.
So you come in, you play Copenhagen Games with players you don't know at all, or had you at least had like some prep time?
We practiced some months for that before that.
Okay,
but it was still like people I didn't know at all before. There has been a lot of work from back then to now.
Of course.
But it feels kind of surreal still thinking about it, because back then, even in the Danish scene, I was pretty low level compared to the Danish scene.
Yeah.
So I think back then that I was one of the worst players, you can say.
Okay.
To now being, arguably one of the top players in EU.
Yeah.
It feels pretty surreal.
From, according to yourself, being one of the worst players in the Danish PUBG community, where was the first time that you felt like, boom, now I'm going somewhere? Like, what was the first bump up in your career, kind of?
I think it was probably back in 2019, 2020 with Bystanders, which was kind of just
players,
a
by the
full
way.
Danish team that we just made for fun. And in one of the PCS tournaments back then, we went from own qualifiers all the way to the finals. I think we got a 9th place. And I think that was the first tournament where at least most of us thought okay, we can actually achieve something now.
Is there a period here where you feel like, oh no, I've peaked, I made PGC, how am I gonna get back up to that level again?
Kinda, yeah. This is probably also a thing with my own mental, that I'm always scared that I'm not gonna be able to have a tournament close to that level again.
Yeah.
But I'm also kind of trying to use it as a motivator to always, I have this goal that I need to get over. But it's always in the back of head, you've been up here all the way 2nd place in a world championship.
Yeah.
So it is possible.
Yeah, of course. Are there any big role models for you, any inspirations? I want to do what this guy did.
I'll probably say back when I started, one of my biggest role models was probably Bjørksen. Because back then, he was one of the best League of Legends players. And he kind of came out from nothing, and then he started dominating all the professional leagues within a year or two.
Yeah.
So I've kind of just been striving to see if I could do the same or achieve anything close to him.
So Bjørksen, if you're watching, Good on you, bro. For you, I mean, getting to wave the banner, the Danish banner, in Nations Cup last year, how did it feel being picked and actually representing the country on the global stage?
I mean, it's for sure a surreal feeling. Like even though it's a video game, you still get like this sense of national pride representing it, and like you want to do your best just to make your country proud. So I think for sure, like it's a different feeling, unique.
I think the community, it's kind of, I don't want to say it's become a meme because it's something serious, but everyone is always, whenever you guys have had a tournament and results haven't gone the way you've wanted, everyone's been like, okay, so where's the negative beamy tweet? I feel like we don't see them anymore. Talk to me about, there's a whole lot of expectation to go out and perform for you.
Yeah, I mean, especially in a game like PUBG here, with how the structure has changed over the years, it's very result oriented.
Yeah.
Like you're not gonna get far even if you're on a good team if you don't get the results. So there's like this constant pressure, like both from yourself, from like the team, and just everybody supporting you. That you need to do good. Like you need to be in the top 4 almost, like in your own region, just to be able to get to the events.
Where for you does the pressure build up the most?
I mean, it's probably most for myself, but also like a mix with how the results is. Because like if you go back to the online days with PCS and such, like having the results, for example, we had on foot with like, I think the worst we ever had was a 6th place. Like that's pretty good results.
Incredibly consistent.
Like we were consistent.
I mean, outside of Twisted Minds, you were quite literally the most consistent European team at the time, yeah?
But we still didn't qualify for another like a single PGS event. Yeah. We of course made PDC, which was nice, but sadly when we finally got to that event after a year of performing consistently in EU, we just completely bombed it.
Yeah. Is there anything since then, I mean, obviously now, that you have been working on or that you are working on in order to change like your mindset and how you approach the games?
I mean, I've been working on like the mental part a lot, especially here after PDC, with just like not being too hard on myself. Like we all strive to be our best, but the main thing I always did too much was going through every single mistake I did, especially on the bad days. Which in a game like PUBG you just can't because there's so many random variables in every single game. So that's kind of been like the main thing, to just like not to be too hard on myself, but still like don't get lazy.
Are there any people in particular, I mean, you don't have to name them, but do you have people that you've like talked to that has helped you try and change the way you look at like just, I guess, the game and your approach to it mentally, or has it more been yourself?
I mean, it's been mostly myself, but like teammates throughout the years have like tried to help with it. Without like not having too much change. But I think like after I got kicked by foot, it kind of put like a bit more realization of how important it is for me to like work on this if I want to get like in the top 0.1%.
Yeah, it's been the eye-opener, sort of.
Like extra one,
Yeah, but is there anything in particular that you're like, okay, I got to turn this thing around, or I got to start working on that? Do you have any concrete things?
I think it's mostly just like enjoy it more.
Yeah.
Because like that's kind of been like my weakness. I'm not enjoying the process of like realizing I'm sitting and playing video games professionally for a living.
It's pretty insane.
Enjoy it.
We have hacked life, bro.
Yeah.
we get to do video games for a living. I mean,
yeah. I think it's just like enjoy the moment.
How long was the period from you being released by Foot to getting picked up by Virtus.pro?
I mean, it was probably from April to September, so like 5 months. And between like those 5 months, kind of like tried to figure out what I wanted to do, like what my career was.
Yeah,
like,
that's
what was I supposed to do?
Yeah, exactly.
And then I took the decision like to play the EWC qualifier. I played that in NA with a mixed team basically at that point.
Yeah.
I kind of guess my goal was until I got picked up again, because like I wanted to give this year at least to see what happened.
For sure.
To just perform the best I can, like just do what you do best and just see how good it can go. And then I had the EWC qualifier where I missed the qualifier by 1 spot again, like the curse we had on Foot every time. But individually I put up like top numbers. I was basically up there with all the Sonics players and all the other top players in that tournament.
We're showing NA how it's done.
Yeah, showing EU is better than NA. And then I saw the VP was looking for a new player, I contacted him, and it just worked out instantly.
There you go. So I guess thank you, VP.
In that regard. That was a blessing in disguise for sure.
Has there been any big changes in the way that you, like your role or how you played on foot to how you now function and how the team works on Virtus Pro?
I think like the main thing is like the play style in VP is completely different from what I'm used to. So like I'm trying to bring like what I have learned from playing like slow compared to them, and like work in like the good sides of that so we can get a more balanced play style. Because I think like that would be able to take the team to the next level to be like top in the world.
Yeah.
Like I said, I already shown before I joined the team, like they were top 3 at PGS.
Yeah.
They can do it.
Definitely capable. Definitely a capable roster. What is the biggest thing they get by bringing a guy like you on the roster?
I think compared to most players, I am pretty calm, like comms-wise. Like I don't shout, I don't get too hectic for me normally. And I've always been very good at like keeping a good overview in the games and like just having, like trying to keep the info for everybody, makes it easier for the whole team to play.
Yeah.
I think that's always been like one of my strong sides.
The brain.
Yeah, like at that point, I think I'm one of the best in EU.
2024 BME, just signed by VP, made it to the grand finals of PEC 4. You now get to look back at 2018 Serby BME. Who was BME then? I know we've talked about the mental aspect and general like look on life to appreciate where you are, but you weren't here back then. Like who were you then? And how do you feel like you've changed from who you were like in the esports sphere then to where you are now?
I think back then I was like very shy and like I just tried to be like hidden and in the back, also on the teams I played, kind of just doing what I was told. I think like throughout the years I've become like more confident and maybe even gaining an ego, if you can say that, after the achievements, which helped me like improve more as a player also and just like perform the best I can instead of being too scared of what people might say or some shit like that.
Yeah. Is there anything else you want to add to the story of BME and the legacy that hopefully will keep going for years to come?
I mean, the primary will just be thanks to VP for this opportunity, honestly.
Well, it was great to hear from our players here, but a little bit more in depth. And for BME, the road hasn't been the easiest road. But I think what's cool about BME is that, yes, technically he is very critical of himself, Martin. And maybe here on Virtus Pro, maybe that new lease on life and maybe that new outlook can benefit from.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's there's no doubt about it. Like mechanically, he's one of the best players out there. Also, you know what he said himself, like even just playing one tournament in NA just to show them how it's done. It's cool. And then on top of that, he was like in the top 5 of all the overall stats, right? So, but yeah, he is very self-critical, and I think that is one of the reasons why he maybe have been able to push himself into such a good spot. But once you're there, once you've been second at the World Championship, once you've been up there, that's where you maybe also gotta take the angle of having a positive mental attitude, because positive reinforcement, telling yourself you're the best, will eventually convince your brain that you're the best. Like, and instead of that negative reinforcement where I'm like, I gotta change settings, I gotta swap my mouse, I'm dog shit, like all this, that is negative reinforcement, and that will no matter what argument you say, that will have some sort of a negative impact, both from yourself but also everyone else out there looking, right? So you don't want to have your teammates thinking or seeing that you talk negatively about yourself. So that's one angle that, for me especially, is the Achilles heel for BME, or has been maybe historically.
Well, we'll see how it gets on here for Virtus Pro. They have found themselves in a bit of a tough spot after yesterday, but I'm sure that they can bounce back. Let's take a look at all the teams that are going to be participating, of course, as we have our 16 excellent squads trying to make it on the battlegrounds. And it will be an interesting day, because some of these teams didn't quite get off to the best starts, Mark, but we're hoping for a bit of a bump up today.
Yeah, and you mentioned one of them, Virtus Pro. That's good. Yep. Obviously, the groups expect them definitely more. I think the fans are expecting more out of them as well. But with a low number of points, these guys got to kind of reset. Primal again, the same. Look, maybe it's just the memes. Maybe they like to come out on day one and just put a poor performance on, and then go put away 77 points maybe for a day 2. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes. But even I think like Gaming Gladiator, is that normally more consistent? Is the level of this lobby so high that actually every team's really fighting for an individual point, and that's why we see like a 22-point gap between some of these teams that actually maybe 1, maybe 2 games changes you from that right side of the leaderboard to the left.
Yeah, it's a scary prospect. You can be last day and look amazing in the last chance stage. That's awesome. And for a few days, you get to shine there, Martin. But coming into this one, I mean, they've done well for themselves, like last day, for example, with 6th place. But then you're going up against a BB team of Twisted Minds that's just turned on from the very word go in a 3-day tournament. That's brutal.
Yeah, it's super brutal. It really comes down to like we're gonna see BB team and Twisted Mind just sponge up the vast majority of points because then it's just gonna come down to that last game, like a BO1 for PGS, potentially even PGC, and that's what's really the hard one, right? That's where it really comes into effect, where those 1, 2, 3 points extra you can squeeze out per game is just so crucial. And if you don't have a focus on that, if everyone is not collectively working towards that goal, you're just going to be in that mid pack that currently consists of 13 teams that has 24 points between them.
And collectively work towards that goal can be a little bit difficult given how good some of these teams are. But you guys at home can individually work towards an exciting competition that we have today. Basically, what is going to be going on is that you guys, well, not only can you unlock some emotes over if you actually follow the Twitch chat over, or the Twitch even I should say, at PUBG_Battlegrounds, but also there is an MS Paint competition going on. So what you have to do is you have to use MS Paint to draw something PUBG related and then submit it to us. And then you basically can win a lot of G-Coin. I think it's 5,000 G-Coin each, and the top 5 will win 5,000 G-Coin. That's insane, Mark. Are you going to draw something in MS Paint?
I might have to get going. I've got a few teams to watch, but if at the time, I definitely would. But yeah, 5,000 G-Coin, well, you can get quite a few skins with that. So yeah, I might have to.
Yeah, that's going over at the Clutch Group's Twitter, so you need to go and submit it on over there once you've actually finished your MS Paint drawing. But go over to MS Paint, scribble something, and then submit it whilst you're watching the games. I think that sounds good, Martin, don't you?
Yeah, for sure. You're good at painting, James, so I'm surprised that you're not going to be joining that, maybe. You are. I've seen you paint.
Okay, all right. Well, painting miniatures is a little bit different than MS Paint, and don't be using them Wacom tablets, all right? That's cheating. It needs to look as rubbish as possible. Any final thoughts before we head to this game, Mark, to get things rolling?
No, look, we're starting off on a Erangel. It's a little bit different. We know some teams are going to be settled more in Erangel than a Miramar, more of a slower start. So I'd be interested to see maybe that bottom half of the table. I'd like to see them come out and really at least get a chicken dinner underneath their belt to set off their day 2.
Definitely so. All right, well, I believe we are ready to head over to the commentators to get things going. So without further ado, let's hear from Toby and Saga, who I'm sure are also fantastic at MS Paint.
Paint extraordinaires coming to you live from what's about to be Erangel. Yes, correct. We are definitely going to... I know you've already joined the competition, Saga. Any leaks on potentially what you've drawn?
I have my tweet loaded up and ready to go. I've not pressed post yet. I've got to wait for one of the casuals to enter first before they get slammed down by the MS Paint Masterclass.
Too eager.
Yeah, no, of course, because that would give us an advantage.
We all know you've been practicing.
Look,
you've been waiting for this to come around for like 2 weeks.
15 minutes extra before this goes out to the audience, so we got to give them a chance to catch up. But first of all, no chance to catch up whatsoever with us because we're straight into game.
Yes, here we go. A lot of talking points, of course, a lot that was broken down on the desk. I always love to hear their insights. But I think an important one to me is looking at the bottom of the leaderboard off of how well BB Team, Twisted, and those teams played yesterday. Is there any chance for the likes of Eternal Fire, Virtus Pro, and Primal to turn things around today so that they tomorrow have just any resemblance of a chance of maybe making PGS?
I think there is at this point, given the fact that BB Team did so incredibly well, took so many points towards the top of the table. Twisted Minds as well had a pretty typical Twisted Minds performance, which was averaging well over 10 points per game as well. The 3rd place spot currently held onto by Stardust at 51 points. It's probable, I would say, for that team to be overtaken at some point, and next in line is FaZe Clan. At that point, we're looking at 4th place as a qualification slot for PGS. a team like Eternal Fire is only 22 points away from 4th currently. That is a very doable gap to close in the 12 games we have left. However, it has to start with a very solid game number 1 today. And thankfully, we're not going to the military island, so they actually get a chance.
Yeah, I mean, they should. Yesterday wasn't really all that phenomenal performance from them. Only 2 games in the placement points. They, alongside multiple other teams, struggled to kind of avoid the early game shenanigans that we had. I will say that the Circles definitely did what they could to add to the chaos, so I do feel a bit bad for the teams that couldn't weather that storm. But of course, that's just kind of come to be expected as your average day of PUBG. Sometimes the Circles are just going to be absolutely ruthless, and if you can't kind of play through that, along with also try and maneuver through some of the best teams in all of EMEA, you will be down in the bottom of the leaderboard.
It is kind of the eternal struggle of Eternal Fire, is just attempting not to spontaneously combust at the start of every game. But a team that does extremely well and has done extremely well on day number 1, BB Team. So let's hear some of their opinions and thoughts on how to prepare for their games.
My preparing is like to play some ranked with the team, and after I'm going to eat, and then I'm just chilling 1 hour before the games. I have to chill a little bit.
Like we usually always playing good the group stage and qualifying to the finals from the first places. So that's like not the first time, but like I also not thinking about this. I'm just focusing on myself and my team, so not thinking about the others.
I mean, I don't feel like that we are the favorites because we won the groups. I want to see ourselves like going to PGS 5 and 6 and then going to PGC.
They want to make PGC and want to make PGS, of course, as well. And right now, I mean, they're looking to be pretty good or well-positioned to do so. As it stands, they would need to throw a 20-plus point lead in order for that to happen. But having said that, Saga, I feel like we've seen not maybe the same swings that we've seen in, for example, Primal's performance, but there definitely has been lows in this BB roster's performances. And it would be terrible, I mean, for them in particular, of course, if one of those lows were to hit here in day 2 and 3.
Oh, that comes the benefit. I think everyone always knew that Question Mark were the team that had pretty much unlimited potential, but now with the backing of an organization and the ability, as Aduzi said in the interview at the end of yesterday's games, to bring in external staff to support this team, not just within the in-game, but the psychology aspect, the mental aspect of the game can be so incredibly taxing. So to have professional support on that regard, it's going to just elevate this team beyond the potential that they already had, which was pretty much limitless in EMEA. And even when we got to the global stage, there were moments where it looked like they might just get it all over the line. There were some technical difficulties here and there for them, but you know, now they've got a psychologist. They can fully mental reset, come in with a fresh new outlook on this year, and hopefully make it to the global stage to dominate.
And I think it's something, I mean, to go off of what you're saying, I think it's something that we're starting to see more of. I know it has been done in the past by some of the bigger orgs that they've had. Someone come have a chat with the players every now and again, but there hasn't been like a full committed, let's have an actual sports psychologist help with this team and see what they can do with them. As I hold that thought for a second, because Na'Vi are making their way over the bridge. And yesterday, they opted to go along the shorelines because they wanted to avoid FaZe, but FaZe has clearly been watching VODs, waiting for them, and oh my lord, the timing. They're just exactly now getting into their cars, and little do they know they had set up for what could have been a pretty solid camp, but not quite to be. But to go back to my point, as we see these, wait, are they actually turning around on this again? They are. They're repositioning.
Just have heard the engines, but FaZe might just about miss their opportunity to set up the camp. They're just going to have to find a position to go for DMR shots. Jeems does land a tag, but minimal damage onto Sosed. And Na'Vi will get away with this rotation.
Yep, should be able to make it pretty safely. And nice play nonetheless. I mean, we talk about FaZe oftentimes and how they like to set up these sort of plays. And this time around is no different. But also great read and respect on the side of Na'Vi to say, you know what, they might not have been here yesterday, but they could be here today. So let's not send it full speed forward. Let's do the shoreline wrap. And they do, and they make it to safety. But no, to go back to the sports psychologist conversation, I think it's something we've seen more and more teams get into now, whether it be a dedicated psychologist or someone with experience in the field that kind of takes it on him to take that role. We're only now, I think, seeing the beginning of what that can add, what importance that can have, especially in a game like PUBG, where there oftentimes is one winner and 15 losers.
I think as well, you look at a team like Sonics, as much as we like to clown the region, it's pretty undeniable that team is one of the greatest in the world. And
yes,
at the end of PAS stream in yesterday's matches, they did an interview with Kickstart, and he sang the praises of Gunner. Again, not because of his contributions to his in-game play, but certainly to the mental aspects, the psychological, and the team play and the synergy. It's so important, and it can make all the difference when the margins are that small at the global stage. Don't want to be running over your teammates, though. That doesn't do much in terms of synergy. Nixie can't open the door, so he shoots it open, and he'll pick Beamy back up.
Imagine that world
it's fine.
where if
it's
you're
fine.
carrying anything, you can't open a door. Like, you're coming home from the grocery store, you just bought a liter of milk, and all you can do is just kick, like Sparta kick down the door, because using your hands there would simply be too much to ask for.
Being a carpenter would make so much money in that world.
No, definitely. I'm gonna make a door factory just for that matter. Yeah, nope. Also, maybe there's a guy making a lot of money off of repairing fences here. But that's PUBG lore. That's a whole deep dive rabbit hole that we don't have time to go into now. So we see Foot in a very, very wide split. 8C all the way up north side of Yasnaya is gonna get into his card. At least reposition in case anyone's coming around this way. But they have taken full control of the Yasnaya Lake, and I actually kind of like this. They did a similar thing yesterday, of where, again, they're not looking to take fights. They just want to keep track of how many people are wrapping up on their side of the circle, so regardless of where the next circle takes them, they know what's available, they have more space to maneuver.
Yeah, really covering all bases. They tried something similar in yesterday's matches, keeping 8C on the northern side of the river, but the zone shifted south and west away from them, and that just proved to be a little bit too difficult for them to find a position in. So hopefully a slightly better zone for Foot Esports this time around. Currently in 8th, not too far away from the cutoff point. As Martin pointed out, it is extraordinarily close between so many of these teams in the leaderboard currently. So any little margins, any little advantage that you can find for yourself, and holding these splits confidently early on in the game could certainly make all the difference.
Let's see, Nitro, alongside the rest of last day, they played a phenomenal last chance, but hasn't had, I mean, they got 35 points yesterday. It's, I guess, not a bad performance per se, but in comparison to their over more, like twice than that performance in the last chance, they are looking to, of course, get somewhere close to replicating that performance here as they make their rotation happen. They're going towards Primal and scary close as well. Nitro trying to repark his vehicle, maybe just a bait to allow for Quizzy to come in and get the knock here. Will find Rustelmeier initially. Bombil with the M16 in hand finds the second.
Huge covering shots from Quizzy on the drive-by. Nitro was in serious trouble after slamming his car face first into the tree. But it's a swift turnaround from last day, getting that initial knock from Quizzy with the Dragunov drive-by, and then Bombilova flies in with the burst fire. And Primal's hopes of a replication of day 2 in the group stages are dashed swiftly, as the zone will shift all the way down towards the southern side of the river. No chance that we're going back towards the north this time around, so both teams will have to find a way to cross, and last day, they can get there early. They could potentially try and bridge camp against Primal and finish the job.
Yeah, we'll see now as their rotations are starting to commence towards the southern side. Na'Vi obviously far behind everyone else. They'll have plenty of time to make that rotation, coming all the way around the eastern side of Prison earlier. Twisted, well, continuing where they left off yesterday, hitting every single shot that they can. I think Lukarux thought he was going to be safe in that rotation. His teammates were, but not to be for him. So VP down 1 early on. They will get the south side of the Rossock Hill, but I feel like being low in numbers and playing an open field position like this, that is incredibly dangerous.
Hardly shocking that Twisted Minds have opted to keep 2 players within school itself after Batulins was caught behind enemy lines. This time, Nitro will not escape. No tree to be slapped, but he gets slapped out of the car anyway. Dragunov shots from Levante enough to get the knock, and last day will lose the first player to the gatekeep of Gaming Gladiators. Virtus Pro have lost Beamy as well, and oh, they're going to lose Ibby as well. What a shot from him, man.
Yeah, mean, Himan is on point. He was yesterday, he continues to be today. 2 kills already, both with VP tags on him. So not the start the Virtus Pro would have wanted here, down to just Nixie in the open again. And I feel like where Nixie is currently positioned, should the circles keep going there, either he's going to get spam mortared, or it's not like one guy goes over to do a casual 1v1. No, he would have an entire team pull up on him. And if that's to be, as much as I like Nixie, I feel like it might be too much to ask for him to survive there. So we'll try and keep track of what he's going to do in the meantime. Foot on the east side, starting to wrap in. They have FaZe on the southern side, of Na'Vi actually making their way down here as well. Southeast of Potato could become kind of a powder keg any time now, depending on whether or not Na'Vi is looking to take this fight. Because as you can see, rotating very close to FaZe, who are still looking to gatekeep.
It was FaZe in our final match of the day yesterday who played the Dips, where we now have Nixie all by himself. They managed to get a 4th place position out of that game, but it's highly unlikely that Nixie will be able to replicate that all on his lonesome. But we do see once again Na'Vi, as they so often tend to do, wrapping all the way around. They went up towards the northern side of Yaz. They saw the zone shift wasn't going to go north, and so again they wrap all the way back down south into the blue zone, around any possible gatekeeping opportunities from Foot Esports and FaZe as well, and into an empty southern side of the zone. And this might have drawn the attention of Foot down south enough for them to maybe catch sight of Gustav and start an engagement.
Honestly, I think if you're in FaZe here, you're kind of happy that Na'Vi opted to leave rather than take the fight, because I don't think they were at all ready for a potential Foot push coming in from behind. Could have definitely kind of destroyed them there, but not to be, at least not for now. It seems like Gustav is still looking around for potential nearby threats. Vard and Nazi is just over the hill now. The rest of FaZe is coming back to try and help out, obviously, with the circle. Coming up in just a second, we'll see where it's going to take us. E-pick-up set up early here for Stardust in case the circle doesn't swing to them. And, well, I mean, it's not on Boatyard, but they can definitely stay.
Some shots loosed by 8C in the direction of FaZe as they regrouped onto Gustav's Hill in some sort of vague attempt at a pre-drive for this zone. So they now know that there are threats lurking nearby. Stardust have the option of sticking within Boatyard and not taking their emergency parachute. They should have vehicles available, as Crossberg just pops back into the server. So there you go, back to 4-man strength. Love that. Ascend is in vehicles, driving in a straight line through a field currently, and when that happens for them, things can tend to go awry.
Definitely can. Full speed forward they go. Are they going towards Nixie's position, or are they not? Seems like they're going to go further north than that, actually. Opting to go up towards the dip just on the southern side of the Rossock Hill proper. They'll sit down here, maybe become... Actually, no, they're continuing even further. Where are you going, guys? Stopping here. Okay, fair enough. Now they have Sakura Sansons to deal with.
Bear Plateau gives a lot of cover from the south, so it at least isolates the engagement. Maybe Stardust or perhaps even Gaming Gladiators, who are wrapping back over the bridge to the north, could become a problem for them further down the line. But for now, it's just the level 3 gear of Himan, who's already expended about 100 bullets of his MK12. He had 300 earlier on. And, well, one more of them lands a headshot onto Killy as he goes for a reposition directly into ex-teammate Mika.
Yep, Mika is up on the northern side, just there, ready and waiting. He's already been given the info across that a headshot was connected, so know that he's down to low HP. Now a second vehicle is coming in. Maybe that's going to force Mika to back off. I don't know if you're really too eager to try and take this fight on your own. FaZe still nearby Foot here, but BP Team has opted to join the Potato Hill potential fight as well, which is honestly just, I was going to say a knock or two away from popping off.
They came up from the northern side of Pachinki. They had to find some way to get into the zone. They opted to go uphill, and hearing the gunshots up here, BB Team on a hill, third partying, sounds very familiar to what we saw on Tago. Crossberg up north did take some shots at Gaming Gladiators as they crossed the bridge and got himself 4-man breached by the entire team, while the rest of his squad were off elsewhere in Boatyard. Managed to get one knock, one flush so far, and hasn't gone down himself to our knowledge. But still, Foot Esports and FaZe just toying with the idea of an engagement, but I think they're none the wiser of BB Team's presence.
Did Brex just drown? I'm not sure exactly what happened there. Small dog peeks on over, but instantly to be met by 2. Make that 3 Entropic players. Nice sweep around the western side. It's going to force all of last day to fall back into Boatyard, where they have starters set right next to them. So a bit of a scary position. And for Entropic, I mean, again, saw a very passive Entropic through the group stages this time around. They're pedal to the metal, forcing the fight. Nixie sat dead center, but again, I think it's only a matter of time before he gets hard pulled up on.
It looks like Nixie might get away with things, but a team will pull up on him eventually, and unless he pulls off the impossible or mortars himself or something, he will be going down. Crossberg still surviving over here. And now the fight between Foot and FaZe finally switches to a head as Fex gets the better of Vard with a quick peek over the top.
Where will BB be in this fight? Curious to find out. Are they going to up to aggress? Currently it's James on BB team duty, trying to fend off against them on his own. As Pixel runs back to safety, or at least tries to. 8C is still a bit dislodged from the rest of the teammates. You can see James trying to get off angle here, make sure that no one is able to do that north side rep, but at the same time also try and contain all of BB team. Now Knock goes the other way. 8C able to find Fex.
Managed to get the heal off in the blue zone as well, or does he? The grenade goes just a little bit too far into the smoke, so 8C does get the heal off, gets the chance to reposition. James holding the back line from some significant distance should give him the line of sight that he needs towards this, and 8C has to go the other way.
Awkward area to have to fight in this, far from the circle. They both want to leave, and I think BB team is doing the right, making the right call here of just saying, you know what, nope, this fight is not for us. This is how we get baited into dying outside of the top 8. Corrects it down to low HP. He's going to fall to the blue just before 8 falls, but he too should be going down to the blue any second now. It's phase 4. You're in the blue. You're not going to get rest. James trying to make a run for it, but seems like Foot, despite having 8 knock, will be the victors of this fight. Eternal Fire eliminated. They send it full speed forward. They fall to Twisted Minds. As now Vard, again, they just need to deal with James.
8C with no first aids available. He just tried to go for the flush, but could not get it before the blue zone took him out. So Corexi has tactically denied the point for Foot Esports, intentionally or otherwise. T-Bone's got a tiny little bit of a jammer pack left, so should be able to get this heal off and make his way in towards the zone. And as you said, there is no need to worry about the threat of BB team. They already disengaged and made a push into the southern side of Fairy Tales compound. And Nixie still untouched through all this.
He is chilling. We'll see for how much longer he gets to stay alive. I'm still not too sure that he has placement points waiting for him, but we'll see. We'll see for how long teams opt to not engage him. As long as, I mean, the teams around him can help him in containing, because I think Eternal Fire was looking to go towards where he was, but they were shut down before they even got there. So if teams just keep helping him out, maybe placement points are bound.
Yeah, Eternal Fire didn't really take the most direct route. They kind of went north towards Ascend and then turned back on themselves to breach Nixie from the north side. And they just got blended before they got a chance to approach. 2 of them barely even made it across the road before Twisted Minds peppered them out of their vehicles from school. Now Twisted Minds on the move out of school themselves to head over towards Nixie, but they're turned back, seeing this zone shift. They do get to keep a little bit of their hard cover, and they've opted to try and make that play, but now Foot Esports, seeing them leave, are on their way in, and we could get a 4v4 vehicle battle for school.
They're actually putting up on this. Did not think that was going to happen, but they're doing it nonetheless. Saw them swing around, make their way back, and it doesn't work out for them. Lou, though, alongside Batulin's able to find the first 2, and just like that, Foot is destroyed. Maybe didn't think that it was Twisted set here, considering that they saw them move out, go back again, thought, you know what, nope, they're not seeming too confident. Twisted would never do this. Well, caught by surprise, just like we were with the code coming up on screen here. Get yourself a nifty 300 G-coin, that being if you're one of the first 50 to ride it in there, as we see here. Nixie so close to placement points, but not there yet.
So many holes in that foldable shield, and this vehicle will surely be tagged enough to explode, and then Nixie will finally be in trouble, but he's getting worryingly close to getting a placement point on the board, which probably shouldn't have happened in this position, but sure. I mean, if no one's going to breach him, then why not? Yeah. Schiller with a headshot on towards Hakatori, as Na'Vi were considering hopping in their vehicles and making a move down the hill. They're actually going to leave Hakatori behind, as the push now from Marsalek almost catches Metabay out.
Yep, he's a bit alone. out here on the side, but he's the one kind of holding the flank. Flash is going to come over. Mastic is going to be allowed to fall back because of it. They are trying to isolate Metabay down below. Keep in mind that Rox is still out in the blue on the backside of this. Maybe with eyes on what's happening right here. So could take shots, but of course right now focused on healing his way towards the circle.
It was a very costly endeavor for Gaming Gladiators to clean up Crossburg from the compound. Now we're then Shopik on the opposite side. Is that another circle reticle user? Oh, he switched to Chevron midway through that. That was interesting. But Metabay, he's still alive. He's still kicking, but he's got targets on both fronts. But now Himan's kind of helping him out with shots over the top. Headshot onto Janny. That MK14, another 100 bullets down, and he's still hitting the shots.
Ah, missed that final one there. Though, will he get the knock despite it? Yes, he will. Sakura Sanson coming up strong here in the first game of the day. Still 22 alive, and they're getting closer to 10 kills, and we are only in phase 5. EMEA has chosen chaos right from the get-go today, it would seem.
Ever feel like that that guy sometimes just face down in the dirt? You just wake up and think, ugh, I have to walk through an open field, and Himan is watching me with an MK14, and he's so damn efficient with those shots. 600 damage and 6 kills. I mean, can't really argue against that. Sakura Zenson making full use of the ridge line they have.
Nixie, placement points. Yay! Able to stay put in the circle now, though not in the circle anymore. And Twisted Minds, if the game was trying to tell us they wanted them to win, well, that's an easy way of telling, because they are now the only team inside the circle. They have still yet to leave where they landed to loot. Oh, that's not actually true. They drove out 100 meters and then came back again. And here they are, sat just ready and waiting for everyone to come in the fields and see how they're gonna fare.
Love it when I'm sat weddy and rating.
Yes,
I love that.
Usually how we wait. Weddy and waiting, yeah.
Fantastic. Well, Nixie can sit there and finally await his death. It's been way, way too long for him to have been alive in this server. His folded shield's gone, his vehicle's surely been exploded by now, and the team next to him who has to drive through his position is BBL. So surely they run him over or something, but first BB team have to run over the road through their wall of smokes. Brightside trying to find an off angle around the side, but cautious of third parties coming in from the west.
Well, we'll see if BB team can make this cross happen. Have managed to get at least one player across the road. Adusi instantly finds Sabila. Nice double headshot connected. Sabila had a nade in hand, so he's going to take himself out. And now the rest of Fairy Tail, tough task for them to try and defend here. In the meantime, Sakura Sanson, BBL fighting one another. BBL realized there's a fight happening in the south. Maybe we can wrap north, but once again, it's him and shutting down that idea.
Oh, bonk.
Speaking of shutting down, there's a card to the face.
Fuzzface tried to make an early move down towards the low ground as BBL sent it past Nixie again and into the low ground underneath Sakura Zenson, where Himan can now put the P90 to some use. 7 kills already on the board. It's the grenade of Mika that gets the job done, and surely the spray of Lyron will finally put an end to Himan's reign of terror.
One more bullet always had Mika down to low HP. Now, though, as Twisted Minds start getting eyes on, whenever you kind of peek over that ridge line, it's leaving you very exposed, and in the end, Sakura Zenson will fall. But again, I mean, with the game they had, solid performance here, 10 kills, but it's cleanup duty now on the side of BB, on the side of Twisted Minds as well, who opted to go full push forward. Little do they know, all the people in this next step are dead.
So Nixie somehow looted an invisibility cloak because everyone's just forgotten about him.
He's made top 3. Right. Oh, well, top 4, but to be top 3.
About to make top 3.
Yeah. Yeah, we questioned whether or not he was going to get any placement points. He said, you know what, boys, let me show you how it's done. As that, explosion comes through just off target by a bit. And there you have it. Nixie, top 3, somehow.
And he's kindly died now, so that gives us the engagement we were all hoping for. A 4 versus 4 with BB team against Twisted Minds, although now it's only a 3 versus 4 as Besto was unable to be saved as Brightside took him down with him. And of course, Twisted Minds have full control of a wide open field zone. It's not looking good for BB team to be able to hold on to that first place after game number 1.
Rarely ever do I advise for 3-man denials. But you're fighting for first place in this tournament against this exact team. You're currently in the lead. And Twisted, they're going to do everything they can to claim as many points off of you as they can. But BB Team, of course, playing with the momentum of finishing yesterday with a 15-kill win. They want to continue exactly that. And now they're going to the graveyard of Foot. Phil first falls in the blue. Are they all just going out there to deny? I'm not sure anymore. Patulins will steal one. But let's see if there's any more for them to find. Spiro has made his way inside the building. And I believe a Doozy is in the pool house as well.
I wonder if you were to ask either of these teams about regional rivalries, whether the names would be on one another's lips or whether they would just consider them just another opposition to be defeated. But it seems that there's pride on the line as a Doozy, this time with the suppressor on the Org, and some decent shots onto Batulins, but he just dances around the corner, dodges all the damage and sits a Doozy down. And now one last man standing, a 1 versus 4 against Twisted Minds. You would not wish that on your worst enemy.
Do you have a shotgun? Do you have anything that could maybe make this exciting? I mean, again, Twisted Minds haven't really had to take a close quarter fights outside of fighting Foot earlier, which pretty much ended before it got started. So full level 3 gear for Lou, FAMAS in hand. They're doing one room at a time, clearing this the exact way they should. Having said that, Spiro does manage to find one former teammate of these Twisted players, able to find the first. Let's see if, well, if anyone knows their playstyle, it should be him as he goes for the second, but can't quite find the knock.
I could do with a gas can or maybe 3 or 4 Panzerfausts, but nothing there to be found apart from death at the hands of former teammates with Twisted Minds. A 15-kill win to not only claim game number 1, but spot number 1 in the standings as well.
I mean, okay, so Twisted Minds kind of had it given on a silver platter, but even with that,
this was nothing like Rondo.
Even with that, they fended off against Foot, they fended off against teams here in the end, and they did so much to find kills in the open. They pushed over the hillside towards BBL, towards the BBL and Sakura Sanson fight. They did a lot to claim more points. I think your average winner out of that position would have maybe gotten 5, 6, 7 kills. They got 15. So impressive performance by Twisted, who got to finish a game in school where they landed and looted. And now let's go back to the desk and let them break down match number 1.
Of course they continue it here. Not only BB Team, but Twisted Minds with the huge points from our first game today. After, hi Brexco, being able, he disconnected, it was unfortunate. What a ridiculous situation now we find ourselves in here. Twisted Minds, 25 points on the board, Mark. That is huge.
It's just a battle of the Titans at the top. It was interesting. We were saying, I didn't know if BB were going to go for a denial, but what is there to lose at that point? They know it's Twisted Minds. I mean, they know it's on their home turf. Full send in. It was interesting. But look at the points. Even look at the points both those teams going for the farm. Secure Sensen also bagging a big number of kills. So they'll be happy with that. I think that's a big takeaway from this first game.
Yeah, definitely 14 points. I'm even surprised by it a little bit. I wasn't exactly fully paying attention to how many kills they had, but that's huge there for them, Martin.
Yeah, it's massive, obviously. And also, Twisted Minds, they're going to be taking away the lead from BB Team again. And this just continues to feed this story. And this we have to talk about constantly is that we have these two teams that are going to be taking so many points away from the points available, total points available. They're almost doubling our third place team, more than doubling our fourth place team. Look how close it is still. Sakura Sensing jumping up from 12th to 9th, and they're literally only 4 points away from 4th. Like, it is so close. It's absolutely insane.
A terrifying prospect for any team trying to catch up to a number 1 or 2, because these two are already, after only 7 games, potentially making it a 2-horse race if they continue down this path. We're going to have huge pop-offs, Mark, from anybody else, but regardless, I mean, being able to at least get to maybe 3rd, challenge for 3rd, the fact that Twisted Minds is a global partner team means that there is still spots technically open for PGSs.
I think that's what teams will be looking at now. As Martin said, there's just like one game from Secure Sentinel, 12th to 9th. Another good game from them could be the difference to them maybe contending with that 4th spot. It's so tight, and if we see these two teams continue to sponge up points like that, it's going to be down to a game. A game can change it, not just to get themselves to land, but also those PGC points. Every placement they get, there could be more underneath their belt.
And as we look into the final stages of this game here, Martin, very reminiscent of our previous game that we just had yesterday, of course. So maybe there were some learnings that some of these teams could have taken from it. That being said, though, the center of this circle is so open. So it's very difficult to go anywhere near that. Everybody's having to play edge, and that does create some problems, I suppose.
Yeah, and if more teams actually knew that the circle was going to kind of jump over towards school to us, then we're going to see way more teams fighting it there. But it was a little bit of a bait. Also, it is a home serve circle for Twisted Minds. We got to remind ourselves, right? So they have that advantage. But yesterday, it was a different case. BB team obviously had a good game for that one. And also, it is just so hard, as you're saying here, even with the compounds west of school and also in Roshok, like overall, like how it makes it work and how hard it is the way that you approach it. Also, we saw Sakura Sensen lock down early on. They locked down the city, right? And that's how they got so many points from it. Like, they're taking on Roshok, they're trying to gatekeep some of the teams getting up for there, and they wanted to make sure that they are that last team kind of trying to leave from that. Of course, it makes it a little bit harder when you have everyone shooting when they had to get up for the hill, but still, yeah, it was really worth it. They didn't have that many placement points, but still, if you can put on 10 plus kills every game, you're fine as well.
Well, now it's time to fill in our Mark Powers bingo card, and let's see which team have you picked this time around, Mark? Oh, it's Primal. It's Primal.
Had to be Primal. Had to be a team that could potentially pop off on day number 2, but it had to be on game number 1. Drop spot, obviously, they went for that north side. Dem and Secure Centre, and go back to obviously where Martin was mentioning. And I think there was an element of both these teams were looking for that control, especially if it shifted down to the south. Big wide split for them. They got the cars, they got the vehicles. They went for the rotation towards Secure Centre, but it wasn't Secure Centre that whistled past them. It was last day, and it deleted 2 of them so quickly, like 3 kills at the moment for them. Couple of shots, not that much danger, but at that point, when you go down from 4 to 2, it's just now disaster recovery for them. I do like the decision making from this point, even though they're down numbers. They could have continued to stay on that north side. They would have known there'd be teams up here as well. They could have maybe played the difficult card to move in towards that kind of roster, but they didn't. They actually opted to go around west. They came around to the sort of south side. They came in by chopsticks as well. So they tried to avoid as much as possible. But there's only so many teams you can avoid for so long, and with 15 on the board, there's only shift north, and then you've got Na'Vi in front of you, they've got BB team and open fields. There really wasn't much more to get Martin. It was just a full blind send, and eventually they ended up as a bit of a sandwich.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a rough game for them. Obviously, being down, you just have to salvage again, maximize the points you can get here. But yeah, it's a little too late. Once you see a team like this, and there's a team, Na'Vi wants to be that last team to get into that circle from the southern side, and then they just turn around, check, okay, is anyone actually coming behind us again? Okay. And yeah, it's just doomed, and they maximize their points that way. Yeah, so unfortunate for Primal. They gotta press on the speeder very hard here, and to otherwise they're not gonna catch up. But still, we have this now after this first game, guys. I feel like if you're a team in the mid pack or lower end here, you just gotta avoid BB team and Twisted. Let them fight for the first and second place. Maybe even focus on Stardust, because Stardust is now the only team that you kind of have to eliminate to get a spot to PGS yourself, or open up the door at least for someone. Because yeah, it's I feel like that ship has sailed for BB team and Twisted Minds.
I mean, it's not unprecedented that one team gets ahead, but it's quite unprecedented that 2 teams set themselves apart quite like this, because it's monumental, the amount of points they've been raking in. So we'll see. They'll probably just continue their foot on the pedal, and as Martin says, you really think them to start aiming at Stardust here. But you guys at home as well, make sure to follow the Twitch, because you can grab yourself some cool emotes that are currently going on, and you can go and spam those to your heart's content. I give you permission to spam those, and if a mod deals with you, that's none of my business, so good luck. And also the Clutch Group Twitter as well is running a MS Paint competition currently over on their Twitter, so make sure to check that out. Basically, what you have to do is draw something PUBG related in MS Paint and then post it over there, and you've got a chance, if you're one of the top 5 chosen at the end of the tournament, at the end of the competition, to win 5,000 G coin each, which will get you some progressive skins potentially, Mark, and you can be as cool as us, who all have progressive skins. We're cool.
100%. I've seen Sarkis as well, so you definitely got a chance to get in it. You just got to get ahead of him. He might have just sketched up. It looks like an AK, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It's a bit scratchy if you ask me, but definitely there's someone in chat that'd be able to do better than that.
Replies. I'm looking for it right now. We're not going to a break until I see what Saga's done. Where is it?
That's in the chat.
Oh, dear me.
Shocking.
Oh, okay. It's a throwback to the Brazilian team on Miramar. All right. You know what? Commendable, commendable. All right, we're going to a break here. That's good. And you guys at home, draw stuff in MS Paint. And when we return, we've got one more Erangel on the cards for the day. We'll see you soon.
Shut up! You can't even run properly!
People below me.
Nice.
VP, 3, 2 up, 2 up. 2 active.
Coming. Nice.
Nice. Go back, Emil. Don't get flushed. They're driving.
Shoot him. Drive.
Okay, if nothing happens, we breach the compound. Well, also a team on dog shack.
In front of me. Two, knocked on.
Away, on orange.
Full team.
Two at the house.
I don't have smoke. I don't have a smoke.
One top of the orange.
At the house. I'm getting Vard over.
Yeah, trying to hold you. That's one. 3 are like behind the house on the ridge, and 1 on orange.
3 active, guys.
Just go play rest.
We cannot rest at circle 4.
Okay. 2 of them in the blue zone. 1 is flanking right.
I think they're gonna play for the kill points. I'm gonna see if I can shoot them out.
Nice.
New yellow 1 guy. Let's just keep on.
Let's just kill these guys. Knock the guy on me.
One by
I
the
got
coop.
knocked to blue.
Maybe
I'm gonna get knocked as well.
He got knocked on you?
Yeah, he's knocked on my body. The blue zone. He's crawling behind this team.
I'm nading that once.
He knocked 1. I'm knocked.
I don't see anyone here.
Dude, they're like.
You might do a play on us on green.
Nice.
Keep.
1 is still on green, guys. Watch out. You need to pick me up, Mecca. Through the circle, by the way.
He's in the smoke. He's
Knocked
in the
him,
smoke.
I knocked him in the
He's
smoke.
knocked. He's knocked.
One running
Nice.
late, Heeman. Running
He's
late.
dead, he's dead.
Nice, good shit.
And
Different
drop it
team.
down,
It
guys,
should be
from
one
green.
more.
Guys, twist.
Cool, there's
Orange,
no solos.
below us,
You
below us,
can
below
guys.
us.
But
Hit the first
other
person.
guy
You
is
guys low.
rolling up on.
Knock. Nice, flush him.
Mark.
Yeah, Nate, left guy knocked. One guy holding headshot.
One on the right tree. One on the right tree. One on the right tree.
One up on the right tree.
just like game styles and gameplay can vary, so can comms, it seems, as it's always a fun contrast to hop from one of the more calm teams, Sakura Sanson, to another calm team, back to Sakura Sanson again, because the words per second is drastically higher on the Sakura Sanson side than I feel like anywhere else.
I don't know how a team of 4 people manages to have 6 voices all speaking at the same time, but they managed to do it. And in fairness, they got some pretty solid points out of that game. Second place on the match leaderboard, defeated only by, of course, Twisted Minds, who once again dominate our opening game of the day and claim first place all for themselves.
Once they were able to take out Ascent as they came over to them, when you have that entire ridgeline to work with, I mean, they did the smart thing in staying in Rostock for as long as they could to make sure no one was going to be able to backfill them. Once you have that whole ridgeline to work with and all the south side teams are forced to come to you, it's a shooting gallery. I mean, they were sat there alongside Twisted Minds, making life miserable for, I guess, everyone except for Nixie, for the most part of that end game anyway. So a good clean-up duty on their part to then, have it go down in the brawl in the end.
Game number 2. We're back to Erangel for the 4th time so far in the grand finals. 4th time in a row, in fact. And we're gonna have a bit of a break from Erangel after this until the final 2 games of day number 3. This will be our finishing battlegrounds where the champion is crowned. But there's a whole bunch of other maps to come before that point. But every single map matters, especially when, once again, Twisted Minds soaking up so many of the points. The gap for those 3rd, 4th place teams is only getting even closer for everyone looking to catch up.
Now, I'm not for or against anyone else. With how close the entire lobby outside of 2 teams currently are, can we please have BB Team and Twisted Minds stumble? I don't want to say I don't want them to win the tournament, because in all fairness, whoever deserves it more should win, in my opinion. It's just a matter of, can we close it up just a little bit? Because I feel like them 2 teams are starting to run away with it, and then all of a sudden everyone's eyes are going to be on Stardust because they're the other team to beat in order to try and claim one of those PGS tickets.
It says a lot about how the first 7 games have gone so far when both Twisted Minds and BB Team have double the placement points of the team in 3rd place. 38, 37, respectively, for BB Team and Twisted Minds. Stardust currently on 19. So they've got a long way to go, but Virtus.pro has 12 of them. They need to get a few more kills on the board, but let's find out whether or not that's something that they expect from their teammates.
From my team, I expect them obviously to play the A game, because I know my team, if they play the way they should be playing, they should have no problem. But on top of that, I think the most important thing for my team to be doing is just having as much communication as possible. I think in PUBG, communication is key. On tiny things and big things in and outside of the game. So as long as they're communicative and, trusting each other, I think it's all gonna go good.
We practiced hard for this tournament and we all know what to do. So be communicative, be confident, because we know that we can do this. We can win the tournament. So I just want them to be confident. That's it.
They know they can win tournaments. They have to play confident. And, we too know that they can win. But up until this point in the finals, it hasn't really been the showing that they would have hoped for. Let's see if VP can turn things around as we get close to the halfway mark here of the Grand Final saga.
I have to give a lot of commendation for Nixie. What seems like the peak male living space. An empty apartment with a desk, a PC, and probably a mattress on the floor. It seems like Nixie is someone who can make a lot from a little, and game number 1 certainly showed us that.
Yeah.
Managing to snake out all the way up into the top 3 from what really should have been a position where he would have been fortunate to make it to 13th, but made it work, got some much-needed points on the board for Virtus.pro, but they just desperately need the kills. Currently, the worst fragging team statistically in the lobby, behind even Primal, who are currently holding down the 16th place spot. But it's those placement points that are keeping them just about within touching distance, but they've got a long way to go to close the gap onto Stardust.
And it's a little interesting, right? Because that's the kind of the opposite, I feel like, of what usually we see from VP. Even on their bad days, they might not get the placement points, but at least we know that they will get the kills. So whenever they then struggle to get what they usually kind of keeps them in the race, even on the bad days, that's where things start to get dangerous. A team that's not struggling on kills is FaZe Gustav, able to get 12 of them up until this point. They FaZe have been, I mean, again, going for early aggression, try and catch teams off guard, try and pull up on rosters that aren't quite ready for it. And with the circle coming to them, obviously they won't have to really go anywhere. It's just going to be a matter of how do you position in a circle like this. Gustav is taking farm all by himself. James still down by Sharkfin. The remaining 2 players over towards Milter. Oh, hold that thought.
Okay,
is it
happening?
I guess it is. I said I wanted them to stumble. Thank you, Fairy Tale, for making it happen.
For example, just lurking, holding the back line. Not quite involved in this full send breach. There was Panzerfaust involved that once again went unblasted. Fairy Tale managing to actually get the better of Twisted Minds. Maybe, just maybe, they're at a point where they feel comfortable enough to start taking some risks, start pushing their luck a little bit, and Fairy Tale just here to humble the people in first place for a little while longer.
Like to see it. Keep it close. Keep the race for first all the way to the finals. As now, Example trying to leave, but he's soon going to run into Eternal Fire. The thing is, Eternal Fire and Virtus Pro actually sat right next to each other up on the dirt road, so could potentially be a fight for him to avoid, and it seems like that's what he's going to do.
Eternal Fire avoiding fights in the early game could be a change of pace for them so far. They managed to... Well, to be fair, they didn't really get a chance to fight back in the previous game. They sort of just sent and then died at the hands of Twisted Minds. But now, Twisted Minds is out of the lobby, so maybe they're going to have a bit of a chance to make a send somewhere and get away with it. Foot Esports fell to the exact same fate, trying to send it into school and got blown up to pieces by Twisted Minds. And so with them gone, opportunities for everyone else in the lobby start to arise, but it's not going to be enough to stop Eternal Fire from fighting in phase number 1.
Let's see, Lucarux dropping a nade on over. Will actually find Ruin with it. Good throw on that one, as they have good info on where the Eternal Fire players are. Issue is they too know where VP is positioned, and Quedpump will find EB behind that rock. They have managed to deploy a smoke, but no, it's not going to be fast enough. EB will fall at the 6-minute mark. Yet again, a early game with casualties on the side of Virtus Pro, as now the rest of Eternal Fire come up here to try and fortify.
This area is so difficult to control. Comes down a lot to individual fights and aim. Lucarux trying to grab a little bit of loot off Ibby's body, probably looking for a smoke to try and cover his retreat. Hopefully he managed to get one, but the fact he's running back with a Molotov in hand maybe says he wasn't able to. But a quick reposition from Beamy actually prevents Code Marco from getting over and grabbing the revive onto Ruin, forces him off. So this fight still doesn't seem to be done yet, and now Last Day are pulling up on the east as well, hearing these shots.
I was going to say VP is just begging to get third-partied here. Stardust is on the backside of them. They know that the plane was north and that the circle is coming in south. It makes perfect sense what Stardust is doing. Medibay missing a few crucial shots there. Nixie's down to just one hit, but can't quite connect it. But for VP, I mean, I feel like once you get the first knock and you have a chance to back off, you leave instantly. But they stuck around. They wanted more of it. Now, well, they've gone full embracing of the chaos. Issue is now it's just Lucarux left alive, and yet another tricky one for VP, who I feel like they had a chance to get out of here, but they played, I suppose, played with confidence in the sense that no, we can take the fight to Eternal Fire, we can take him out. As we can see here, it was not to be. Eternal Fire able to keep all their players alive, so no points rewarded for the VP aggression early.
Perhaps not meeting Daddy Scoom's expectations this time around. Maybe he'll have to lay down the belt in the break time to get VP to wake up and start playing the game that we know they're capable of playing. They really showed it in PGS 4. PGS 3 was probably a little more of a performance reminiscent to this one. Lucarux this time is not going to be copying any zone feeds as a solo where he's currently headed, going back towards Yasnaya to do a little bit of extra looting, get some extra smoke, some extra meds, folded shields, and then try and find somewhere to find a shack and sit in it for the rest of the game by the looks of things.
Gonna e-pick up to Millie Island before we know it. Speaking of Millie Island, Ascent seems like they do not want to take part in the action happening on the north. They have upped its goal all the way south around. It's just Killikai missing on the south side rotation, and he should be able to group up with his teammates down there in just a moment. So whether or not they're eyeing for a Millie circle, that would of course be amazing should they get one. But even if not, being on the southern side at this point in the game should make for a guaranteed south side rotation. I don't think anyone's going to expect there to be teams still on Millie, as we now look at him, and who with this HP is practically forced to pull up on this fight.
I feel like if he did not have an M4, that might have been game over. That was way too many, like, 11s and 12s in the damage that Himan was taking. But once again, Crossberg finds himself in a compound being pulled up on all by himself. Himan, oh, he tagged Nelkop down so much. All it takes is one tag from Marsalek. And now the attempt at a re-breach from Sarbos.
How did Marsalek do 3 damage to Nelkop? I'm not quite sure. But he found the knock nonetheless.
He had left.
Just a little nail polish was all was needed in order for him to be taken down as first now. I mean, they want to take out Crossberg. This is a pretty decent compound on the north side of this circle. But they have Primal in the nearby vicinity, who's already stolen a point. So could potentially come with a bit of danger trying to fully pull up on this.
Really well-placed utility from Sakura Zenson from outside the wall. Will ignore the nade that went a little bit wide of the window, but the blue zone grenade and the grenade to punish as he tried to lurk inside with the jammer pack. Really well played. They're going to still expend a little more utility, not knowing entirely that this is only a single player with presence in this compound for Stardust, but they'll clear up the compound, and they're going to have to leave it anyway and go through Primal as the zone has shifted again centrally. Does mean that Ascend are going to have to make a cross over the river.
Yep, face on the southern side, waiting this one out. BBL taking, I was going to say going back to the Snake compound where they were earlier. Example still sat on the northern side, but Face getting a knock here. That means they're going to pull up on it. Or are they? No. They see 2 vehicles coming in to fortify. They instantly think better of it and leave smart. Disengaged there by Face. I like the idea. Go up, see if you can make it happen, and then when they see the cars and they call the retreat, that's a good read.
I like to see it. BBL playing with Cognizance this time around, playing the defensive positions towards the center, the southern side of the Snake compound. T-Bone now popping back up to finish what VP almost started as Last Day came looking for an attempt at a third party, popping every tire in sight, but not quite getting the flush. Kind of blending in with the bike, but no real covering support from Last Day, so T-Bone can just get that flush, even if he takes 10 seconds to do so, and get away with it, but Pixel and the glider looked like he was coming in for a dive bombing run. But eyes in the sky for FUT Esports.
Yeah, trying to maintain control here, running low on gas, but should be all right. Again, I mean, as long as they can lock down their side of the circle, they should be good. It's, I think, important here for Pixel that he spots Sakura Sanson up on the hill on the left side. That would be crucial info to feed across. In the meantime, Na'Vi, who usually are the ones to be bridge camped, have become the campers, as they're set over here towards the eastern side. Ascent just making shoreline. Now Chris has gone down as CC punches Sheila.
Repositioning.
Repositioning. Yeah, DCing teammates. We saw it with Brexco in the previous game as well, that he disconnected and drowned because of it, of course. So if you knock him and pick him up, that's a good counter to that. Issue is, of course, FaZe is aware that it's BBL over there. Now there's a second knock because of this. If they read that the knock is due to a DC, then they pull up on a 4v2. Could be worthwhile for them, but we'll have to wait and see.
Eternal Fire have also made an entrance into the mansion just to the northern side of where BBL is currently holding south side of Snake. So they should be able to grab the revives. Na'Vi going to disengage, leave Ascend alone for the time being. They take the one knock and manage to get the revive and replenish the hit points. Entropic is set up almost a defensive line all the way from Sharkfin up to Farm. So both of these teams who are going to be coming in from the southeast will likely have to wrap around in towards FUT Esports or make some sort of send through the middle, or the alternative is they pressure Entropic and force a fight for one of these 4 positions currently being held down that could all have some impact in the endgame.
Not a whole lot of land available in the circle center. It's already been claimed. Example is doing what he can, I would imagine, to, for now, remain as small as possible. But should the circle center up once more, he should be out there shooting through all the windows, preferably at the same time, to dissuade anyone from going to that center building. Circle will go towards the east, so Farm, and then around the middle, and Entropic in a 4-way split, which they have to group up on now.
Yeah, a 2-2 you could get away with, but certainly not a 4-way 1-1-1-1 split, and Dedrix might have left it a little too late to disappear out of this, unless he gets that opening knock on Soset. He did not. His compound has been breached. Na'Vi has presence here now. Might just have a couple of seconds to try and fall away, but there will be some shots in his direction, maybe even from last day, but no. Puts a ridge in between him and the targets, and they will manage to group up into a 2-2 split.
I like the readjustment. Deadrick's disengaging, but Grenny's not opting to go for the twin compound that his teammate is in, but just swing further towards the east. Take this south side of farm as well. Very heads-up play on the side of Entropic. I thought for a second, as you were saying too, wait, he's allowing Na'Vi in. This is going to be dangerous as a buggy comes spinning down the hill. I think that was a very nice readjustment on the side of Entropic. Kind of a quick second decision, and it's paid off for them. Nice 2-2 they have now, but the entire south side, because Entropic is grouped up, is completely open, and the issue is that it's up on the northern side. It's Primal not in yet. It's Foot, I mean, obviously trying to make sure they have control of the hillside. It's them who need the space effectively.
Virtus Pro update. Lucarux is still alive, tanking the blue zone to the western side of the road by Heaven. He's got quite some distance to go to get into the zone, but a lot of teams seem to have left vacant space up on the North Ridge.
Yeah.
And maybe Foot Esports or Primal could fall victim to a stab in the back if he's able to make his way into the blue zone with enough hit points to make some sort of impact, while everyone else has sent it down from the ridge and found shacks or wizard towers and really nothing else to try and play. We have currently 3 teams that are all bundled up within buildings that's barely big enough for a single player. So Sakura, Zenson, Stardust, and Last Day huddled together for warmth, safety, and protection, but vulnerable if anyone can get within grenade range.
Definitely could be. I love how BB team has been able to just kind of sweep underneath all of the teams up on the western side. They've been able to four-way split the shoreline, effectively take control of some of that Entropic split earlier and sit down on the southern side of FaZe as well. So now split somewhat thin, but coming in late to the circle, they'll have a good chance of scouting their way further forward as Vard continues to try and suppress towards Sakura Sands, and they know that there's only so many places they can be down there, and the vehicle front alongside a rock is granting them just the cover they need from these bullets from Vard. But again, one mortar shot here would be death.
Someone has to find a mortar at some point. Surely Na'Vi could find one in farm. You can definitely adjust accordingly.
Enough players can see smoke in this area to think, you know what? If there's smokes there, usually there's players lying around too. Send one shot over, see what you can make of it as the circle swings east again.
So this vehicle fort and the solo folded shield that Sakura Zenson have brought along for a little bit of additional safety remains in play. Zone shifting over just towards the western side of farm will be the center of our Phase 4 shift. FaZe Clan on an early move, looking to try and find any sort of foothold into this zone. They found a 2-2 split from Ascend, and they're going straight in.
They're pulling up on this, and makes sense, because, I mean, they call the split pretty nicely. The issue is Ascent very quick to readjust, to reposition. Kilyakai will find Vex. Brexcon has gone down, but that's to the hands of Hawkey. Now Gustav finds James, as falls down himself. FaZe in a lot of trouble here, as kills go both ways. This should, I mean, effectively be a very easy cleanup duty for anyone else wanting to go, and here comes BB Team doing exactly that.
And the angle that Entropic have from their 2-2 split gives Hawkey the perfect opportunity to fire a couple of bolty shots in there, pick up a couple of points. Around the side will go Bestaloch.
Wow.
Dodging out from that blue zone grenade, and the blue zone grenade gets Chris down. Pains just about dodges out inside of the little single, but 2 further grenades in towards him and a Molotov that he stepped into. Oh, this is not going to go well for Ascend. Oh, he dodged out just in time.
Able to stay alive with just 3 HP. We'll see if he stays a count or if he can continue the journey here. Nope, not to be. Phil first, and BB Team come in and clean up. Just one FaZe member left is Correxy. As again, I mean, BB Team really nice rotation around the southern side here, and again splitting out as widely as they did, giving them good info on what's happening around them. And this fight was just, I mean, just a blessing. I mean, a gift, a present waiting to be unwrapped. And here they come. It sure is. This one comes with a bite. Correxy able to fight one, and Hawkey instantly there to flush.
Hands over yet another point to Entropic. That's usually how things have gone for BB teams so far. They're patient, they're disciplined, they wait for their opportunity, and when it arises, they are decisive. They push in as a four-man, clean up both of the remaining teams. Spyro gets just a little bit too far ahead of the squad and exposed to the angle of Entropic on the north to hand over the flush, but still claiming this position as a three-man, clearing up two big names in terms of competition for possible PGS spots if they are to make the top two as well. And now regaining their lead in first place in the overall standings as well.
Twisted out early again, like the idea there, but Fairy Tail not quite able to hit that Panzer shot. His Brightside now still trying to dissuade his opponents, getting a little bit of help from the sides. And Primal up top. Primal has multiple targets to look at though, and also gotta worry about their own position as that nade comes over, secures two, but still got one more player in the other side. Rocks trying to fend off, but now the blue closing in as well. This is looking close to impossible.
Ruin just saw that that was Eternal Fire that got that flush. He wants to, Brightside wants to push out and steal that point away for himself. He's trying to just put some bullets into the smoke, looking for the flush, but he can't find it. Exposes himself a little too much. And, well, with brightly bleached hair like that, it's difficult to go unnoticed. As you also hopefully noticed that we have a code on the screen.
It's Kate.
And you don't have to be called Kate to claim it, but you do have to be one of the first 50 to pop that in game. So go fast.
It's Kate 4G. I don't know her, but she sounds cool. So
Blue zones herself in the grand finals of Counter-Strike tournaments. That's crazy.
Oh yeah, that's what happens. That's what happens. Na'Vi blessed with yet another circle shift. They'll sit tight here and farm, and I guess just wait for teams to come towards them. This circle very reminiscent of the previous one. Only difference being that the prior locations are on the center or in the center of the circle and not towards the far east, as we saw with Twisted Minds in that last game. Foot though have come in from that eastern side, taking their piece of farm as well.
Can't wait to peek the statistics for Lookaruks in this game in terms of blue zone damage received, heals used, boosts used. It's going to be a lot. And unfortunately, Primal won't get any further in this game. Sakura Zenson holding down their little field position as all of the teams who could have threatened them from up the hill have now fallen. Fairy Tail trying to make some sort of play somewhere. The vehicle's about to explode. Anybody would go down with it? Surely no. Seconds after Bombilova. Got him.
You know what he saw? He thought it was on him to bring some cover to the center of this map, and I like it. Since we don't have emergency cover to fall out of the sky on a wrangle like we do over in Rondo, this is the second best thing, I suppose. Medibay, in the meantime, also trying to make an open run, going, guys, this area has been in the game for so long, can we please just add some trees, some dips, something more, so we can play it on foot? And, well, it's not going to come today, my friend. So Medibay, you're going to continue to be in trouble for a while longer.
Well, come on, it is a farm. There's got to be flat, open fields for them to do the farming. Think of the lore, Toby. Come on, come on, Metabay. Right, don't be selfish. Lore. Think of the lore of the game. Well, Eternal Fire, within grenade range of BBL, again, it seems to happen so often. But they've managed to get themselves a dip, and it's quite difficult for BBL to push out onto this. Entropic did regroup their split. Mortars to Sakura Zenson, finally! Not even close, though. Need to go way further than that, even further than the second. Hopefully they've got a couple more to try and lock this in. This is just all over the place.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting. I think... wait, is it Metabay, or is it last day? I'm not sure. It makes sense that it would be last day just because they haven't been able to play outside the buildings before now. But you would really have one of those shots to come in earlier if you were to connect towards Sakura Sanson. Not often that a team is allowed to stay alive in that position for as long as Sakura Sanson has been. But again, I mean, convenient. The fact that no one were able to really use mortars against them earlier, because that would have been them dead very early.
Only hope they've got a couple more. Expended all of their ordnance without really range finding on the first attempt.
Yeah.
So all of it fell short, but Fuzzface tries to dash over to try and grab hold of Marsalek and falls victim to a Diffix spam with the DMRs. And Marsalek sits there, watches his teammate get flushed, and can only apologize for making him cross in the open to go for the res.
I can just hear the safe rest, bro. Safe rest. No, not like that. Not that kind of. Yeah, I don't know. There's. You feel like you reach a point where comms get so unique that you can kind of hear the comms or just imagine them when you watch what's happening before you. In the meantime, now BBL, they've been on the western side for quite a while, but now forced to make their moves. In trouble, and Marco is not going to make that any easier. Finds the double, BBL down and out, as we now make our way into placement points.
A big pickup for Eternal Fire. They had the numbers disadvantage. BBL sent it into their dip to try and commit to the fight. Code Marco sprays down 2 grenades out the third, and a little bit of assistance from a doozy from long range to take out the 4th and final member of BBL. Eternal Fire need those points pretty desperately, but from here it's going to be pretty difficult to stack up anything more. His only real play is to take one of those low HP vehicles and just hope that he can find some way to get into the south side of farm, where Entropic will be watching with 4 eyes on his position.
And BB team chilling, at least for now. They will be able to sit up on the ridge line inside the next circle, but as you can see, Entropic shooting towards them. It's unless if they get the southeast hard shifts of southeast hard shifts, then there's a good chance that they will have to full speed send it somewhere, most likely to their downfall. But then again, we are talking about a first place team who are looking to try and extend their lead. Almost double the points of third place as it stands right now. These teams really need to try and take out BB team in order to not be fighting for just one spot. Dedrix, okay. That was...
That's a man who has no helmet.
That was a tap.
Hey man, does manage to get Diffix down just before he's taken out by Faorist, but there's no one really in a position to capitalize on that play. Last day, maybe if they had a vehicle, might have considered it had they not just been one-tapped by Dedrix. Grendis pushing out with a Panzerfaust looking for an angle. I mean, you just heard the big fight between Eternal Fire and BBL on that side of the zone, so maybe pause until he's dealt with first. But Phase 7 might just force the issue regardless.
It's just the fear factor. Anyone looking at that compound, seeing Grandis with a Panzer in hand now is going to go, yep, you know what, that's not where we're going to pull up. But joke's on them, because that's now one of the, I guess technically the other compounds inside the circle as well. But Entropic has the circle dead center. Exactly what they want. Didn't have to rotate much to earn it. But again, I mean, smart on their early game rotations to claim this position. They knew the value of it. They knew that Na'Vi was going to full speed send it towards the top side. They claimed the south, and now they get to reap the rewards.
A tactically placed rock for Molodosh to push forward, breaking the line of sight against the hold of Entropic, and with a convenient ridge to block Na'Vi as well. They want this kill onto Code Marco. That would earn them 2 points, 1 for the kill, 1 for the placement that would come with it. And that, honestly, might be the best result that Last Day could hope for at this time, unless they can outlast BB Team. They've mounted up into their vehicles, they've got smokes, and they've got a decision to make on where they're heading.
Well, here they come. Smokes deployed. There's a rock there. Let's see if they opt to stop at that. Nope, not quite to be. They'll continue their journey further towards the west. They want to remain just outside of the 8 range, but now, or right now I should say, it's not quite the case. Greenwich does opt to use his Panzerfaust, doesn't find anything with it though.
Still got 3 grenades. It's a speculative Panzerfaust, but if it landed, it would have been a big payoff. These grenades, long range, it's surely not going to reach.
I like the attempt, though. It's the kid coming out and saying, Dad, I can throw rocks in the water further than you. And then he goes, eh. And then it's not quite there.
Code Marco just about hovering behind this ridge. He's not going to give this point up to Last Day if he can help it, but he's going to last as long as possible to make it annoying for them. They have managed to creep their way forwards up to the tower with at least 2/3 of their number, so Molodosh was the last man holding the back line. He's going to have to make the run all by himself, getting tagged down left and right as he does, but he will make it to at least some form of safety.
Dedrix able to find Bumble, instantly to be met by a Dragunov to the dome from Hagatori though. Dangerous to be peeking out these windows right now, especially with Na'Vi not really being contested. Everyone's obviously waiting for that final circle shift to decide whether or not they will have to leave their compounds or not. Foot hoping it goes east, Na'Vi towards the north. I mean, you can kind of dial it out. It's going to go center again, though. We are ending effectively just on the northeastern edge of the Entropic compound. Oh my lord.
Triple nade.
Yeah,
that'll do it.
That's death. But Jenny with the
got
vehicle
there?
explosion got the ball.
Did he throw it as well?
Okay, that's a lot of util commitment. Now, yeah, a little excessive maybe on the side of Na'Vi. They really wanted those points, but not quite to be. As they now have to make their move. The circle is literally just exactly outside their wall. As BB team also a team to have to move on forward. It's really just Entropic that gets to stay inside their compound now. How are we doing, boys?
Flip the coin
chilling
on whether to hold the north or the south of farm, and it turns out the south may just pay off that little bit extra for Entropic, but Na'Vi won't be all too upset with their heist taking away the northern side of farm. They've managed to get a good few points on the teams coming in from the north, but now they are going to have to make a move. It's really between them and Foot Esports to see who moves first, and you don't want to be the team that moves first in a position like this.
Exactly. Foot, just 2 kills this game. It hasn't been much of a shooting game for them. It's been more rotational, positional, as they came in on the eastern side, we saw earlier. So try to fall. I mean, they managed to fend off or force off a lot of teams from that east side, which kind of just threw all those teams into the chaos as the circles kept coming towards the east. And now Foot gets to sit with 4 alive, barely damaged, I would imagine, here in the end game.
A wall of smokes for BB team, trying to creep their way forwards into range to get this lethal utility out, just speculatively tossing them around. That almost went through the window onto Grandis. That would have been beautifully placed, but not quite. And now Foot Esports are struggling to creep their way forwards. They're just getting absolutely nowhere, but a doozy's been tagged down from Hakatori. That might make their sneaky snaking that little bit easier.
Buy yourself some more time, help them isolate the angles, and there's the help they needed. BB team taken out by Entropic, who's now sat at 6 kills as well. They too have been able to chill for a bit in the compound, and now Na'Vi engaging in all thrusters. Issues the damage is going right back towards him. Fair is down, so's it down. There falls Hakatori as well. Now it's just 4v4 between Foot and Entropic.
While Entropic is grabbing the revive on the back line, Foot is just going to try and close the gap, but Grandis is pushed out into the wide open, and Gianni on the roof. Wow. Picked apart in seconds as Foot committed to make that cross. A gap in the smoke, perfectly exploited by Grandis, and Entropic with a big, big win.
You saw Janice there jumping out of the chair going, let's go, as well. Huge win for Entropic. Nice momentum gain for them. Again, it could have been a 3-kill third place. That's a 6-point game, and when you've put in that much effort to try and fend off against teams, getting the win here and close to double-digit kills as well, that is usual. Actually getting double-digit kills, I believe, as well in a match like this is impressive. They knew exactly what what Foot had for options in that last push, and they set up perfectly to try and to take him down, successfully doing so too.
Yeah, it was a wall of smokes, a hope, a dream, and an off angle breaks it all down that quickly.
Definitely does. That's the last era angle for the day. Now let's hop back to the desk and let them break down all the action we just witnessed there.
A tough one on the approach to farm for all of these teams, but Entropic is able to hold it on down in the south against Na'Vi and Foot and shut these teams away. We've got ourselves a win for the boys in green, and on the desk we've got Avenger and Mark Powers to talk about it. Avenger, it was Entropic sitting good and being able to round it out.
Yeah, impressed with them being able to come late off the military island and then actually get into a really good position here, stay alive. Really good utility usage, and also they had so many angles and so many kind of covers that they're able to hold down this one. Obviously great here. Many teams managed to get in there. We see another situation where we get BB team in some points as well. But yeah, Entropic 10 points for the win and 10 points for the kill.
A sort of a good job that Entropic did get this compound with the 20 points going their way, because if they hadn't got there, BB team was basically eyeing up this position as well. Yeah. Which would have made them run away with it even more. But anyway, yeah, 20 points go their way. Na'Vi with a cool 13 here, Mark. Also kind of in the other part of farm, so they were trying to hold down the bastion that fought.
Yeah, a few teams obviously stuck in. And I was kind of praying for that zone to come back. Foot Esports, for me, good one showing for them. I think a big change, but I'd say, yeah, that game would have been huge for Entropic. It is. They came into that on 12th place. Doubled up, 6 for them now, 47 points. Entropic, even Foot Esports, again, looking strong. That was a good second game for day number 2.
Yes, it was. Nice for Entropic to be able to jump up to that 6th place, as we're mentioning. But 100 points in 8 games for BB Team, Martin.
Triple digits for the boys. That's crazy. Also, from 12th place, 39 points, up to 4th, guys, only 9 points difference. It is insanely close. So also with a decent game here from Na'Vi, they take away that 8th spot here, tied with Foot now. Everything is just still so close. And Stardust, a little bit slow start for the day here. Only 6 points so far in 2 games. They gotta keep the gas here. They gotta make sure, otherwise they're gonna get caught up. And as I said before, that target on their back is just gonna get bigger and bigger, because everyone else that realizes, okay, our ticket to PGS, potentially PTC, is to make sure that we take Stardust down here. So they gotta make sure they don't run into BB Team or even Twisted Minds at this point.
Yeah, only 6 points in these first 2 games for Stardust. They started with 51 points, so that's those kinds of numbers aren't going to cut it, Mark, if you want to keep holding on to that 3rd place with these Wolves at your door.
No, I think that mid-pack is, Martin saying, everyone's chasing now for Stardust. It is going to be a fight. The BB Team, GG's, they're resetting every single game. They're at 100 points. They're going to run away. Twisted Minds fell a little bit early that game as well. I think people were reading the kill feed going, okay, there's one of the big boys out. There's some more points on the board. Entropic obviously claimed it. Stardust, they got to get the mentality. They can't be looking back, I feel. They've got to now go, okay, we've got to try and chase down Twisted Minds. We've got to try and chase down BB Team. How do we do that? I feel they're in a position, they're actually focusing maybe on the teams that are hunting them down, maybe trying to claim the spot.
Yeah, suddenly a pressure that maybe they didn't even anticipate was going to be on them at the beginning of the tournament. Because obviously everybody's like, oh yeah, well, let's win the tournament. And now suddenly 2 teams have said, maybe not a chance. And then having this barrier position suddenly appear and Stardust is holding on to it, that might make them trip up a little bit, Martin. It might be difficult to hold.
Yeah, it's rough, honestly. Yeah, there's, these 10, 12 teams that are looking at them saying, okay, there's meat on the table, boys. Let's feast on them, because you gotta be aware of that. Because if you let them run away with it, soon, of course, we're gonna be halfway done. But still, the potential cutoff for that top 3 to go to PGS now that Twisted Minds is in there is gonna be that 140, 150 points mark. And if you keep these other teams off it, and BB Team and Twisted Minds cut that off, then yeah, they're gonna run away with it.
Well, we're going to descend into the dungeon of Mark Powers now here to take a look at our team for the 2nd game. It's going to be Ascend. Let's do it.
Well, that's consistency. I can say 15th spot. Every team we seem to be picking up on the team focus is getting 15th, everyone. Guess in chat who we've got for game number 3, because that'd be falling down. So I'm confused. There are some really good takeaways though from Ascend. We know they're like a team that like to play edge. They obviously dropped for Remorse. They wrapped their way in. They never look on that top, but they went for the military. They'll understand that Entropic were here and would have played over. They took their time. No, they did come across Grandiz, and yes, he did get a knock, but Entropic obviously at this point, they already had a foothold in farm, and it was like, hey, you're not staying there. I've already got a knock. Come help me. No, you're coming to farm and holding out. They obviously clashed with Na'Vi as well. Ascend Store hold the outside edge. Kind of that default play style that we see from them out at the moment. But as they get close, unfortunately, the zone gets a bit tighter. And actually, Martin, we see such a good crash though coming. Well, a double crash, we say. FaZe come hitting pretty hard, followed up by BB Team. Ascend were just in a descending sandwich, and it wasn't really much more they could hold on to.
Nah, it's just super rough. When we have a full 4-man pull up here versus 2, and then a 3rd party for BB Team, it makes it extremely rough for these guys. Obviously, Killikai managed to maximize points here and there. Yeah. And then that's really the important one, James. Like, honestly, those 1, 2, 3 points in the bad games could make a huge difference if you also put on your 15, 20 plus points games too.
Kind of grim considering where the game ended. They were just a leapfrogs away from where they could have potentially got themselves some big points from a game like this. But when you're going up against FaZe, when you're going up against guys like Phil First, who is a prodigy of the game, it is tough to be able to make it out alive. But anyway, you guys over in the Twitch chat as well, make sure to follow the Twitch, because you can grab yourself some cool little new emotes that are available to you. And those will be credited to you as soon as you're basically following the channel. So awesome stuff. You can spam those to your heart's content. I did see that some people have got banned for that. That's fantastic, for spamming that. No, I'm just joking. Nobody got banned. And then also, you guys as well at home can participate yourselves, because we currently have an MS Paint tournament. No, it's not a tournament. It's a competition. We're going to pit you against each other, and we'll whittle it down to the... No. So the top 5, if you go and draw something PUBG related and MS Paint, will be picked, and then you can get yourself potentially 5,000 G-Coin, Martin. You can buy a whole lot of everything with 5,000 G-Coin.
Yeah, I wish I could buy some more schematics, guys. I need to get some more guns to that kill feed level.
Trying to think which I'm closest. I'm leveling the M24 at the moment, so that's yeah. Obviously,
the unicorn one or?
No. I know people like the unicorn one. The other one, the fancy red one that I got the chroma skin. Anyway, never mind. That's another topic for another day. It is time to go to a break. When we return, we have more on the way. It's the wild card maps. We are heading to Tago right after this.
World updates to Tago, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new survivor pass. All this and more as we dive into the update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Tago. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well, based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new survivor pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new survivor pass, and hot drop back into Tago. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
I'm nading.
He's putting on the coop. Can you mark the coop? Green.
I naded it. In this,
I think I cleared the car, Green. I think I cleared the car above me.
Let's go. Need to check.
I'm gonna get knocked. I need to heal. Don't get knocked.
I need to...
Kill this guy in green also.
Oh, we can't.
Two guys on the bike. Low.
Knock one.
From the bike.
Yes,
It's the same
from the
team
bike.
then. It's the same team in green then. Mol.
Okay.
It's only one, I think. It's only one.
Yeah, probably.
Hide the cars. They stole my kill, by the way. Yeah, it's only one.
People, bike on you, Hill.
Have we checked new compound?
Yeah, I'm gonna. I will just like.
He didn't leave yet. It's two cars. It's Stacia and Coop. It might be a different team.
On my left side.
I don't have my glare. Give me 20 seconds.
Last three active. They're killing EF.
One guy inside blue.
I'm holding below you.
Getting to buy some.
Driving where?
They're gonna send it as well. They're gonna send it.
First UAZ's 3 times hit. Buggy coming last. Shoot the buggy on me.
I have no angle.
We need a UAZ on that.
Shack, but he took it.
Play on us. It's playable on us. No, it's good. It's good. It's good.
It's okay.
Just play
It's okay.
good.
Let's put
We
the
can do
cars
it.
good.
Vakatori. Roll back. We're good.
What ones?
Shield.
Yeah, I
You
don't
need
have
nades?
anything like that.
I have Nate. I
Let's
have
peek
one
after
Nate.
right. They're driving into us. Headshot. Free car, free wheels. Just shoot the drive by guy. One more.
One knock.
Make sure to flash. Make sure to flash.
They got stolen.
They're coming for you. One more now. Just kill the last guy. Just kill him. Nice.
Hold that.
Nice. On the top of the hill. Top of the hill. He's tagged twice.
Crawling. I'm crawling to you now. The smoke is good actually.
It's not. It's not. They still have a gap. They still have a gap. Smoke in front of me towards the
BB1 now.
again.
Yeah.
Yeah, BB2 active. Now BB2 active.
So it's moving very soon.
We're headed on over to Tago, where fun will be had, and hopefully, I was gonna say less chaos, but I mean, it's been back-to-back open field endings. Is there anything but open field endings where we're going now, Saga?
Sometimes there is crates full of zombies, but not in esports, sadly. But you can still get jump scared just as much if Baron Peak just happens to be proning on a hill for 75 minutes before absolutely dumpstering you. But let's see whether or not that game plan comes to a head that we saw from a couple of our MEA representatives in yesterday's matches, because it turned out not to be all that profitable for them. But Virtus Pro was the team that swept in and claimed all the points that could have been theirs. And they need points pretty badly. Both games so far, they've gone down to a solo within phase 1. And so this time, they're going to be hoping to keep 4 players alive as long as they possibly can.
Definitely do, as we see a very straightforward north-south play here for this Tago match. No big trails of fire behind him, so everyone should be good. Back-to-back good games for BB Team as well. Twisted obviously crumbled there against Fairy Tail in the previous one, but BB Team, I mean, they're looking to play some of the best PUBG they've ever done.
It's pretty insane that a team that we go back a couple of years, they came out on top in PCS 7, and yet we can still like reasonably say that this is a more impressive performance from them so far. But it's not over yet. We still have slightly over half the games left to play, and if they can maintain that level, then we can absolutely say BB Team have been ridiculous this tournament. They have been so far, but there is still plenty of time for teams to try to pick them apart. It's going to be a difficult task, but someone's going to have to try and do it.
Would be something like a world first if they broke into 200 points in the finals. As the circle hard swings north, we haven't had a whole lot of action on the north side island, and when we have, it's been down and around Palace for the most part. So this one, interesting little change up of what we're used to seeing these days. Ascent will be happy with that shift going their way, and Foot, of course, as well. Very, very pleased to not have to go too far.
Yeah, it's nice when you're not having to not only travel all too far on a map like this, but also you're not going to have to try and pick one of the few bridges to try and get over. The bridges is a contentious point. Some teams love them, some teams hate them. Let's find out what Stardust's opinion is.
Taego'nun sevdiğim yanlarıyla başlayayım. Taego'nun sevdiğim yanları haritanın görünüş açısından çok iyi görünmesi. Uzak doğu temalı olması hoşuma gidiyor. Aynı zamanda e-spora yatkın olduğunu düşünüyorum haritanın. Çünkü oynanabilirlik açısından gayet Erenger ve Miramar'dan sonra en çok sevilen harita bana göre. O yüzden Taego'yu seviyorum. Sevmediğim yanları ise çok fazla engebenin olması ve çok fazla çamurluk alanı olması araçları sürmemizi zorluk yaratıyor. O yüzden de sıkıntı çekiyoruz. Ama yine de genel anlamda Taego'yu seviyorum yani.
Sevmediğim yanında Nail'in dediği gibi araçları çok fazla çamura saplattığımızda böyle yani araba direkt bozuluyor. Arabayı kaybı yaşıyoruz. Arabayı saklamaya zorlanıyoruz yani, öyle söyleyeyim. Onun haricinde başka bir sorun görmüyorum Taego'da.
I like the approach to this one. So what I like about Taego is, you know, the theming, kind of the color scheme. And here's everything I don't like about Taego.
I am, honestly, Toby, I am shocked that an MEA team is upset that it's quite difficult to drive in some areas of this map.
We can't even drive our cars at full speed at all times. We hate this map.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Upsetting, to say the least. Now, of course, we did hear them say some positive things. They do think overall the map is pretty good. And honestly, I mean, we know there's changes coming to the map. We're going to see them, I would imagine, come next tournaments as we come crawling out of the mouth of a T-Rex. Studio, for one, is an area that we see here, which we should enjoy for as long as it lasts, because it will, in fact, be gone real soon. And also, we are adding another bridge up to Shipyard, making it 100% possible for boats to try and make their way through there.
So what the observers have just done is made it so that if you want to enter this MS Paint competition, simply draw a dinosaur. It is still PUBG related. We have proof on the screen. You can clip it for evidence if you must. So feel free to draw a dinosaur and enter. You might win 5,000 G-Coin.
I think Dinoland has something to say about dinosaurs being relevant before today's broadcast in PUBG. But that's just me speculating, you know.
We don't play Vikendi anymore.
Throwing it out there, adding to the conversation. You know, can we get some dancing dinos in the chat just to remember our beloved Dinoland, which we hopefully will get to see at some point again, assuming Taego gets removed. But we'll see if Vikendi is a tale of the past, or if we'll get a second time around for that one, as Laza able to find Yanni. Yanni had a phenomenal game in the previous one, but this time around, rotations don't work the way they wanted to. Multiple players in trouble now, as Deadrix goes down to low HP as well.
And Tropic endangered of going extinct early on in this lobby, as Stardust have taken their vehicles from the fishing camp, made an early move, and Entropic not quite prepared, not quite ready for the aggression to come early over, as, I mean, there's no question whatsoever about whether or not this zone is going to the north or southern side of the river. This is a North Island zone, and Stardust making an early move to get there. Catches Entropic by surprise. Nope, stop it.
There is a little
Stop
tip down by where FaZe is, and it wouldn't be the first time we see one of these circles just hard yoink back in that direction. But let's see. Now you called it. You'll be the one to curse it if it does end up going the other way. Twisted Minds make their way into the eastern side of Yongchun. It's hot drop territory in ranked normal games, but they've claimed this for themselves after Foot opted to rotate out. VP is over towards the west, so they have a lot of teams in the nearby vicinity. And again, I mean, Twisted doing what Twisted likes to do, move somewhat closer, phase one, and then allow for teams to go past you and get info off of what they did, and then play it from there.
And Ketbert getting plenty of info as he cruises above the river in his glider, keeping a watchful eye out over the top for the rest of Eternal Fire to see whether or not anyone is lurking close to the cliffs that might be a threat for them. He's got the information on FaZe Clan on the opposite side of the river, who are yet to make their rotation. Might spot out Foot Esports, or at least their vehicles in the compound to their left, so they're going to stay well clear of that area. And for Eternal Fire, that extra little bit of safety might just give them a solid chance at getting a position in this zone, somewhere where they can play in from without having to sort of run out of options and try to make something work and try and force a play that's kind of a low percentage opportunity.
FaZe are eyeing to cross this bridge, and they're already getting shot at on approach. I'm surprised they're actually going through with it, because not only Twisted Minds are shooting at them now, are waiting, but Foot are over here as well. They do, of course, know that teams on the other side would usually be somewhat split, but still surprised to see them actually fully committing to it. Next team on that rotation path would be BB Team, our current first place team, who has crested into 100 points in 8 games. That is, I mean, unheard of in EMEA PUBG.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. I think so far the most impressive points total I've seen over a sort of longer form event is Teraton 5 picking up 555 points in a 50-game series in Thailand. But still, like, being able to get over 10 points per game that consistently over such a long form tournament is pretty impressive. And if BB Team are able to have that level of success here, then yeah, no one can really argue that they deserve their spot at PGS.
Exactly. Vard, some warning shots fired down towards FaZe, just to alert them to the fact that there are in fact opponents around here. Don't want to have to fight, because they are still split 2-2, and if FaZe do find the knock, send a couple players forward, and then the remaining two has to try and go through that open field. That is not a favorite rotation, I think, for Foot, so it makes sense that they would want to at least alert FaZe that there is in fact multiple teams around or multiple players around, and they should be very cautious before they make a play.
We would always advise to exercise caution before committing to a play, but not all of the teams would listen to us every time. BB Team, though, throw caution to the wind as they just send it over the bridge. That particular bridge on the western side of Yongchon has some painful memories attached to it for teams like VP, who at Global Series were on the receiving end of a Panzerfaust that wiped their entire squad. Thankfully, not the case this time around, and thankfully not for BB Team either, but it's dangerous terrain to have to try and make a cross, but they get away with it scot-free this time around.
Yep, able to get on over. Plenty of space towards that southwestern side of the circle. We'll see if they get the blessing of the next circle shift as Primal as well. I mean, still over on the eastern side alongside Sakura Sands, and they've called in an E pickup just in case we do end up going towards the west. But I still feel like, Saga, how fun would it be for us, not the players obviously, but we are here to entertain the viewers obviously. How fun would it be to have a double eastern hard shift? It will probably have to be triple, but still, or southeastern for that matter.
Unfortunately, that would make me a liar, and we can't have that. So no, we're going directly on top of Stardust at the top of the mountain, south of Army Base, and we're just going to have to like it, aren't we?
I don't believe. Oh my lord, I saw something. I didn't. Oh. I just saw on the minimap that the circles swung hard to the east, but it went out of screen. And here we are. We are going further east, I suppose, than you said, and further west than I did. So we'll go right in the middle. Ascent still somewhat center, but it's Fairy Tail Primal now on that E pickup. We'll see if they get to reap the rewards of committing to hopping on over and now sit in the very circle center.
Interesting that Entropic, being the Palace team, one of the few that have really solid priority to get into a good position on seeing how blatantly a Northern Island shift this would be, is now the furthest southwest team playing the hardest edge, even harder on the edge than BB team, which is rare. Sakura Zensen, the only team yet to find a way to cross the bridge onto the mainland, although Primal bypassed the bridges entirely with the emergency parachute, found themselves a little bit of cover to work with. No vehicles though, so when the zone does and eventually shift away from their position, they're going to have to go on foot unless they can pick somebody up and take a vehicle from them.
I'm a little surprised to see Sakura Sanson still sit here shooting. I would have thought that whenever they see the third team shooting at them from the other side, that they would just swing back and go hard west on their rotation, but not quite to be. Last day in the meantime, try to take out FaZe. No, I think Fix. Nope, did it DC? I'm not sure. He was stood incredibly still, though. There's a lot of people with connectivity issues today. It seems it's unlucky to have happened on a day like this. But at least for FaZe, they do manage to keep 2 players alive at least for now. Correct Seek, still on a slow rotation, will fall to Moldoc as well.
Yeah, Moldoc came flying in, got the trade onto Jeems and ran over Quizzy and flushed him while doing so. It has come down to a pretty tight engagement between Last Day and FaZe. Moldoc down to 6 HP. Gustav lands a big tag, but not enough damage to finish him off just yet. But this has opened the door for Sakura Zensen to get over the bridge. Both of the teams who potentially might have caused problems with them bridge camping. Marsalek cleans up the first, and now they see the smokes. They know that FaZe is lurking in that area. Fex is back up on his feet. Whether or not he's active as a participant in this fight yet remains to be seen.
Does deploy some cover. Gustav now with nades in hand. They need to disperse this Sakura Sanson push instantly in order to not get overrun by all of them. The issue is for Sakura Sanson, I suppose, it's just the 2 of them here. Marsalek has been found from elsewhere. We did talk about how they were getting shot at by multiple teams, but Foss and Himman have yet to even cross the bridge. So right now, it's just Mika here trying to now be the one to buy time for his team to arrive.
Like that from Gustav, the blue zone inside the building and the grenade out the back in case he tried to hop out the window and escape. But now the support has come through from Sakura Zensen. Out into the field. Oh, Fex around the side, fully blinded. Oh, it's Vard. It's Vard that got that knock onto Mika somehow.
I was gonna say that seemed more like a knife fight than a gunfight at one point there. But not quite to be. Foss gets to take down his former team. Somehow, Sakura Sanson gets to stay alive in that. They will get all 4 players, it seems like, back on their feet. Eternal Fire is still applying pressure from the east, but at least they've made landfall. And Primal, again, have set up an E pickup. I am interested in seeing whether they're planning on making use of it or not. But then again, of course, I mean, they don't have cars. So why not just only rotate with helicopters?
Well, theirs is going to arrive after the zone has shifted. Okay, there's your eastern shift. You can have that one. Yeah, Primal, maybe don't take the E pickup, or alternatively, do and go onto like a roof in shipyard or something.
I mean, one thing's for sure. They're, if they stay, which they most likely will, half the server is going to pull up on them. Because where else do you go here, chat? We're playing with less than half of Phase 3 available. Make that Phase 4 soon to be. I mean, there's only one place the circle can go, and that's right back to the only piece of land that we currently have. And Tropic is going to be the first movers on this one. And makes perfect sense that Primal are going to do everything they can to try and dislodge all these teams. Because if any one team gets to stay alive here for a little bit, more teams will follow.
Maybe it was just a new method of puffer fishing, just making sure that everyone knows that there's a team here and they don't have to expend any bullets to give audio cues to do it. They can just see, oh, there's a giant balloon there. Maybe let's avoid that. But Entropic didn't get the memo. They lose one on the way past, and fights now popping up all over the circle as everyone has to make a move into what is essentially just over a quarter of a Phase 4 zone with playable land, unless someone wants to hop in a boat and go and be weird out by the end of the pier or something. But Sakura's untouched on the east. Everyone else who's coming in from the western side is going to have a struggle fest.
Yep, one of the winners, I suppose, of this circle shift going out far towards the east. They can just kind of hawk the shoreline. Similarly to how BB team ended up in the top of the previous game. Going alongside the shoreline when everyone else was looking inward. It's working out for them, and Virtus Pro in the meantime trying to get the safety out. They have the entirety of Twisted Minds to deal with. Beamy knocked on a rock. Looking hard, if not impossible, to try and recover him.
Really difficult. Twisted Minds have to try and fight up this hill, and there's so many rocks, so many trees, so many angles that VP could be set up around. Thankfully for both of these teams, no one is pushing out to try and third party towards this. A couple of teams could, but they've prioritized maintaining their hold on their position. So a straight fight for Virtus Pro, who desperately need some points, in 15th place currently. And they have one of the most difficult competitions in the entire lobby to try and make that a reality.
Outnumbered here as well, but they do have the element of surprise in their favor. You need to hit some shots, though. EB didn't land a single one. Tough break. Tough break for VP. There was a chance for him to get maybe even a double there, but doesn't manage to connect. And now, I mean, Twisted, they do get two players knocked. One will get flushed, so points do go over to the side of Virtus Pro, but not in the fashion that they were hoping for.
And I don't think this fight's going to be fully concluded by the time both of these teams make it into the zone, because there's limited space between the teams that actually possess a hold in the zone itself. Nixie on the bike with the jammer pack keeping him at full HP. It's going to get him into somewhat of a valley for now, which should just about keep him in, as the Phase 4 shift has gone as far away from the water as possible. Not completely, and Anybody's gets completely domed as Hakatori just glides by the window and headshots him on the way past.
Dangerous to vault through windows when there are snakes right outside your window, or warehouse of the building, I should say. Navi have managed to push on through here towards Fairy Tail, and now back to look at Rooks we go. Finds one more for Twisted. Able to get Example down with him, so 2 down from Twisted thus far. Perfectix still alive in the backfield, in the blue.
Might just have to head over and see what he can do, try and grab a revive onto Nixie. Oh, Brightside should get this for free. He does. Doesn't even bother with ADSing. A hip fire around the side, Diffix removed, and Perfectix from way out into the blue zone finished off VP again. It's really not going well for that team right now.
Nope. Struggle bus for sure. They go from trouble to more trouble. We'll see if they can turn the tide, as this is our halfway point in the finals. What one team can do in the first half, you can do in the other. Gotta keep that mental straight. Still, though, for Fairy Tail, Navi players left to deal with. 2 of them behind these buildings.
Good nade into the smoke. Oh, that almost made it around the corner. Oh, it's millimeters around the wrong side of the corner. The second goes further, but Hakatori had the warning shot. He's hopped inside. Sauced fell back as well, so the secondary grenade would have been good, but slightly mistimed. Sprays around the side from Brightside, though.
I love the fact that, yes, shrapnel didn't hit him, but the wind blast itself from the explosion kind of tore his skull apart. So somehow, that's not painful at all. As now we see Fairy Tail try and continue this fight with Navi. Issue is now you have Levante from Gaming Gladiator showing presence in the north.
Perfectix still surviving out in the blue zone, by the way, down to the south. could possibly pop up down underneath this fight and try and steal away a point, but Sosed is going to try and finish the job before he gets the chance. Around the side, Zubila taken down. April has to try and get this smoke up quickly as Hakatori is pushing aggressively, and a nade over the top might just make it impossible.
Doesn't go for the rest anyway. Ops try and push further forward. Felt pressured by the utility used here on the side of Na'Vi. Bright side, I feel like you have to get out that building, have to try and show some sort of presence because your teammate needs to go for the rest, wants to go for the rest. But because they're playing so passive in this right now, Bright side is, I should say, that's allowing for Hakatori to do a full wrap on his opponents on this side.
Right side could just pop up on that ridge at the perfect time. He didn't quite spot April vaulting up over that wall. That would have been a big bit of information, but he's left Zubila behind. He gets caught out on the way around. Brightside does activate and take down Sosed. Hakatori flips on a dime, but he's only got 3 bullets left. Not enough to take down Brightside. Fairy Tail, it's costly, but they hold on to their compound for now.
Good little 180 swing there from Brightside, understanding that the pressure was coming through from both sides. Circle, centers up once more. Primal sat center alongside Ascent, the two teams who, well, not two teams who were up here early because it was just Ascent. Primal came through the air, but I feel like for Primal, they have done what they had to do. They have managed to maintain a buffer for themselves in this area of the map, because if you don't, well, you end up in a situation like what we're seeing here. Eternal Fire, Sakura Sanson fighting close quarters in the open.
Code Marco is holding the back line as BB team, hearing this engagement, start to make a move towards them. He's called in support from the Mad. He's heard the steps for sure, and he catches Spyro creeping around, catches Besto as well with a good peek over the box. And a doozy was not there to make it a 3-man trade. Code Marco gets the better of both.
Solid shots coming through, able to take down the double, using the element of surprise to full effect, and alleviating some of the pressure from his teammates. Matt will find the last with the P90 in hand, and that's BB team taken out. Twisted still has Perfectix alive, but I don't think he's long for a whole lot more of this world, as now the remaining 9 teams will do what they can to try and bridge the gap up to the first place 2 teams.
Twisted Minds 1 point away from 100 in the lobby, so if they can outlast him on here, then they'll make it so, and they do. Code Marco, actually the spray, it's pushed out alongside Ketper. It was just the Mad holding the back line. They've cleaned him up. Foot Esports was making a move down the hill as well to put some pressure on towards Sakura Zenton, but they've backed away now, opted to make a move over towards Primal as Stardust. It's a difficult push to make. Smokes to try and cut off some of the lines of sight, but with Chris on the roof and grenades in hand, Ascend look prepared.
Yeah, you would really want to have that shoreline be a bit steeper so you could try and wrap underneath, but not quite possible with where they're currently located. Ascend, still 0 kills. I mean, again, they haven't really had eyes on targets up until this point here, and even now they can barely even see what they're fighting, because they're sat behind the ridge lines on the other side, and Stardust, well, they will go down, became visible. 2 Gaming Gladiators. Dante wastes no time finding one. That's Stardust out in 8th. Pains will say thank you. A little receiving of 2 bullets to the head in return, as now Ascent maybe looking to figure out where do you go from here should the circle shift off of this compound.
Brex getting a little bit active as well. They know they've got the knock. He's trying to push forwards to get into a position where he can capitalize on that. The Mad almost threatened for a moment to go back to the north and put pressure onto Ascend from behind, but opted to go back, play with the team. This is a bit of a perspective nade into the smoke that almost caught out Rox as he fell back from the revive. About half of his hit points. Gaming Gladiators forced back, no revive onto Dante. But I'll tell you what you can have another code. Slap that in fast. 300 G-coin right there, ready for the taking. Go get it.
And it's gone. But for those of you guys who got it, congrats. Let us know in the chat what you're going to spend your 300 G-coin on. Is it going to, like Martin and James, do some schematic stuff? Or what are you in for? Let us know in the chat. As Gaming Gladiators try to maintain control issues. Now Brex and Kiliaka have made it across. They all know that they have to cross on over eventually. So nice by Ascent to be quick on this one, getting the first knock, and then allow for the push to come through.
Send a confident team, an experienced team, And Gaming Gladiators with a difficult position now that Ascend has managed to get over that road, get some presence on the ridge line, and they are well set to hold this team out. They did manage to get Levante back over to try and grab the revive onto Dante. Ascend never found him to flush him out. Maybe anticipated that they'd already got that revive, so didn't want to commit over into the rock, but it is a 4-man Gaming Gladiators as Perfectix falls in the blue zone.
Let's see, April tries to peek through the edge of the smoke. Does get eyes on Gaming Gladiators down below. Fairytale, just 2 players left alive. They've already tried to look the direction of Primal and are well aware that there's a full 4-man team up there waiting for them, so not too eager to go in that direction. Now, though, multiple teams have eyes on them, and okay, Kilyakai actually trying to help them out for a bit. Gaming Gladiators, that is, instantly to be shot in return.
It's a forced funnel from Ascend. There's no way directly into the zone for the Gaming Gladiators. They had to go that direction. Fortunately for them, Ascend did some of the work for them as well, getting some damage into the 2-man Fairy Tale. Gaming Gladiators will keep 4 players alive for now. Levante hopefully has a vehicle. Oh no, Daz has no idea what he's in for.
I mean, Foot, they've been chilling here for a while. 1 kill so far. They've been creeping up behind their opponents, and as you're saying, Primal not aware that there's a double deployable shield-covered duo set here, ready and waiting. Brex still trying to dislodge Gaming Gladiators on the northwestern side and continuously having to deploy util behind him to make sure that no one gets off angles. Again, I think had this been your typical Erangel like north side Millie Island finish, they wouldn't have used as many smokes as they do here. The issue is, as much as we've played Tego now, there are still angles that we just don't have as muscle memory locked in on, where you can be seen from Kilyakai. Goes active with the MK, finds the double. Now it's just Devante that's alive.
It's been a silly game when Kilyakai with 400 damage is the most damage dealt in the lobby as we enter the top 4, but my goodness, he added to that tally with those little taps with the MK12. Completely picking apart the Gaming Gladiators as they tried to make a move forward. Chris with the M249 in hand as well, so vehicles ain't gonna last too long. And finally, Foot Esports will spring the trap and sit down Novi.
And why we can't do anything but wonder, wait, how long have they been there for? Because we've been here for a while. Good thing is that they're sat in a dip, and that dip is very nadeable. Vard, meaning the full force of just that T-Bone, has to swing around the side, but he should be visible to opponents down below in just a short moment as well. Yogas, full level 3 gear, Groza in hand, spins around, finds T-Bone. It's actually going to be Daz to take him out, and now it's just 80 left alive on the side of Foot. So yes, they get the surprise. Yes, they get down 1, but Primal instantly turns the table to shut them down in return.
They've actually got angles as well as Ascend go to reposition to look to hold them out. They've still got a little bit of presence towards the northern side of the zone, aware that Eternal Fire might try to make a bit of a move along the roadside ridge, so they've kept half of their number to just keep an eye on that, make sure nothing is going on the northern side of the zone. But Killy and Brex getting up close. They want to try and wipe out Primal as they have to make a push down the hill through these smoke grenades.
Is this the comeback arc starting now for Primal? Again, that top 2 seems so incredibly hard, if not near impossible, to find when you've struggled so hard through the first day and a half. But who knows? Maybe this is the momentum they need to get going to make their way to the top. Issue is they cannot make their way through the wall that is Ascent. It's a difficult run out in the open, and as long as Eternal Fire doesn't do much to try and dislodge the south side position, the Ascent players, I feel like Primal, there's no way they get into the circle.
Jogas, Ghillie suit still spotted through the smokes. Brex tries to land a spray as he's just peeking left and right around the side. Can't quite get it though. Very, very low, and huge spray through the smoke. Daz tries to make a move forward. The blue zone forcing the issue. Killy is there lying in wait.
Yep. Flash is being deployed to try and not allow for him to get out, to try and allow for the remaining teammates to reposition. See Ascent peeking on further forward to try and take the fight to Eternal Fire, but here comes Eternal Fire. Quetba finds 1, instantly shut down on return though. Now it's just Ascent, the 3 of them, against the solo that is the match on the edge of blue. They know exactly where they have him, and I respect the fact that Brex disengages here. Yes, it's a 3v1, soon to be a 4v1, but it's not been the tournament that we've been wanting so far. Let's play it clean. Let's not take any risks.
Rex has been pivotal in that position for Ascend as they do pick up the win. He was playing the point man on the push up against Primal, having to swing around, use his smokes for cover, dip in and out of them on both sides to put some pressure on Primal, then turn back and assist the team as Kepler got into grenade range on the north. Played such a crucial role, but so impactful when he's able to do so.
And yet another case for a team with 0 kills coming into phase 6 to then go out double digits in the end of it. We've seen, I feel like, Ascent before have these positions in the mid to late game, and then when it does come to them having to leave those compounds, they get shut down and it ends up being what, like a 3-point game. This time around it wasn't to be. They took the fights game in Gladiators, nice swing across the road from Braxco and the boys, and then they come out and clean up effectively. Great game for the team. We'll see if they can use that to springboard them back into the top of the leaderboard as we hop back to the desk.
Thank you, boys. Yes, Ascend could have crawled to this location from where they dropped, but in the end, they were able to get themselves the victory on Tego. This was... I wasn't expecting this north shift for this circle in general, but Ascend was ready and waiting to be able to claim it. Joining me, Avenger, as well as Mark for this one. Avenger, this was good for Ascend. Thumbs up.
Yeah, means of transport from where they looted to the end of the location, jumping on their tongue has been the means of transport. Yeah, of course. They managed to get this one here, and especially if you're an edge looting team, looting basically the 4 corners of the world. And wait, the circle's going shipyard, but an army base. We're gonna have a priority for that. Unfortunately, Mark didn't pick it. He did not want to go Tego for their inside. Ascend here, 21 points, looking great. Primal also stepping up here for such a hard circle. Foot also had somewhat of a home kind of turf circle for this, looting in Yongchong, but they didn't make as much of it as I really hope for them.
Yeah, my favorite part about that you not picking them, Mark, was Avenger sabotaging you before the broadcast. That was great. That was enjoyable.
Oh, triple digits!
Terrible facts. It was really good. Actually, quickly talk about Primal. Primal, we're on 17 points coming to this stage. Just put 13 points on the board from one game. So is it a late comeback from the team? There's a lot to climb, but look, they're on 30 points at the moment. They need more good games. They need to ensure they get the win, but there's potential. But good game from Ascend. Yes, I was sabotaged by Martin. We could have had the player inside of holding the zone by crawling into it, but not this time.
Well, BB Team and Twisted Minds will continue to be the 2 bouncers at in the club, not letting anybody else in to now the 100-point club up towards the top. That's ridiculous, but here we are. And now Ascend jumps up to 3rd with that, Martin, with 62 points. So I had my theories as to how if they would be able to kind of follow up the group stage as well as they did. And so far, 62 points on the board for that 3rd place. That would be enough to be able to push them to PGS if they're able to hold on to it. That'd be exciting.
Yeah, we need more hard shift circles for the boys. We need more edge circles, more of these positions where they actually don't have to travel this far. I know they've been a team that for a very long time have been kind of applying this slow play strategy, but they are having so much success when they actually have a priority towards the circle. They're holding on to the correct compounds. Their approach towards the mid and late game is just really, really good because they have the time to. They don't have to spend the first, 6 to 8 minutes traveling to then scout for information, to then look at, okay, what compounds are available to us. So yeah, I'm really loving what I'm seeing here from Ascend.
Well, we broke the curse for today already, so great stuff. Only 3 games in. Mark, we're going to be looking at Foot this time, right?
Yeah, another team that actually didn't have that far to go, but did play their zone slightly different. So Esports obviously do drop this island. That is their normal drop, so I'll go for a bit of a spread. Now, the zone did shift back towards their way, and it was a different sort of dynamics for them. They went for a 2-2 split. They played on the east, and they was waiting for teams to come over. Now, Twisted Minds came close, and obviously we mentioned before, that's a team you kind of want to deny. Stop entry. They received a bit of damage. Pixel got caught a little bit. Obviously, the 2-2 split eventually then came to collapse. Now, it was the zone shifts that I really like what Foot Esports done. Obviously, they knew the teams were coming from the south. They knew there was going to be E pickups. They had to keep an eye on. They tried to pick as many points as they could from the action that we got to see from Fex and potentially DC and coming back for a full send on our Secure Sensing team. But it's this late game here, man. I really like. They went for a 3-1. Vard was obviously playing his way in. He was kind of scouting to see if the zone shifted and where could they go next. The zone did go for that crazy shift, right? But Foot Esports remained on the outside edge. They wanted to control, and this is where they started to pick up the kills.
Yeah, getting stolen here, Marsalik, though, from Das. And also, yeah, they managed to be that last team to come in from that southeastern side here. Primal pushing on, Vard absolutely destroying Noave in this situation here. But for me, I feel like losing a player this early for somewhat weak 2-2 split was not really worth it. I really want to see them play together as a full 4-man because we know what Foot can do if they get full 4 guys strong into that late game, James.
That is the kind of risk that Foot plays, though, right? Like, they do like to play spread, and in that case, yes, technically you're taking up a lot of room, but it does have some fragile moments about it, so you've definitely got to be careful as Foot. That being said, I think that they still have all the best prospects ever. Pixel, of course, joining this roster, I think has boundless potential, but I don't think he's quite activated just... Why am I analysing? I don't know. Anyway, let's talk about other things that's going on. I just went off on a Martin there for a second. I could have kept going for minutes. No. You guys at home over in Twitch, make sure to follow the Twitch and you can grab yourself some cool emotes. And over on Twitter as well for Clutch Group, you can check that out. We've got an MS Paint competition going on. All you have to do is draw something PUBG related in MS Paint, submit that to the Twitter, and you could potentially win yourself 5,000 G-Coin as well. But Mark, halfway through the day already, it's flown by here, and we're not seeing shake-ups in the top 2, but it's cool to see that third place now bouncing back and forth. Seemingly Stardust been knocked off of it here, and Ascender's staking their claim.
This is the story that's going to start coming in the second half right now. We've got the Rondo, we've got 3 more maps today. How many more teams are going to try and chase down that third? Yes, BB team, yes, Twisted Minds, they're on the 100-point club. Yes, they're mostly going to deny entry. It's going to be a private members only. But for now, everyone's looking for that third place. Who can hold on to the pressure? I think that's going to be the one to watch. Now we've got Ascend, Stardust dropped it, Navi's in the mix as well. There's a lot of teams that are lurking around to try and take this spot. And if they're not a global partner team, you've got to get on it and hold it.
Martin, would you like to send it to the break before this next very important match?
Yeah, but I also want to say 4 points only for FaZe Clan, dropped from 4th place to 11th. That's not good. It's time to get out your bongo. We're going to be playing Rondo, guys.
It's round 2 of the PUBG game show, and this is how it works. I'm going to ask our players who we've got with us to answer a bunch of questions, and if you get the question right, you get a point on the board. It's basically general PUBG knowledge. They claim that they're the smartest group right now. Fex and Fuzzface are both on 2 points. Ibiza is on 1, so let's find out if they can get some more points and show us how smart they are. Gents, question number 1. Which player had the most kills in the group stages of PEC 4?
Oh, I know Last Chance, actually.
I'm glad you know Last Chance, but there's no points for that. You can flex your big brain, but it's not going to get you a point.
That's a gamble then. All right, there's a handful of players.
It's rough. Ooh.
So the correct answer was in fact Phil first.
That's unfortunate.
Wah, wah, wah. There'll be a fun sound effect here. He actually got 20, I think it was 25 kills. Okay, awkward. So it's 0 points so far in stage number 2. I'm going to put a picture up on your screens right now. Tell me, what is this weapon called?
Oh. I hope we all get this one, otherwise it's really over.
We know this one.
I have no idea right now. I honestly don't know right now.
No.
Okay, well, Fex and Fuzzface got it correct. It is a sickle.
Oh yeah, sickle, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Maybe just need a little reminder.
My main language is not English, so hey.
Yeah. Same here.
Yeah, mine too.
None of us. Crazy.
Okay. In which country will PGC 2024 take place?
I don't even know.
Okay, so there we go. Ibiza, you actually got a point on the board. Your spelling is a bit questionable, but we're going to give it to you. Fex as well. The correct answer is, in fact, Malaysia. But Fuzzface is going to Korea. So there you go.
Big.
Next question. Which team won PGS 3?
Fex, you should know this at least.
I literally don't even know.
You were there. You were there.
I don't know the names of any tournament though. It's so over for me. Like this could have been literally yesterday or like 3 years ago, and I wouldn't know. Oh, I think I know who it is now. Maybe.
That's not right.
So Fix, after submitting the wrong answer, says he knows who it is. Who do you think it was supposed to be? Let's ignore your original answer and just
Was it Sonics?
No, it was Cerberus. So well done, Ibiza. You get a point. Final question in stage number 2 of the PUBG game show. I'm going to put a picture up on your screen right now. What word is pixelated in this picture?
Oh yeah.
Smartest group, right? Yeah, smartest group of players. Yeah.
What, you must have seen this picture before then, no?
I don't know. I'm just gambling. Project X or something. I don't know.
Some serious thoughts is going into this from Fix and Fuzzface.
Some real thinking.
Mad.
I trolled already.
What?
I trolled way too hard already. Oh my god.
It's literally like the cutscene when you open it. It's over. Oh, please. Wait.
Fix, you're going to have to write something, even if it's a random word.
Yeah, I got it.
You got it.
Okay, well, it's not zombies, but thank you for trying. It's phalanx. Phalanx. Helpful, I know. Okay, gents, the smartest group of players right here after round number 2. The total points currently stand as follows. Fuzzface and Ibiza are on 3 points. Fix, you are currently in the lead with 4 points, but we do still have one more stage to go.
I'm looking for you.
Go green for Rhino.
Pushing left side.
Tagged once.
Oh, he's pushing me, bro. Oh. One in my building, my building.
Oh, there.
He's inside. I'm gonna open it. Could be out.
I'm one. I'm not on you. One knocked.
He's not.
He's not.
You're open to the east side fully.
Okay, Twisted took out. Twisted took out.
One on the one store.
Wish you want.
No, you're on. I saw you. 1 HP, 1 HP bandit car in front of the car. One might be close, one might be close.
Nading.
Nade orange too.
One is on the UAZ. One is on the UAZ.
He's running in the smoke on the right, on the tree. Knocked left, knocked left.
On the tree on green.
Behind the tree, green.
Nading.
BB now too.
There was. He knocked on orange.
Knocked him.
On the right. Somewhere at 300.
Might have to kill this guy.
We've reached the halfway mark of the grand finals as we head on over to Rondo in just a second here. I'm Toby, joined by Saga, and Saga, finally a game where neither Twisted or BB team just runs away with it or even makes it into the top. Can we hope? Is there reason to hope that maybe that's going to repeat, or are we just going straight into Neox again?
No, would be my gut instinct answer. This is the outlier game where neither Twisted Minds or BB team did much, and that has not happened that frequently so far throughout this tournament. And if we think back to Rondo yesterday, yeah, Twisted Minds kind of just sat in place and walked away with like 30 points from that game. So maybe we'll see if Na'Vi is more willing to put up a fight in the actual hot drop this time around, on the off chance that they get the 9-zone hard feed this time.
Ooh, and a double plane to follow as well. Look at that variety. Maybe that's what's needed in order for other teams to try and come back in this one. I'm looking through the previous results here in the grand finals, and Twisted and BB team's worst combined game in terms of points were 9 points in the very first round, like first game of the grand finals. Ever since
Would you believe it?
Ever since that, it's almost been like 15 to 20 points every single game.
What are the odds, Toby? They were both on the same plane, so we get the hot drop regardless of having the double drop. It's kind of a risk, actually, for both of these teams, as they were on the plane that was much, much later to the Neox factory, but they've opted to go for it anyway. But look at how mixed up they are this time around. There's no separation, there's no split, there's no clean line. Twisted Minds is fully surrounded by Na'Vi.
Wait, so does Na'Vi stay this time, realizing that last time they left, they got 15th and Twisted won with 15 kills? Do they stay now? Do they now value it?
Definitely not going to drive over the bridge to the east side of Stardust to look for vehicles this time. They, unfortunately, do not get the 9-zone hard feed, so maybe it might be not a terrible idea to make a move out of here pretty swiftly, as this is not going to be an end game.
Is this the quintuple east hard shift to Jadina City?
No.
I've always been told you have to be a yes man when you're doing stuff, in order to make the story continue and whatnot. But yeah, exactly. You can't just say no every time I throw you no,
Toby, we're working our way there, because yesterday the J and the A were in phase 1. Now we have JADE. So tomorrow we'll have the full first word of Jadina. And then in about 7 months, we might get a zone there. But one team that is going to have a bit of a long way to go, especially when we do get that Jadina City zone eventually, Ascend. And let's find out a little bit about how they might like to do it.
About our early game tactics is most likely to gather like as much information as possible without like engaging with fights, with like flame path, where people are dropping, if they are like in kill feed, and if they're in kill feed, where do they loot, and then we try to like build a map for us so we know how to rotate.
On Ronda we like big challenge because of the ladder hard spawn, and we go really slow, and we're waiting for Brexco. Brexco is our Balu, and we were just waiting for him. He's scouting for us. We also like looking out for a lot of fights in the early game with that ladder on Rondo, but also on the other maps we are pretty a slow team. We are chilling, like everyone wants to get a full looted, good scope, good weapons, and then yeah.
You heard it here first, dear viewers. Brexco has officially been promoted to the Balloon of Ascent. I mean, I don't think that's a title a lot of people have ever had. He's the balloon on the team.
I like how Chris also said that we are, as a team, we are pretty. I have to agree. Some handsome individuals over there. Na'Vi, they do manage to grab hold of a vehicle and disappear out of the line of sight of Lou, putting a couple of tags attempted in with the SLR. And now we have a clean line splitting Twisted Minds and Na'Vi down the middle, so they can both opt to make their early rotations. Baron Peak rotates a little bit too much and forces Schiller into the wall with him. But no one there to capitalize on it. Schiller just has to sit there, shake his head, and recuperate before continuing on.
Wouldn't be a BBL roster if, even when there are no opponents nearby, they still find a way to make it look chaotic, That's it's just the BBL way of doing things. And here they come, trying to make their way towards the center of this circle, where currently we have a Fairy Tail and Foot. Gaming Gladiators, arguably the longest, if not then the second to longest rotation to come to this circle. I still have never gotten to see anything in the north of this map for like competitive play. Maybe we'll get there someday. Primal would have hoped for it, given how much space they currently control towards the northeast. But nope, not to be. We're going south. Maybe a 10-long garden finish. Yeah, we kind of mentioned it as a potential a couple of takeovers ago. Not happening, but maybe today's the day. If we're not getting Jadina, we're getting the next best thing.
Some waterfall action, perhaps, in our late stages. That would be interesting to see. Fairy Tail currently the closest team to holding on to that. Gaming Gladiators, one of the furthest away, as the stadium gets smaller and smaller.
Really
we just get to see just how far they have to rotate. You could kind of see in the distance just how dang big this map is, and they've got a long, long way to go to get into the zone, and they're not opting to make any sort of rush about it, knowing that they're going to be one of the latest teams to make an entrance. Might as well get all the loot while they can.
Yeah, I like also how last day, I mean, again, when no one's around, you might as well shoot to get warmed up, you know? It's like those rides at the theme park where you have to shoot the small targets while you're sat in a boat or whatever, and usually those guns never work and it's tilting.
Yes. Those rides that were popular in the 1960s. Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Know the ones.
Exactly. Those were the days. Bombil is currently making his way past the in-game timer on the southeast side, as the rest of the team on last day will make their way down on the southern side to join him. In the meantime, BBL, despite their chaotic rotations, they have managed to get themselves a farmer, some level 3 gear to boot as well. They'll be well set for circle center fighting whenever that comes around. Look at this staircase. Now that is a good calf workout.
Imagine tumbling down that in a coupe. Woo!
All that. Actually, I'm kind of surprised they didn't go for that route now that you mention it.
Yeah.
Just full speed send it. See what happens.
You would have calves of steel jogging up that thing, but Molodok takes the shortcut approach and uses a motorized vehicle, which is, I suppose it's not cheating, but he's not going to get thick quads from doing it. But he is going to get a solid position towards the southern side of the zones, just below Fairy Tale. So if we do get that hard south shift, last day we'll be well prepared for it.
I guess it depends on how hard his speeder, like his pedals, are kind of set in the car. I'm sure James could talk to us a lot about cars and stuff. That's the workout you get. Yes. You get to, you know, dip your toe whenever you want to push the speeder. If you just put it really, really hard, then maybe you get a little bit of a thigh workout. I don't know.
Everything I know about cars and driving, I learned from that one episode of SpongeBob where he has the remote control in his head and Patrick's telling him what to do. All I know is big toe. Corexi, better get that big toe down quick because Corexi's lurking nearby. Can't land the shots with the ace, and they do manage to dip on out of there, making their little botations. Mrs. Puff would be proud.
Yes, just warning shots. They weren't actually trying to hit. They were just like, we're scary. And indeed they were. At least for now, they've managed to force off Stardust. They will rotate further towards the south, and FaZe will maintain control on their northwestern edge. Now, again, how much do I have to pay in order to get a 10-long finish here? Because I'm looking at the center. We've been there before. I'm still at a let's explore everything. And one thing is, like, we've played most of these areas in, you know, normal ranked games, whatnot, but we haven't gotten to see the pros play them in big regional finals. And I think this is a perfect time, as Nixie shows us how to swim in vehicles.
Yep.
Perfect time to do that. That's momentum for you kids.
You asked, Toby, how much would you have to pay to get the Tin Long Garden finish? I say 5,000 G-Coin. So you know what you could do to get that going? Get on MS Paint, quick! You've got a minute and 15 seconds to get over there and submit something, win the prize, and then pay for this zone shift to go all the way down south, which a lot of teams wouldn't be happy with you, but Hitman might just be happy to only take just over half of his hit points worth of damage as FaZe creeping their way forwards. Mika on the Overwatch.
You know what? In the break after this game, I'm going to make a submission to the tournament. I have a good idea now that just came to my head. It's going to be great, but I'll hold that thought for a second. I'll reveal it after this game is over, because first, we need to see whether Sakura Sanson or FaZe will come out on top. Fuss has been fighting his former teammates in FaZe Clan quite a bit through this tournament so far. This game is, of course, going to be no different, as Hitman runs into his own nade. Mate, watch out. That's not the 26 damage you want to take.
Did like the play though, having the car rolling extremely slowly forwards. He was watching the angle, tried to peek around the side with it, but that little bit of damage that he took from his own grenade may have been the difference between him going down and Gustav getting that knock. One bullet might have turned the tide. Fex has been taken down, and Gaming Gladiators on the lurk as well.
I think it's a good read on James. He must have either seen or heard Gaming Gladiators coming in here as well. As I say that now, he's kind of in the open, but nope, now swinging further towards the left side. Mika is leaving this position as well, realizing there's not a whole lot to come for. And again, I mean, credit to Gaming Gladiators of wanting to try and set up a play here, and important for them to disengage, because we have just seen the next circle, and oh my god, we're going south. This is cool, maybe. But at least we're going into somewhat uncharted territory.
5,000 G-Coin, well spent. Thank you to whoever did that. Fairy Tale, yeah, they were well set for this position. Last day would have been well set had they not got a little bit too close to Fairy Tale and lost Quizzy, but honestly, who would have expected a team to be that far south? Because when have we ever seen this zone shift before?
Yeah, let's see. Entropic trying to make their rotation towards the south alongside Foot and Fairy Tail. Seems like Fairy Tail is going to win that race, at least initially, as the QPC a gun we don't see too often comes into play. Bright side will find Grandis to at least halt their initial approach, and seems like, yeah, Tropic is just going to fully disengage in this one, lick the wounds, say bye to Grandis, and see what they can make happen now. A bit further towards the north, they have Na'Vi nearby, so maybe yet another fight brewing.
Really solid tags on towards Dedrix, but April sat down a little bit too quickly before they can capitalize and get that knock. So when Tropic turned back, they will lose just the one, but Fairy Tail, they do manage to grab the revive. Brightside, though, under pressure from all angles, and it gets even worse now as Na'Vi makes their send in from the north.
Let's see. 8C trying to fend off. Again, a successful dislodging. They don't want too many teams engaging in this, but as 8C is shooting in all different directions, Matt and Marco find him. Okay, I thought there were branches and leaves all over, but seemingly there was a bit of a gap there allowing for them to get a good angle.
Yeah, through the foliage, Eternal Fire lands the tags and gets the flush as well. That is big news. They've cleared themselves a little bit more of a space and forced Foot back from the position that they thought may have been playable. Phil first looking for some tags as BB team have made their entrance pretty late onto the northwest, but nowhere near the latest team. All the way over on the opposite side of Hongshan, north of Rinjiang right now, Twisted Minds are still about 1 kilometer away from getting into this zone. They've got a long way to go to get in. It's a very wide rotation, and Primal is giving us some Jadina City content right now. They're rotating past it. Observers, quick! We know Brexco likes to go in gliders, but we've never seen Jadina. Go, go, go!
Look at this area. Look at how cool it is. Look at how awesome it would be for an end game. Well, maybe we'll get there, maybe we won't. Only time will tell us. Eternal Fire once again now. Fighting the third team. This time around, it's going to be Gaming Gladiators, who are getting completely torn to shreds. It's just Pin now left alive. Before he knew it, his entire team was broken down, and Eternal Fire, I feel like for the first time in a while, out victorious and about without no casualties. It was actually kind of clean.
Yeah, Levanta there getting hit with that Panzerfaust nerf. You can't just hop out of the vehicle and send it immediately. You now have to prime the thing before you can do so. That little delay was enough time for Code Marco to get the angle and sit him down, and the attempt at a breach from an alternative angle did not go well. Eternal Fire, an extremely solid hold on their compound.
First face will land up high, sit tight,
sending fireworks,
and just chill as the circle goes center on him almost. One more player in that direction. Marselek popped the parachute early. We'll see if he can dodge his way towards this high ground position, this pillar in and around Tin Lawn Garden. Circle has swung in this direction, and I mean, from up here, as long as they don't get mortared or seen from down below or fall off, there could be a lot of points coming their way. But for now, they're going to prone, chill, and probably not look to do a whole lot.
I actually like the way that the cogs in Marselek's brain have turned here. By picking up a JS9 means that he has more ammo to use from his DMR, so he can actually shoot more shots from up top without having to split between that and an AR. Very smart, sensible gameplay from Marselek as Mika makes his move, gets past Lazo, who can't quite land enough shots. Lu, though, making a late entrance on the western side of the zone, meets the opposite side of Stardust, and they get picked apart in seconds.
Brutal destruction on their side. Twisted down to just one player now. VP as well. Looked to be good for them initially, but now Nixie down. Lookaruk's down as well. One has gotten flushed. Two, it's them trying to pull up in the center position. Beamy trying to make something happen. Swings around the corner. Finds the last of Entropic. Will take him down. But a lot of damage done towards them. Maybe they'll be able to reset with Nixie back on his feet. And if so, I mean, look at where they're set. How do you fortify this watchtower?
I was almost half expecting some shots to come through from Sakura's ensign. Their pillar that they're currently proning on top of was perfectly in sight of this little position. They might have had an opportunity to get that flush had they spotted it out. Perfectix now under pressure, even despite the fact that Stardust have generally fallen back. BBL heard the shot, saw who it was in the kill feed, and they are one of the teams that wants Twisted Minds to be eliminated, and swiftly.
Yeah.
They're lurking, waiting for the vehicle. One little tap from Schiller, and Twisted Minds is done. 100 points will be their end zone for game number 10.
We are keeping it exciting. We're trying to get it back to close, despite the fact that the top 2 teams have made their way into triple digits, I should say. Now my brain is malfunctioning. That's fine.
What was your stats, Toby? Between the 2 teams, what was the stat? BB team and Twisted Minds, between the 2 of them, their worst game was 9.
Yeah. Coming into the last one, I think they had less than the previous game.
Ah, well, dang. Less of an impactful 0-point game then, I suppose, but BB team's still alive and kicking, and if anything, they have the bigger target on their head. They are taking one of the spots for EMEA at PGS currently, and it's a long, long road for anyone to try and take that away from them. So Stardust, with 3 points on the board, currently maintaining their edge above Ascend, and maintaining their southwestern edge in the zone as well.
Circle, so on a swing, and of course we're not going to go Jadina, because why have fun if we can go into the open?
Well, Jadina was out of the zone a while ago, but Tin Long Gardens was maybe an opportunity.
You know what I mean. Don't hear what I say, hear what I mean.
Ah, yes. Understandable. Well, Ascend... That's unfortunate. They get to look at the pretty sights on this map that are well appreciated by the Stardust players, as we heard earlier on. But unfortunately, they're going to have to make a move out of that position and start going back into good old familiar nothing, wide open circles, maybe a ridge if you're fortunate like Foot are currently. And that's really all they're going to have to work with.
T-Bone forced to prone down, wait this one out at least for a bit longer to spring that trap, maybe peek on over, we'll see how much impact he can have, still being isolated from his teammates. Fairy Tail outside the circle there, I mean, before they're going to go to the circle, they're going to see how much damage they can dish out to Primal. Brightside letting his M249 bring, will find one up, but prone in the open, and now they're going straight over towards Facefan. Jeans on his own has to get out of the car. Gustav on the opposite side, despite losing Fex earlier. Face will take down Primal and deny that north side rotation.
They got absolutely shredded. Brightside hit the deck, prone with the M249. The buses were flying all over the place. Jeems hops in the vehicle to avoid getting ran over, and FaZe Clan clean up the rest. But that is a wide open field that Fairy Tail have sent April across early to try and get ahead of FaZe Clan. And maybe they're going to have to try and wipe them out if they want a chance to get into this zone. But we've got other fights to deal with first. A big grenade from Crossbow gets a flush, almost takes down CCI next as well. Spray into the smoke might get the job done.
Let's see. CC at literally 1 health, trying to stay put here, and that nade should... Nope, it's gonna bounce a bit far. Maybe he can somehow crawl out of this smoke and get some points with him. Laza gets his first aid off, tries to crawl further forward. He's gonna eat a blue zone nade, which is gonna blue. No, never mind, scratch that. That is deployable cover coming in. As yeah, he should be going down to blue any second now. Yep, there he falls.
That actually would have squashed him as well. CCI next almost took down Laza as well with a martyrdom grenade that he was holding in hands when he was taken out, and the blue zone got the final tick of damage. So Stardust, it's Ascend that needs to overtake them, only 2 points behind, and it's Ascend who has the chance to gatekeep, but BB team have rocked up on that side of the zone as well. Fairy Tail lost April, who made the move early as FaZe Clan got in ahead of them, and they're going to have to try and fight their way into the zone now as they let a couple of teams get ahead of them and take positions that they can use to defend.
This is brutal. They opted to stay while everyone else was running for positions in the circle, and because they did, now those teams have found, if not good positions, then at least spots from where they can sit and focus Fairy Tail without being shot from elsewhere. Last Day is in, Foot is in, FaZe and Na'Vi as well are sat here ready and waiting for this Fairy Tail rotation to come through. Sabila out of the passenger seat, looking for a target, not able to find anyone initially. FaZe now, who take casualties as Brightside helping out. Jeems falls as well to the hands of Foot.
Yeah, that's from long distance, all the way on the opposite side. Molodosh even getting involved. Brightside goes down, but there's a swift response with a smoke from Zubila. This dip might be the best case scenario for Fairy Tail. It remains in the zone. They managed to clear out FaZe Clan. They've got position, but Last Day are on the move, and they're coming in hot.
Definitely are. Nate's been lopped on over here. Comes the Pico straight into the head of anybody. He's going to go down. So Bila finds one, finds the second. Oh, that's his teammate. Gone down to his nade as Nitro now gets out of the car. Groza in hand. Tries to see if he can somehow reset this. It's just Sabila left alive on the backside of this bus.
Nitro would love to turn around and go for the flush that Zubila just left there for the pickings, but he has to prioritize his life. He can't see anything. Neither of them can. They're both blinded. But Zubila over the top will clean it up, and now the Northeast is held by a lone solitary soldier. Somebody surely is going to come and take this position away, and Zubila can do nothing about it.
You know how chaotic it's been when the top damage dealer has under 400 damage done. It's been every single team that's been fighting has been taking so many casualties with them that they too have gone out. And now Fuss, while we have the code on our screens, is looking to see if he can maybe find a point or two on an Ascent player. He's on his own. He's got a AK to work with alongside an SKS. And, well, at least right now, it seems like he's getting a lot of help from the teams around him. Missing crucial shots, though, does find Kilyakai in the end, but down to 15 health because of it.
And that's big. Ascend were not able to successfully gatekeep Stardust from entering the zone. Nelcop is still alive out there. He's outlasted them. Ascend were only a couple of points behind from overtaking them, getting the advantage as we enter the latter half of this competition. But Stardust currently holding on to their position.
This is not going to be easy, and nope, it's practically going to be impossible. Fuss will fall. Sakura out in 7th place. As now the remaining teams, I mean, Na'Vi, they're just completely shutting down any team trying to wrap towards the east here. They have help from the north side of the street as well. Eternal Fire finding their kill number 10. Look at this, 5 kills for Quetpa, under 200 damage done. They have been stealing all game long.
Well, you're not going to complain too much. It's the kills that get you the points. The damage is nice for stats and bragging rights, but it's the points that you need, and it's the points that they've earned. Foot Esports did make the move on the eastern side of the zone to clean up Zubila and get themselves some breathing room as Na'Vi were hovering, breathing down their neck, and VP actually close to making another entrance into the top 4 today, but this time it's not because Nixie got forgotten about in a dip somewhere in the field. BB team cleaned up by Ruin, a quick double spray, and they're done. So now it's all about playing catch up to those at the top.
Yet another top 5 finish for BB team, though, continuing the impressive consistency that we've seen through these finals so far. Ruin looking for more. 600 damage almost on his part to try and claim those stats you were just talking about, set bragging rights, as he's overlooking this fight currently going on between Na'Vi and Virtus.pro. Na'Vi taking 2 casualties already, with Foot now trying to fall back in this direction. They're gonna start to feel the pressure with Foot. I mean, they're just a second and a half away from being able to see all of this from behind.
Right, they got away from Na'Vi putting the pressure on. That forced Na'Vi's hand to turn their attention west towards Virtus.pro, and Foot Esports came straight back into the action, using the ridge against them, knowing that Eternal Fire essentially have full control of the compound, and if they tried to make a direct push against them, they're going over an open field, and it's surely not going to go well.
Yeah.
Foot Esports, we heard them earlier on a wrangle on Potato Hill when they said, look, let's just go for the kill points, let's just play for maximizing our points. That might be the call here as well from T-Bone.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Foot still in a... despite not getting the circle like straight east, arguably in one of the better positions alongside Eternal Fire, Beamy will be found. So it's down to just 1 Virtus.pro player, as now Na'Vi starting to push further south. Maybe has gone unnoticed. Pixel does see him in the end. Unfortunately for him, Hagatori not able to hit.
He needs some covering fire from T-Bone. There's a tree in the way, but that's about it. And if a nade can come in from Vard on the side as well, that would help. But Pixel is in all kinds of trouble. They do spot the grenade coming in around the side, and Vard follows it up with a spray onto Feyrist as well. Pixel, a tiny little bit of an opportunity, but Vard might just have to fall back.
Great bait of attention, but attention became too much. Is now T-Bone forced to commit to this position as well. Pixel able to find one coach for the second. Gets knocked by Hagatori, though. MG3 in hand will take him down. T-Bone tries to trade, but not to be. I thought he had him dead to rights, but it's not going to happen.
That thing is an absolute melt machine. T-Bone, it looked like he had him dead to rights, but Hagatori just annihilated him.
I am baffled. Baffled. He was full on spraying, already taken damage, yet Hagatori shuts him down. Let's see now as Eternal Fire, obviously well aware of where all of this have taken place. They are just looking to clean up, hoping to get a 17 kill win here, but it ain't one yet. There's still a chance that you can throw a win. Nixie, though, gonna try and see if he can make it a little bit easier. Yes, he might take a kill or 2 away from you, but all of a sudden this 4v1 in favor of Eternal Fire looks very doable.
I'd say it looks pretty unlosable at this point, given that Diffex is way out in the blue zone, waiting for his jammer pack to go down, but it's too late. An additional kill picked up at the very, very end by the Mad. Oh, he should have just dropped the jammer pack. He should have just denied that point a little quicker. But 15 kills for Eternal Fire. We know that this team does some silly things on sends sometimes, but if they can hold down a central compound and defend it, that's where they're at their best.
They came in on the northern side, and yes, I mean, circles, while they didn't get the circles on top of them initially, they were just in the perfect position to just watch all the teams in front of them fight their way on through. They had very little contest up on that north side of the circle, so it's just, I mean, when you have that road separation and then you have the valley in between, you can just sit there and watch the chaos unfold on the quote-unquote wrong side of the street. And yeah, kind of let the kills come to you. Solid game coming through for Eternal Fire. We'll see if they can use that as a springboard as well to make their way further into the top as we hop back to the desk.
Well, you're right, Toby. Yet another team is going to be joining what is effectively the top-ish middle pack, we'll call it that, as Eternal Fire gets themselves a big win here on Rondo. Joining me, Avenger, as well as Mark, to talk about this one. And Avenger, Eternal Fire was doing some great transitions here to be able to find themselves the right compounds and play out from there.
Yeah, good amount of control as well. Insane amount of kills coming in for these guys that I'm really loving what I've been seeing here. Obviously, taking this compound here, now that they probably had a good idea that Tingland Garden was going to come, it's going to come their way. A few other teams might have known as well. BB team looked to be in the right spot, but a lot of teams actually opted to go into Tingland Garden, and yeah, Eternal Fire, they really they reaped the rewards of this. 25 points. Another two teams on double digits. Virtus Pro really needed this, so that's good for them.
Yeah, tough spot in Long Garden to be playing a game like this. But anyway, we got 11 points for Na'Vi, those 10 coming in for Virtus Pro. Very important points for Virtus Pro, Mark, coming in here, considering they were languishing a little bit down towards the bottom.
Yeah, there's quite a few teams actually in VP. For Esports, obviously working their way up. The big shots actually on the right side for me. Probably 100% need that. That's a good amount of kills for them. That's going to be changing the lay of the land slightly, but maybe not as much for Virtus Pro. It's really that sort of left side. Stardust working their way back up, but Eternal Fire, 13th place to 7th, what mine's saying. Yeah. It is so tight. A game with 15 kills and an extra 10 points for the win. You will take that because that is going to level you up yet again. And look at the gap they've got between them now. 8 points up to Stardust.
We're definitely going to have a fight all the way to the very last game for teams who are going to be able to move to PGS, because it is looking super close there, as you rightly point out, Mark. So good for Eternal Fire to be able to join that top pack, as it were. But at the same time, Avenger, looking at the fact that there's still FaZe, still Entropic, still technically BBL and these other teams down towards the, in inverted commas, bottom, who could quite easily join that pack as well with just a big game or a decent game, something like that, makes the overall tournament very, very open still for the middle pack.
Yeah, it's extremely open. But still, like, if you want to separate yourself from that mid pack towards the top and actually have a fighting chance to either get towards that top 3 or whatever, you have to have more than just that one good game and 5 decent games. Otherwise, it's not happening. Otherwise, you're not going to be catching BB Team and Twisted Minds. Luckily, there's, you know, they slipped their foot off the speeder just a little bit for everyone, just to make it a little bit interesting. But still, they are up there doing extremely well and far ahead. Like, if I were a team in the middle pack, like the upper middle pack right now, we have obviously the 61 to 69 point mark. I would just avoid fighting BB Team and Twisted Minds still. Like, it's just too scary. They will commit all their forces against us, just like fewer small fights there.
Yeah, the fact that they were kind of wounded with BB Team, but Besto and Phil first were getting into the late game here again. Just constant, just continuity, just in general, from their games. Very, very impressive stuff. But anyway, let's focus on one, because we've got a winner, Mark. We've got a winner. Hooray!
I'll take it. It's taking me how many games? Too many games to get to the point here where I actually pick a winner. Eternal Fire, it looks shaky though at starts. Normal drop zone, obviously, they go towards that Nilox factory. They came off that secondary plane. Bit of a widespread zone did pop, so they obviously did make an early rotation. So I think it was about 4 minutes in, just before 4 minutes. Then I went for a big 2-2 split. They're looking for the third party. And actually, before this, they popped an E pickup. Now, on the 2-2 split, actually both of them didn't go. It was only Code Marco, and then he had to retract back. He got one of the kills, but it was at this point here where they defended off the compound. And this is one thing Eternal Fire can really do well. If they draw the line in the sand, they go, this is our compound. It's very hard to breach them. Gaming Gladiators gave it a go, and then we kind of knew at this point that the zone wasn't going to go hit the main town, Martin. I think we were talking about it in our chat, but they were ready. They were ready for these teams to move out. The only other team on the other side was Fairy Tail, but they were too far away. They're in the distance, so they couldn't really pick up anything else, but huge amounts of kills, but great position to get a win.
Yeah, really good spot to come in from this, obviously. Having that northwestern side and then taking the control, putting on the pressure, and not just farming. Like the amount of kills that they're able to get off this fantastic spot, and also spreading out at the right time to have as many angles covered as possible. Like, so many players didn't have any cover or any tree to play on or anything because they're so good at spreading out and taking all these angles on the different teams. And obviously also taking on PP here. Huge success for them, even though they tried to use some emergency cover.
Yeah, good understanding of the terrain as a whole, right? I mean, there's definitely some open areas in the north that they can make sure and know that there's no teams up near them, and then from there they're just having to sweep down towards the south to be able to shut teams out from that location. So very well done by Eternal Fire, and good to see kind of them moving on into the upper echelons, because again, I said it during the last chance qualifier, Mark, but if this had just been Howl in inverted commas, which obviously the majority of this roster was before, we'd have thought to ourselves, oh, well, they didn't make it to the grand final through just the group stage. That's a little bit of a surprise to me to a degree, but now being Eternal Fire, I'm kind of like tricked into that idea, but now they're being able to join the top spots.
It's about the position. They like they like compounds, right? They like to hold, as I said, draw the line in the sand. I think there's a couple of big calls. The E pick up Code Marco, and because the zone shifted back, he instantly got a bite, and he came straight back again. They kind of defaulted back into their way they play. They're good at it. They hold the compound down. You're very hard to breach. And as Martin said, when they spread out really, really wide. They play the edge of blue and they pick up the kills when they need to. That's a big game. That's a changing game for the grand finals for that team.
Yeah, very important. And you guys at home, you can join in with the important things that are going on aside from the games as well. Make sure to follow the Twitch. You get yourself some cheeky emotes to be able to spam and things that are going on. And also, right now, which to you guys is 15 minutes ago, I have retweeted the competition that's going on for the MS Paint I was about to call it a tournament again. It's the contest.
It is.
So you guys, all you have to do is go and draw something on MS Paint, PUBG related, submit it to that tweet, and then you could potentially win yourself 5,000 G-Coin, which is a lot of G-Coin. Make sure I get those blueprints on the go. I told you which gun I was leveling up, Martin. Which gun are you leveling up at the moment?
Oh, I actually want to say the worse MS Paint it is, like the least pixels is obviously one of the winners. I really like, there's more scuff to this, but yeah, gun, if you want to talk about gun.
So Toby's.
Yeah, I mean.
This is rubbish. I'm looking at it.
Yeah, it's just bad. And we want to see the worst possible is the funniest one. So yeah, just please continue doing that. But yeah, gun, of course, I got to run with SLR at the moment. I just love it. Yeah. Also kill feed skin and everything, and a little bit of barrel action there. It's too good with muscle brick.
Eventually, when I've got a little bit extra, I think I'll put it into the MP5, because that's my guilty pleasure, the MP5. It's the new one, right? So anyway. All right, we're going to a break. When we return, we have ourselves more PUBG on the way. It is going to be Miramar 2 of the Dusty Dunes. We'll see you in a few.
Cannibals. Only they can stop them. The Hungerbusters! They're back and armed to kill. Why take chances?
I don't see anything here in blue line at least, and orange was kind of hard to scout.
Let us go blue line and check everything. Like we can check everything here for it.
It's under the tower, I think. Just stop here. I think it's inside, first floor, I think. Just don't go, don't push. I'm nading it, okay?
He's near me. On the ridge. Green.
1 HP on the left ridge, I'm put.
Nice.
They're all
I'm
four.
running
All
back.
four.
I'm
All
running
four.
back. I'm running back.
2 more on your house. On your house on the last side.
Take it.
Yeah.
Hit it. There's guy already here.
Inside. One guy.
More coming. East guy.
Yeah, you two man. Two active.
He's yellow, guys. Watch out.
Drive by.
I'm coming.
One under
Where?
you. No. Nix.
I got knocked on the car. 1 HP. Best.
I'm healing.
Nice. Let's go under.
Under you. Last guy.
One get.
Nade on you.
To the left.
Oh my god, I flew.
People east. Just shield. Reset. Guy on yellow.
Let's kill them.
Primal, one more blue.
Two active. Last guy. Nice.
Drive by.
I'm checking.
Locked up
Might
us,
be able
guys.
to peek the road.
Full open.
Nice.
Give me peek.
That's not a sand. That's not a sand.
Two knock.
Two knocks.
Nice, good shit.
Left. Dead.
Nice.
Taking the car back on you.
Knocked him.
Two active. Knocked on green tree.
Roger.
I'm taking
Might
his
be able to
space.
go from yellow. Yeah, I'm running as well. Watch out, they can go full south, okay?
VP's 2 active as well. It's
Even
2
for
right
info.
now.
3 guys.
One more nade on that.
Locked one far left. Two orange.
Two active. I'm flashing
Drive
them
on
and
the
pushing.
G1 maybe.
Keep
Just drive
them
on.
I'm pushing a little bit closer.
One in the dip and one far left.
I'm
Like
nading.
uphill.
No,
Last guy uphill. South, uphill.
Hit him.
One Rondo game down, and finally a bit of variety. I like what we saw there in this one. But now we're going to head on over to Miramar, where yesterday I feel like, Saga, it was once again a very CIS day, which, I mean, honestly, today has been as well. But Navi started off winning, then a Twisted Minds win. Are we expecting anything else coming into this one?
It's difficult to not say yes to a question like that based on the current standings. However, Twisted Minds have fallen short a little bit in the previous 2 games, which I'm sure they won't be all too happy about. And a couple of other teams have actually been granted the opportunity to grab a win, which is nice. So maybe Miramar, this might be a point where we can really start mixing things up and start seeing like Virtus Pro actually playing the game, or FaZe surviving into the late stages of the game as well. And could be a big opportunity for a lot of the teams that desperately need those points.
An Internal Fire win, a Primal almost win that didn't quite come to be. I mean, it's definitely the end day of bottom teams starting to claw their way back up. But it is going to be quite the distance they have to claw, especially if our top teams continue performing the way they're currently doing. It's going to be Eastern Plain as we head on over to Miramar for game number 11.
That being said, the cutoff point at the start of today hasn't moved that much by this point. Stardust now sits just below 70 points, and there are several teams who are within 10 of where they are, down as far as Eternal Fire, who jumped a huge amount in the leaderboards up to 61 points. So it's very, very tight, and Stardust really needs a solid game here to maintain their hold on that second PGS slot as it stands.
They started off yesterday with a 2nd place and 8 kills, so they definitely know their way around Miramar. We'll see if they get blessed with yet another Hacienda-esque ending, or if they'll have to travel further for a win this time around. A lot of teams down on the southern side who couldn't make their way out towards the west. It's going to leave that a little bit more bundled up as we see where this first circle is going to take us. We are headed down
seen this
towards
before.
Los Leones again.
Well, we've had our variety for the day over on Rondo. Got to go south. So now we go towards probably the west side of Los Leones for the third time in as many Miramar games.
I like to think, I like to imagine that it is just full RNG. Where will the circles go? But the more years I cover this game, the more I start to jump on the player wagon of superstition of like, oh, nope, this patch has that algorithm and therefore these circles go there. But now let's hear from not me, but the players on what they have to say.
When we play Miramar, we are trying to take higher positions because when you are in higher position on Miramar, you are taking advantage. We will try to take high advantage.
Miramar diğer maplere göre daha çok çukur olan bir oyun. Daha taktiksel anlamda da kullanabilirsiniz bu map'i. Nasıl oyun tarzınız olduğuna göre değişir. Bizim IGL'imiz çukurları da çok iyi bildiği için yani biz her anlamda çok rahat bir şekilde yer alabiliyoruz. Pozisyon da alabiliyoruz. O yüzden çok sıkıntı yaşamıyoruz. Seviyoruz yani map'i.
On Miramar, you can get the advantage, but if you get high ground, you have the high advantage. I like that way of thinking from Eternal Fire, who didn't need the high advantage in the previous game in order to come out victorious. We'll see if they'll try and make use for it this time around.
Yeah, bit of educational content for us pebble-brained bozos. Yep. But that being said, if we think back to how Eternal Fire played a similar circle to this in yesterday's matches, there's a compound nearby to this position where they immediately died, taking a 4 versus 4 against FaZe. This time around, yeah, maybe they could get some of that height advantage or play some of those pits that the Mad seems so intimately familiar with and use those to their favor.
Yeah, we'll see. There's plenty of both in the area that they currently find themselves in. Down towards the southeast foot are getting their rotation game going. Look at the kills on the right side, all sat at 11 except for Pixel. But, I mean, it goes to show that there isn't one guy on the lineup of foot who is like the fragger. They're all out there playing a very smart play style of always playing around one another. Issue is it hasn't granted them the amount of points they would have wanted. Having said that, they are currently sat in 5th. And very well within striking distance of a top 3 spot, which at this point would guarantee them a travel to Thailand for PGS 5 and 6.
Ooh, that would be nice. I suspect that Entropic are getting pretty bored of this zone because every time we seem to play Miramar, they drive for about 43 seconds and then they sit still and get a top 4 every game, because every single time they go to loot down in resort and then we get a zone which is basically right on their doorstep. This time they've opted to head and spread a little bit further south along the coastline and get some of that height advantage, some of that elevation that Eternal Fire seems to love so much.
I do feel like it's only fair when it comes to Entropic, though, because every time they loot Stolper, it's a melee game, and when they go melee, it's Stolper on a Rankle. So at least they had the circle blessings on one map if they can't have them on both. So we'll see if they can make use of this, as now Batulins gonna have the entirety of Gaming Gladiators rolling on by. He will not allow that to happen, though. He'll find Pin. 2 shots connected, 2 shots needed in order to take him down.
Could have done with having a roof on that Murado, I think, as Batulins just lands a headshot. It's still difficult to track at that pace, but definitely makes it easier when he doesn't have the cover. But GG have pulled up on this. They've got grenades in hand. We'll have to wait for the support to come through from the rest of Twisted Minds, but Batulins doesn't want to wait, gets a second knock, and Levanta gets sit down as he was pushing a little bit too aggressively, and Rox is getting flanked as well. This has fallen apart for Gaming Gladiators so quickly.
Phenomenal repositioning there from Batulins, realizing, wait, my team isn't here yet. I need to go into a spot from where either I, like Perfectix and Lou, can look over my shoulder, or I can set up a push, for example. Does exactly that, and now Perfectix is chasing off Dante like, I don't even know what. Beast trying to lock down his habitat.
Yeah, I suspect Gaming Gladiators won't be too quick to make this rotation path again. We're not ready for Batulins lurking on those ridges. They might have expected him to be up on top of the rocks, not hiding down on the low ground, but it completely caught them off guard. And when they tried to pull up and take advantage of the split positioning of Twisted Minds, the regroup came in too quickly. Batulins did an excellent job of delaying. And Gaming Gladiators' game is gone.
Yep, full destruction on their end, and it's not been pretty. 32 points, hopefully again. I mean, there's still plenty more games to play, but the hunt for top 3, as it stands right now, maybe top 2 if you can surpass Twisted, is it's starting to require. I don't feel like we're at miracle stage yet, but we're definitely getting there at a pretty rapid pace.
Currently, we're talking 47 points to try and catch up onto Stardust. It could be done. I mean, we've seen a couple of close to 80-point days so far in this competition, but the signs are not currently there. But again, the signs were not there with Primal when they dropped 77 on the second day of group stages. So we can't rule anyone out just yet, and the fact that BB Team and Twisted Minds have been so dominant in the early parts of this competition keeps the door just about ajar for the teams down low. So it's not over if you are a Virtus Pro fan, and hope that Toby didn't give BB the big interview curse at the start of today. But
oh no,
they've got work to do.
Is that what it is? Whoever gets interviewed by me just doesn't, like, they forget how to play the game. That's unlucky. Maybe that's why James isn't better. We've talked too much. Yeah.
I agree with that part of the sentence, that's for sure.
Lokarux trying to dislodge any thought of a curse being bestowed upon them. He looks to try and see if he can do some damage on the other side. Gustav, in the meantime, will find the eventual knock onto BBL's Lyron as they now lose their second player. So FaZe again, I mean, quick to move out of Picado. I say quick, it's 8 minutes in, but nonetheless does fully pull up on
all right.
They do fully pull up on BBL, and once again, as we would have it, they come out victorious.
Yeah, great covering angle from Gustav to be up on the high ground as he tried to push out and get a little bit aggressive, take the initiative on the peak up against James. Just Gustav holding the angle, landed the headshot that was required to keep his IGL and captain alive. BBL, they had solid priority on a zone like this coming out from the southwestern side of Picado, but the 2-2 split goes punished once again from the very team that they were hot dropping for Picado up against. But FaZe showing them that, hey, give us this for free, and it's still not over for you.
And it really feels bad, man, because I feel like I've been saying this for years now, of whenever you're splitting, especially if you're trying to split center, you need to have your fire escapes ready. You need to have the car parked in the one position where your team can cover you and you can get to quickly. But time and time again, we see teams struggle to stay put as Hipfire Crossberg comes swinging around the corner. Actually, it was more like Brex coming flying around the corner to meet Crossberg, just then to fall.
Every loss that Stardust takes will have about 6 teams close to them in the standings just licking their lips, hoping to see more, or at least hoping that they're nearby and they can add to the death toll of Stardust. They are the highest priority targets in the lobby for so many of these teams, and Ascend definitely one of them. They've pulled up nearby, but they can't get over-aggressive towards this with BB Team lurking quite so close. Some tags and a sandstorm, perfectly timed to keep Kilikai alive. Aduzi is not so happy to see that.
Ah, the RNG factors, don't you just love it? I guess we all love it a bit if that means that BB Team doesn't get more points. So thank you, Sandstorm, for coming in and making this one more fair. As the circle goes north side, Los Leones this time around, not the usual southwest. I mean, we could still swing down in that direction, but at least for now, it's not looking that it's going to go that way. Eternal Fire and a good center split, maybe opting to group up somewhat soon. Sakura Sanson towards the northern side, the west side of Crater, looking to try and see what they can find. And now Primal, they came in from the north, and they're looking to go back to the split that they had before, which makes perfect sense, given that they knew that it was free.
Okay, taking a glider through this area is a little risky. There's bound to be billions of targets, more than willing just to send a few shots in your direction, and look at the health on that thing drop. Went from nearly full to nearly gone in a matter of just a couple of seconds, but he's spiraling his way down. Still has the M249 in hand. But Esports gathering at least a little bit of information towards Entropic.
He's played too much Flight Simulator. He doesn't realize that you can literally just... He does this so careful on approach, yet somehow manages to flip his glider upside down. Pixel, thank you for the
Expertly
content. Thank you for the content, making sure that no one's going to be able to steal that vehicle. In the meantime, his team is in trouble as T-Bone finds one, swings out, finds the second as well. And then Tropic completely peppered on that approach. Deadrix, as an individual, has played a phenomenal game, sitting currently in the top 6 of damage dealers, but not a whole lot working for him in that fight as T-Bone came out of that without taking any damage at all.
Yeah, I love that little micro reposition after taking that first knock. Just dips a little bit behind the door so the second can't immediately come through and grab the trade. Trade will go in favor of Foot Esports after 80 has sat down. It's Pixel with the M249 who's got involved, and Janny outside the fence gets a smoke up but won't do anything to keep his teammates alive, just to sort of buy himself a little bit of time, but he's got so much time to try and bypass if he wants to get anything more out of this game. Maybe if T-Bone gets a little bit aggressive. No, he's going back into the vehicle and reclaiming the space. They're more than happy to leave Janny as a solo.
And now there is still a lot of games left to be played here, of course, but if you're in Tropic and you're giving these points over, the worst team to do so too would be Foot or Ascend, I suppose, given that they're the two teams you're currently fighting for that last spot, assuming that BB team is already locked in theirs. So not what you want to have happen at all. Not only a tough start to this Miramar game, but worst of all teams to give the points to as well.
And now things settle for the time being. Still a few 2-2 splits left all around, dotted around the zone. Primal with the most northeastern for the time being, but there's space for them to be wrapped in behind. Mortar primed and prepared for last day. That's aimed in the direction, really, of Primal, maybe Eternal Fire. But they're a significant distance away, so they'd have to land some pretty insane shots with it for it to get some real damage done.
A very open circle center is what we currently have. Let's see how many of those teams will have to traverse it, or if we're going straight down the middle as Yanni does get found. Ruin at a distance, able to get the knock on him. Circle is going to take us hard northeast. Okay, Primal now sat dead center. We're pretty much shifting out of anything that's compound related. The big old pit or craters in the middle, and north side, at least for now, is...
Wow.
North side, at least for now, is... open, and so is I suppose I don't know where to finish that sentence.
He looks like he's playing the bongos. It's time to run. Sorry, Mark.
Never mind.
It's not. It's Miramar o'clock, and FaZe is making a move right back to where they came from, up towards Picado. They are going to have to find a way to head up towards the east. Gustav this time will be the one whose vehicle is upside down, gets left behind. Maybe James is going to come back and...
I was going to say it's a feels bad, man, because they flipped that vehicle. We get to see it there. They actually get surpassed by BP to the rotation up towards Picado. The thing is, Picado isn't even inside the next circle. BB team Twisted both opting to try and come in from that side of the circle now, as Sakura Sanson has set up full perimeter mode up on the farm compound on the hillside.
And Na'Vi have set themselves up a line of scrimmage as well on the south side of Cantera. So several teams looking to wrap around towards the east. They're going to be met with a wall of yellow that they're going to have to try and find a way past. Gustav gets taken out of the vehicle as they try and find their way through the middle of Picado. And maybe it's... regardless of whether or not he was in a buggy, he's still going to get taken down. And over the top, wow, Lou is just ready and waiting for FaZe to come flying into his dip and sits them down so quickly.
And again, only ready and waiting because they had to spend an extra 10-15 seconds on that rotation. So tough break when you flip a vehicle that can have these or end up doing so much damage towards you, but goes to show the importance of having those vehicles under full control.
Doozy on a bike, that's not that much more appealing a prospect than a buggy, but he manages to keep himself safe from the tags from Batulins long enough to get behind a ridge for some cover, and the boys can pull up, provide some suppressing fire back in towards Picado itself, but can't do anything to suppress Example and Lou, who've already made a push out from the ridge that they were in. Up the side of the hill towards it. Crossberg cannot get the better of anybody's. The first of the 1v1s goes his way, the second does not.
Big fight on the south side here. Fight the Virtus Pro. Could potentially look to third party. Should they be able to get an open angle? I do have Na'Vi one step further north. You can kind of see them there in the compound in the distance. A lot of teams are wanting to get come up victorious here, because should you, I mean, you have the entire southeast to yourself effectively.
And Fairy Tale are done. Virtus Pro activate. They look for the third party from behind. They manage to do so, and up the hill they go, out of the line of sight of Na'Vi as well. They want to punish Stardust while they are weakened because, again, Stardust is the cutoff point.
Yeah.
The more they can limit the points that they get, the less of a comeback they have to make. It's still a pretty big one, but getting rid of them early will be so massively important for VP and the rest of the lobby.
Definitely would be. Foot in the meantime eliminated. Nice final stand there by last day. Not final stand, but good kind of standoff on their side. They can now rotate further towards north because they too have a next circle they have to get towards. So making more space for yourself on that southern side of the circle is crucial, especially considering the fact they know full well they have to take this fight to Ascent.
Big compound shift
in the open
for Primal as well, and everyone else is struggling to play on the edge. Ascend trying to hold the line against Bombilova. Yeah, Killy gets taken out. Still got vehicles to try and work with to make Ascend past them should one be needed, but Killy is not in a very visible looking position.
Not at all. Chris trying to get further forward. A chill and a dip. And wait this one out. Maybe he can find a good angle to help defend Pains, because right now, as soon as they see where he is, it should be pretty straightforward to isolate him.
UM in hand. Molotow's just going to make sure that no one goes for an attempt at the revive on Killy. And they don't. But are they aware of Pains' position? He is not looking to make any sort of movement. Did Bombilova just spot him out? No.
Nope.
Doesn't seem that he did.
Not just yet. In the meantime, the push does come through. Sakura Sands again, they had to farm further towards the west just before opted not to try and hold that against Twisted Minds coming up over the hillside. They are instead taking the fight to BBL, who we saw take casualties earlier. CC, though, not done fighting just yet. Will find Fuss. Initially, that Molly should get the better of him. Marsnik actually hit by that Molly as well. Is he going to go down too? Yes, he is, but it's going to be from Baron Peak. So despite them just being a duo, they're defending this position incredibly well.
A good use of utility as well. Himman with the DBS. You don't want to push in towards that, but I'm not sure whether they're aware that he's got that waiting for them. But either way, making a push through while you're surrounded on all sides by teams on high ground, maybe not the best of ideas, but Jeems does afford them an opportunity by getting a knock onto BB team up towards the north. If BBL does want to try and go out and flush Himman from this position, now might be their chance.
Yep, 0 points thus far for BBL. They got the knocks, but not the flushes to follow. Footsteps heard in there as a code appears on your screen. NP, no problem, my friends. You'll get yourself a code, or at least the first 50 of you can get yourself a 300 G-coins. So make sure to type those in as fast as you can.
And still got that DBS. He's still waiting. He's still waiting for his chance. You know, Sakura's Ensign at this point, they have 6 placement points, Toby.
Yep.
But they've got 42 kills. So if BBL does want to commit to making this push and clearing him out, then it's a tough team to take out, but seem to be taken out early pretty often. Molodosh, though, with a long-range headshot with the AWM on towards Batulins as Last Day still looking to push forward from the west.
I didn't even realize this. They have the 4th most kills in the server, at least coming into the last game as they fall here, but the least amount of placement points. Clearly struggling to make end game, and this match is going to be no different.
Nades over the top, for example, might just give the sound cues, or the coverage of the sound cues, but it's not going to do anything against Bombilova with the M16 on burst, and Molodosh over the top with the peak as well. Twisted Minds eradicated. And Last Day, keeping all 4 alive, not even conceding the knock. That could be big with the zone about to start moving.
Impressive swing around the corner there as well. They were in no way blocking one another on that push, with one going over the top, one down the bottom. Nothing you can do, despite or regardless of how skilled you are individually, to come out victorious there when they peak like that. Very, very clean execution from Last Day.
And Primal still not really doing much, but they don't have to. They've got the zone, they got the position, they got the hard shift that they needed. And we're setting up for a big 4 versus 4. BB team against Na'Vi on the North Ridge with Gaming Gladiators Dante still alive, still in a position to maybe sneak in behind, maybe steal away a flush if one presents itself.
He has been in the blue for the better part of the last, I don't know, 10 minutes. So we'll see how much longer it's going to stay out there. BB team, in the meantime, trying to make more space, or at least force Na'Vi to go east. Ideally, they just want to take out all of them, but it's a difficult commit to go over the top here. They saw Twisted eliminated as well. They want to maximize here in this match as the fight takes place on the southern side. It's Eternal Fire trying to defend their compound against Last Day. And, you know, I mean, no matter how good you are individually, when you can just whiff on a Panzer and still get knocks, that's hard to go up against.
Eternal Fire and explosives, defending compounds goes hand in hand. Seemingly come out ahead in this fight, as well as the Mad catches Bombilova trying to make a reposition, but the question is, can he grab the revives? Nelkop has already made his way into the compound. Laza bleeding out down in the blue zone behind. Virtus.pro repositioning as well, so they can get eyes on this compound. He will get the one revive, but that should be all. The blue zone grenade will, at the very least, prevent Nelkop from getting as aggressive as he might have liked to get into grab them. Mid-revive, spots out an angle onto Code Marco, but has to fall back as the grenades start flying forwards.
Like this approach from Virtus.pro as well, not over-aggressing, not wanting to, you know, become part of the compound fight proper, but sit outside here and just wait for this fight to come to an end and then take out whoever is going to be the loser or the losing side in this circle. Swings west. Okay, so Chris is going to be dead center, but towards the west we have Baron, Peak, and BBL still inside the circle. Now up towards the north, though, is this fight we were waiting to see happen. Is now Dante from the hard northern side, finally up to engage just before falling to the blue. He got one knock, he got a flush on Best of Luck as well. 1 point granted to Gaming Gladiators.
Big team to take out as well. Na'Vi priming those triple nades, but Phil first with the drop, and Novi from the compound will get Feoris. They've pushed out. They've finally been a little proactive. They felt safe enough to do so. 5 kills on the board now, and Na'Vi falls before BB team despite the backstab from Gaming Gladiators.
Do you commit more to this, though, or do you fall back? I feel like the disengage here is the smarter play. The issue is you're allowing for BB team to not fully reset, but almost should be able to get a free res into a doozy and then make their way into the next circle. And considering the fact that Primal has, I mean, don't have to leave now, but have to leave soon, there might have been a world in which the wiser play would have been full commit 4 on that swing on the northern side and then take the left side control yourself. But here they opt to play it smart, play it safe, and we'll see if it's going to work out for them.
Well, Nexi almost ran over his teammate, but Lookarooks managed to get the drop that he needs down on the low ground. Baron Peak, he's trying to get an angle through the trees. Can't quite find him. Got a vehicle to try and work with, but he's still just about in the zone. He can survive here a little longer and just try and wait things out for now, but there's not much to wait for. Only 16 players left alive, and with VP now in that position, the best he can hope for is that Eternal Fire come over and just Molotov them out of this position, give him an opportunity to try and make some sort of move. The Mad gonna play it a little slow.
B-Meat was the isolated play on the northern side. He will be found as taken down by Code Marco, and now the smoke is gonna fade out as the Mad creeping ever so much further forward. Has good eyes on what's happening down here. EB, first one to fall. Nixie instantly nade in hand, but now he's been seen by BB on the other side. A lot of help now for Virtus.pro from BB here as they take out the Mad.
And that knock from the Mad actually drawing the attention of VP, getting them to switch over to the grenades, gave Baron Peak a slight opportunity to get in the car and move forwards in the zone. He's spamming into their smoke right now. 1 or 2 lucky tags. Might get another one down from VP, but it's not likely to happen with the amount of smoke cover they have. And he at least managed to get himself out of that compound. Primal finding a knock as well on towards a doozy up north. They're trying to get themselves into grenade range to try and claim this dip.
Yep, and understandably so. Would be nice for them to get a good foothold on the northern side of the circle, overlooking everything happening down below. Das with the double nade should make that, if not easy, then at least very doable. It's just Phil first left alive. We'll see if he can take down anyone from Primal with him before he most likely falls as well. Primal, 6 kills for them already here as they're looking for more.
Just checking, making sure no one's lurking behind those vehicles. Good awareness. No, last man standing is inside the shack, and now with this phase 7 shift, this easily becomes a game-winning position. They're going to pull the pin on the grenade, watch the angle on the outside. Good covering from Novi. Das was there lying in wait with the sawn-off shotgun just in case. And Rustamar still holding that angle on the warehouse as long as possible to try and control everyone else, force them onto the low ground. That is the only possible issue now for Primal. If this zone on phase 8 decides to favor the teams on the low ground, them coming over this ridge is going to be a bit of a firing range, but barring that, they are looking primed to start making that comeback that we've been expecting for so long.
Favoring the teams in the low ground, but also favoring the teams in the bottom of the leaderboard here. You can see 13 through 15 still alive in this game. BBL just down to Baron Peak, and then you have Eternal Fire and Ascent up on the top of the leaderboard, at least encroaching on Stardust, both trying to see how much more they can gain from this match. But two solos, Marco and Chris, trying to outlive one another.
Trying to check every angle. Every ridge could have potential threats lurking behind it. They know there's solos around here somewhere. They know that Code Marco is still active. Well, was still active. Jogas takes care of that as an entire firing squad from Primal on the opposite side of the zone sits him down, and the immediate response from VP is to hop in the vehicles and start looking to make a move of their own. Will they target one of the solos, or will they join them down on the low ground? Will they even get a chance to make it that far?
One dip at a time as they move further forward. Chris still alive. Never mind, scratch that. He's just been eliminated. So down to 3 teams. I'll make that 2 teams and a solo. As Primal, I mean, they have this entire circle on lockdown. They know exactly where everyone else is, but now it's on them to hit those shots in order to bring home this when they have the numbers advantage against VP. So unless if Baron Peak can do something to maybe make it harder for Primal, I don't see how VP comes out victorious here.
I don't think there's much that he can do without exposing himself to VP, and they'd be more than happy to take that 2-point kill if it presented itself. But Lookarooks with that reposition. Oh, that should have been a headshot. I don't know how that didn't connect, but that could have been a big pick, unlocking some freedom of movement for Virtus Pro. Lookarooks drove into this position, and his vehicle got exploded. He can't get back from here. He's basically got to sit here, be that turret, and find some knocks for Virtus Pro, and he's got to do it quickly.
Outside the next circle as well, as you were alluding to there, he really wants to find one, preferably 2 before he falls. This one just above the head of Noavia as well. Can he find one? Just any sort of opening for Nixie and EB to push further forward. Let's see. They're looking for Baron Peak still. They know he's down here somewhere going, buddy, we're not going to shoot you if you just come up the hillside and help us with Primal.
Unless they can get a wall of smokes that covers the entire ridge line, there's no chance that Lookarooks can move from here. But Primal is aware of that. They're just going to wait him out. They're going to fall back, not peek into the AWM, not give him the opportunity. It does mean that Virtus Pro get a chance to creep up the ridge line a little towards where it's Chris was just lurking when he got taken out. That might be enough to catch Primal off guard. Maybe Rustamar and Novi in a little more danger than they realized, but Lookarooks finally lands the tag as Primal overextend, looking for Baron Peak down below.
You've effectively backed hard off towards the opposite side of the circle.
Way.
Maybe if Lookarooks keeps running, he's actually going to get inside this next circle. Baron spots one. He's going to peek up, take out Noavi as well. Goes for the flush, wants to secure those points, knowing that there probably ain't a win for him to be found. And all of a sudden, just like that, from having effectively the entire circle under control, they are now all stuck on the northern side. They gave up full control here.
Lookarooks getting away with that run completely in the open. Not even a smoke in his backpack that he could have used to try and keep himself safe, but he gets away with the run. One missed bullet is the big difference maker, and then Baron Peak removing Novi. I mean, it's 12 points and a top 2 for Primal, but it should have looked more comfortable than it does right now. A 3 versus 3. Virtus Pro, you might argue that having the ridge line gives them the favorable position. It depends on the specific location of where the dot is. It's just over the top of the ridge. Primal might have to play down on Virtus Pro's level towards the west if they want to try and make this an even fight, or simply send Jogas to sit down Nixie with a quick little spray from the barrel.
Huge game for both of these two to come out and win. Would be their first wins in this entire grand finals, regardless of who comes out on top. Lookarooks, important 1v1, will take out Jorgis on the southern side. Rustamar, though, instantly there to trade. Just like that, it's now a 1v2. EB, it's all on you to take out the 2 from Primal. Are you actually committing to the rest here? You're crazy, EB.
Primal have gone down towards the low ground. They've got utility to burn, throwing out flashes. Lookarooks is feeding information over. Nixie probably doesn't have time to heal. He might just have to go for a peek over the top. Does manage to get the heal off instead. around the side. Daz with one, Rustenmar with the second, sneaking his way up to the high ground, landing the headshot. And they do manage to get it over the line, but that came way closer than it felt like it should have done.
Yes, they should have never given up that position to begin with, but hey, they win the game, they get themselves 15 kills. Maybe they can't do back-to-back days in terms of like great performances, but maybe a half day today and then a half day tomorrow, all of a sudden we might see Primal rock up that leaderboard. They were sat dead last coming into this game, so in the grand scheme of things it might not change much, but knowing how close the teams actually are, I mean, once we don't include the top two of BB and Twisted, could be quite a big shake up happening after this.
It certainly could, and like you say, it's the teams down towards the bottom that were alive towards the late stage of that game, stacking up those points to get them closer and closer to that mid-pack, and the mid-pack is already getting closer and closer to Stardust, so BB team looking like a lock-in right now, but that second PGS slot still well up for grabs.
We'll have to see what's going to happen. One more match left to play today before we hop into the final day tomorrow, but first, let's go back to the desk and let them break down this Miramar game.
Thank you, boys. Yes, in the penultimate game, Primal are not dead. They were able to get themselves a fortress of a compound and be able to play out the win from there. Joining me, Martin, as well as Mark, to talk about this game. And Mark, it's Primal all day, finally. Hooray!
I think the fortress of the compound's the best way to put it, because it was. No one could really push them. I was actually surprised at a point they had 5 kills from the fortress as they lurked their way out to try and find some kills. But at this point, obviously, Na'Vi pushed around. I thought they were going to be really good in this round here. But eventually, they lost their fortress. They had to make the play. A bit sketchy at times, but they were able to back themselves a win.
Yep, moving on out, being able to clean up the rest of these from the lobby, and Primal get themselves some juicy points with the 25 going their way from this spot. Fielding things up though as well, Virtus Pro were with 11 points, and last day on the 10 as well, Martin.
Yeah, good to see Virtus Pro stepping up their game here. Obviously they need to with the amount of points that lies ahead of them. But yeah, Primal actually having a few good games to not be in that last spot. This is great for them. I will say this though, it was a perfect circle for them to actually move out. They didn't get held as much inside the combat as some could have worried, because everyone else was fighting on that edge there, and they could come out really strong and show their way around. And they're actually able to jump from 16th place into 9th with that, and jumping into that mid-pack.
Yeah, I think that's a good breakdown of the situation, right? Because as much as it can be difficult to make an attack onto that compound, technically, if people are looking away, it could be quite difficult to also make the opposite transition. But no, Primal timed it out well. 55 points. I mean, it's a huge leap mark for them to try and now start fighting towards what could be, if you just get another decent win on the board, striking at that 3rd place position of all places.
That's nearly as many points they've put on already, so they've got to double it up. But again, it's that middle pack. It's just the crazy thing. And like I said before, it's going to continue to unfold like this, because one good game with a good number of kills will jump someone up. I don't know if it's at a low side of the leaderboard, because it's really not. We've got a number of teams which are running away, 2, maybe 3 pushing at the moment, and then just everybody else. So I feel at the moment, every game it's going to be who can get themselves to chicken dinner, and then how many kills can that team get. That will make a big shake up on the leaderboard.
I like another team that I think should be striking out for those top spots, Martin, is a team like Na'Vi. And unfortunately in this game, like as much as they come off the back of getting quite far in a rondo, they go up against teams like BB up towards the top in this game, right? And then from there, you're probably going to lose players even if you do survive it. If you don't, you're going up against BB teams. So going up against some of these big dogs, you mentioned it before, try and avoid these guys if you possibly can, because they don't really have much to lose other than trying to go for number 1, of course.
Yeah, exactly. That's really the scary thing. And I think it's a big like kind of missed talking point, because you have these teams, obviously our GPT teams also have another added benefit. They're going to PGS no matter what, but here obviously it being the last PTC points tournament, you have to do good no matter if you're a GPT team or not, just to ensure that spot, because you don't know your future at PGS 5 and 6. So still running into those teams, like it's scary. Like if you're in a team right now with 40 points plus ahead of 3rd place, it's just rough, because they're just going to commit all their forces to that fight, and they don't care if they lose, 1 or 2 guys, because they're going to get the 4 points that they ultimately have needed from that game.
All right, well, Stardust came into this one at 3rd place, and they got, I can't even remember how far they got into this one, Mark, so break it down for me.
Yeah, the placement points, I'll give you that. So they did work their way in. Obviously, we got no win or die, so they took their drop spot. They went for that San Martin. They spread themselves out a little bit across that sort of San Martin across to the west. Good rotation in. They went really, really wide west to come into Chermacera, but they had a little bit of a split. Received a knock, they went down the player. Again, that kind of changed how they were playing. They completely dropped the ball. They just didn't know there was someone lurking. Zone shifts away. Obviously, they have to fight for some spots. So Send came into, obviously, Chermacera as well. They had to pick up a kill. They also then moved into the church. And again, they were kind of not flexing out, but they were making their presence kind of known. And then we had this crazy shift, Martin. All the teams had to make a move. We had a handful of them go towards the west, where we saw FaZe trying to punch a hole between Twisted Minds and BB Team, the way you don't really want to go. Or the other side, where we had kind of Fairy Tail, VP, and Navi moving around. And they actually put a pause, Martin. They went, do you know what? We don't want to continue going sort of around to the east. We want to stop. And actually, they took a couple of kills, but then they repositioned to the south. I think that's all they could really get from that point. It was just a matter of, look, we're down bodies, we're down to a duo. Can't really get much more out of this game. Let's just ensure we get more points in Ascend that are trying to chase us down.
Yeah, maximizing that. Obviously, being on that southern side with that shift just makes it extremely difficult for them. Yeah, and I think they actually got the most of it with what they had to work with here for this one, even though, like, in this situation, they obviously got so late into the circuit that it makes it hard, and then sending it into open. Yeah, placement points, obviously great, but I feel like they could have been a little bit more if they got their move on and rotated just a little bit earlier.
It's a bit of a hellacious divide, is having that bigger field with that warehouse compound in the circle like this, because it just takes up so much room that nobody can play other than the team in the compound. So going towards the south, I suppose, is kind of a safe bet for a little while, but then if it shifts north above it, as I smash my mics, I'm so passionate about this, like it becomes quite the problem. So those teams towards the top being able to win things out, but at least, you know, they're trying to defend their spot up towards the top here, Mark, and given credit where credit is due, Stardust is surpassing my expectations, not only in the previous stage that they were playing, but also here in the grand final.
It's consistent, but not consistent enough to be on the sort of main shining light. But they're always there. They always can. Their survivability. I think it's that point, like that last game, they were able to stop, reposition themselves. They could have continued, as we see a lot of teams maybe continue wrapping around on that east side, but they went, actually, hold on, let's stop. Maybe everyone's doing the same, and it's those little movements that this team takes, finds them, give or take, in placement points. They're able to get some kills. Yes, they have dropped the ball on a couple of occasions where there's been a solo which has caused some damage to them, but generally speaking, they're a good team. They will maybe claw for a few more placement points, but they're putting a good number of placement points on and a great number of kills.
I think for me, it's clear that they're being a bit more cerebral about it. When it comes to the grand final, you've got to be really thinking on your toes against some of these big dogs. And you guys at home can have a big brain too if you follow the Twitch and get yourself some cheeky emotes on the board to be able to spam, to be able to pop when we get some chicken dinners on the board as well. And don't forget, we also have the MS Paint competition going on over at Clutch Group HQ on Twitter, that you can draw something on MS Paint and you have a chance to enter that competition and potentially get yourself 5,000 G coin, and there's going to be 5 spots given away. We don't have too many entries just yet, but if you're able to get in, that means that you've got a great opportunity actually being able to win some G coin. So yeah, get in there and try for it. Martin, have you drawn anything yet, Martin? I don't think so.
No, I don't. I think the more scuffed, the better it is, and I think I'll have a 20-second quick draw just to see if someone can see how bad it is, and then I'll submit that one. This more scuffed, the better. That's what I'm going for.
Martin, quick on the trigger as always. All right, well, we're gonna go to a break, and when we return, everybody's gonna be quick on the trigger. We've got one final game coming your way, and it will be Miramar.
Ooh, you're so good.
Just I am a cowboy.
Cowboy, man. I want this side, Ermat. I want this side. This is win side, you know?
Oh, okay, okay.
Fuck. No way.
Easy
That's
one.
so slowly. Good game, Ermat. Thank you for the game. GG.
Upstairs.
Hold our left, Gustav. We're gonna go left, okay?
Yeah.
We're gonna go straight now.
He's picking you upstairs this window.
Yeah.
Knocked him.
I have your
Nice.
left. I have your left. Peek left. Peek left. Knock.
Nice. Good.
Nice look. Nice look.
Nice. Yeah.
Two active.
One more coming.
Two active.
I'm holding your left push.
Just kill him.
I'm with you. Knock
Nice.
him.
Last guy's
I'm
bridge.
with you.
Everyone front bridge.
He's one shot, last guy. Just get all the reses.
No one's here. I'm just keep driving with the road. Go with the road, guys.
In front of me, full up in two guys. Go fine.
Nice.
Low. 180, last guy.
Where is he?
One blue, orange.
Basically under.
I was stuck on top hill. Nice.
280.
How many? We should clear them.
Down left on us.
We need to kill them.
Hit him. He's low.
Solo.
One side, guys. One SCR, guys. Pulling up.
Last guy compound.
They're doing yellow line.
It's good.
He's coming.
I got knocked. I wanted to repark. He's above us already. Yellow.
No, that's one of them.
I'm netting.
He got knocked.
Last guy's coming blue line.
Yes.
Blue line.
Yeah. Run, Luca. I'm pushing right.
BBL guy was all the way
If you
down.
come with me right.
Down left.
I'm coming.
If you
Coming, wait.
No.
Pick up.
One going left. On me.
No, I can't see it. I can't see shit.
I can see shit.
On me, one yellow. One on me, one yellow. Going left, far left.
I couldn't see.
Final match of day 2 here at the PEC Fall Grand Finals. Only 2 spots up for grabs in the top for those nifty PGS spots, but we still got a day and a match yet left to find out who's going to come victorious. Saga, how do you feel with VP Primal finally getting something going? Is now the time that they maybe turn things around? Do you think maybe back-to-back good Miramar games here, or are we just straight back to Twisted and BB?
They closed the gap from sort of 38 to 30. However, it took them 5 of our 6 games today to do so. So that 30-point gap, they have 7 chances left to try and catch up with Stardust. And there are so many other teams who are gunning for that spot as well. And most of them are much, much closer. Ascend only 4 points shy of Stardust, currently holding that 3rd place position, crucially behind Twisted Minds, so those top 2 spots do move down if the global partner teams take hold of them. Stardust still has a big target on their head. We even heard it a little bit in the comms from VP in just towards the end of the break. You could hear how much priority they were putting. They were in the middle of a fight with BBL, and they're still coming. Guys, Stardust is 1 up. They've been eliminated. They're down to 1. Yeah. That's how much of a priority every single team is putting on Stardust. So it's difficult to be in their position, but they've held on to that spot so far today.
Yeah, it's been impressive to see. I mean, again, Stardust, the team I don't think a whole lot of people had on their bingo cards to potentially grab a PGS spot. Of course, it's by no means guaranteed just yet, but let alone the fact that they came in up there in the top today and they've been able to maintain that position is a good showing on their part. Let's see where this first circle is going to take us. And wow, variety. We're going towards south again.
This one's a little bit further east, so we could go to the eastern side of Los Leones Cliffs, or we could end the day in real prime fashion with a hard feed on VP in the center of Los Leones. That could also be one way to get this game ended quickly. Last day though, they've been decent. They managed to get themselves back up into the top 8 with that previous match's performance. Let's hear from them about their thoughts on Miramar.
Well, I expect that we will play as a team, and every team member will do what they should do in the team to make the highest result for the whole team. More is bad bounting in my mind, because they're first of all dangerous, and they will be try harding so hard to go for PGS 5, PGS 6. So in my mind, this is the most dangerous team for us. I want to beat them.
I wanna beat every team because we want to qualify, and we need to win every fight with any team.
I think there's a career path for Nitro in politics, because he was able to successfully give us the most politically correct answer ever. Just everyone do what they're supposed to, and then we will be good. Yeah, if that's all it takes, my friend, just go ahead and do that. I'm all for it. And of course, in agreement with them that they just need to take out everyone in order to qualify. They did so in the last chance. Let's see if we can do it here as well.
Yeah.
And you said it, Saga. It's a bit of a journey, but a journey that off our last game has been made at least that much easier.
And again, still so impressive that this is the performance of a team that was put together a couple of hours before the open qualifier registrations closed.
True.
That, yes, there was some very solid free agents from the region available, and they put together a team, made it thus far, currently holding on to 8th, and they're not that far away from Stardust, and they've definitely shown that they can put on a dominant performance in the LCQs, and yep, evidently they were all doing what they were supposed to in that portion of the tournament. Twisted Minds is doing about what they're supposed to do as well, being 1 point behind BB team. Example on 24, because of course he is. Yep, top fragging in the tournament, of course. Standard procedure, for example.
Yeah, you'd be surprised if he's not at least sat in top 3. And this time around, of course, up there in the first blood, no big surprises at all. In the meantime, we see an pick up. That's BBL sending Lyron into Los Leones. I guess he's maybe going to go on top of the construction site and just chill for a bit. I'm not quite sure. But considering the fact that we have Los Leones as the dead center of the circle, that has more teams than what we usually see eyeing the big city on the southern side of Miramar already in phase number 1. Phasa in there. BBL is almost fully committed to the city. Lyron actually didn't opt to go in up top. He opted to go down below instead. VP obviously looting here, but they have also opted to stay around. So I'd say a bit surprising that we already have 3 teams kind of not hard committing, but at least to some extent committing to the city, as we once again reminded that there is a medical facility in Los Leones, and I think should the game end here, a lot of the players would need to go there.
Yeah, maybe not. Well, I don't know, because it's like ultrasound. I don't think any of the players are going to be.
You don't think they're going to get
needing that?
No.
No, they're probably just going to get shot a lot of times. However, Stardust, as we saw them earlier on, making a bit of a rotation down the side of Power Grid Plateau, they've benefited indirectly from the early moves of BBL and FaZe Clan. They may have run into some problems on that eastern Picado Ridge, making their rotation forwards, but both teams have made moves deep enough into the zone that it's cleared a path for them. Twisted Mind's the only team that could potentially threaten, as Pixelic, he's always got something in his backpack to deploy. Sets up a deployable shield and walks immediately past it to try and gather some information on the eastern side of the zone.
Always good to have somewhere to fall back to if need be, and here we have a shield in the middle of the open, which now is going to get picked up again. Didn't make much use, but always rather safe than sorry. I like it. And Foot, of course, on the kind of on the cusp of that top spot, would not want to take any unnecessary risks early on.
Already, Los Leones is looking heavily populated. Entropic this time taking the hilltop to the south side, as well as the little water treatment zone where Na'Vi picked up a big point scoring win in yesterday's matches. If we are going to see a repeat, then they'll definitely be looking to profit from that. Kilyakai can't quite land a spray with the AUG. The bike is the priority target, easier to tag, less cover, but still fast moving, a small target. Anybody's will get away from them, it seems, for the time being.
It's almost as if anybody can dodge those bullets.
Nice.
See what I did there? Fun? Yeah, like it. Brex alongside Ascent are gonna, I guess, go, well, that was 100 bullets we'll never get back as they rotate towards the south. At least, if anything, they'll have scared off Fairy Tail to some extent, forcing them to swing further west. If they are really lucky on their timing here, maybe Fairy Tail bump into Twisted, and that's going to open a third-party opportunity for Ascent. But that's assuming a lot of things would go exactly the way they would need it to.
It's going to be a while before we have any sort of possibility of that becoming a reality. Going to be slowed down as well by a sandstorm that sweeps its way in from the northwestern side of the zone too. Fuzzface has been spotted out and tagged as well by Hakatori as he sort of overwatches the Sakura Zensen rotate. They make their way down south through Impala. BB team close behind them as well.
Nice.
Good. Sure, if anyone's going to grab that, hopefully it's soon, because that's right in the middle.
The game is ending on that thing, and then there's like two players alive. Pickup of level 3 gear that wins him the game. That's the spoiler for you, Chad. That's what's happening.
So Marsalek has received the call from Fuzzface that Hakatori's here, and they've identified that he's alone, but that does not mean that he doesn't have cover. Sosed from a distant compound watching as Marsalek goes for a peek up over the top and gets tagged twice immediately. Must have hit him in the limbs because his vest didn't cop any damage for it, but it will be enough to dissuade him, especially now hearing the vehicle coming in to regroup. So Hakatori's position fortified by a couple of Na'Vi members, and Sakura Zensen, any thoughts they had of going for a breach, now called off.
And given where Sakura Zensen is currently set on the leaderboard, of course, don't want to take any early casualties.
Hello
There's now, a second off. And that would have been a perfect timing of that one. They see April, though, kind of dislodged from the rest of the group. Are they going to go on the hunt here? It is two faster vehicles going up against the pickup going up the hillside. But seems like April, steering better, will be able to get away. At least for now, Brax is seemingly like fully on the hunt here.
Yeah, they're trying to get the long-range tags from Pains in the passenger seat of the car at the back to pop tires, but not able to do so before April gets out of visual range, and he's not going to pull up and try anything. He's just out of there. Killy, though, is going to go for a spray. Can't get the tires himself either, so April dodges potential disaster, but the rest of Fairy Tail going to have to turn back. They're actually considering setting up some sort of camp towards Ascend to punish their insolence for going to such a play.
I feel like Ascend has fired more bullets at Fairy Tail today than Gaming Gladiators have gotten to shoot the entire day. I mean, that's somehow no casualties have come through. Let's see next circle. How spicy are we going to get? Are we going to go dead center straight into Lust? Did all the players know it from the beginning? Ooh, they might just have. We're headed a bit further south. So for BB, for Sakura Zensen, are they all going for the E-pickup? I'm not quite sure. But for Fairy Tail, there's only one play here. Full swing south and see if you can somehow go like full shoreline and come in from the east.
Sakura Zensen, they are going to take their emergency parachute. They regrouped as 4. They're going over the top of Na'Vi, leapfrogging them. Maybe they'll go for the cliffs. Foot Esports, where we saw Pictolix setting up those shields before, they can scout this from their position. They will only see 2 members of Foot Esports on those higher ground positions. They could just commit to the fight if they want to, but probably the safer play is to disappear somewhere into the center of the biggest city on the map.
I feel like, I was going to say Cliffs is, in my opinion, kind of short-sighted because they, again, don't have any vehicles. So if we swing south here, they would be somewhat doomed to try and make a rotation on foot off that hillside. Having said that, it does seem like they are going towards hills, but no, it's a bit further on the southern side into the city. And at least in an area from where they can exit the city, I'm just not sure they have any vehicles available down there. So we'll see when or if the circles do end up swinging out of the city, whether they have cars or not. We saw just there, at least a minivan is available.
Pretty sure the Mad just drove out and looted that airdrop crate from the middle of the street. If T-Bone took half a step further to the right, he would have spotted him and had an opportunity to go for some free shots. Nixie is in trouble, and Gaming Gladiators are going to add to that as both teams emergency parachute into basically the same place, and we might have a 9-way engagement.
Baited by the double E pickup. I mean, normally when you fly on in like that, you look for vehicles and say, great, if there's no cars here, usually there shouldn't be any players around. But of course, if the other team that is there also went with E pickups, then then it makes sense that there would be no vehicles. And Nix is now realizing, wait a minute, I'm not alone in this building, am I?
Everyone's kind of surrounded everyone. Beamy a little bit separated to the northeast, now has Gaming Gladiators on the warehouse in between. Sakura Zenson, they've ended up like heavily split. There's two of them not even in Los Leones. They went on the highway road towards the southeast, and they've got the entirety of Gaming Gladiators now between them and the possibility of regrouping with Himant. Not looking good.
You're Sakura Zenson here. Do you just share? Are you really that eager to go? I mean, of course, you really want to take out Nixie and get full control of the 5-stack, but are you willingly? I mean, you don't know if there's a guy sat with a DPS upstairs just waiting to take you out, and a 2-man push up the staircase here. I feel like it's it's a hard call to make.
I would envy anyone who gets to listen to Sakura Zenson make that call. Right now, there's going to be about 4 different conflicting calls, and they get to choose between one of them. But regrouping is probably not an option at this point. The Gaming Gladiators, they left pin up towards the north, but the majority of their number is perfectly in between. Ibby, though, is coming over to contribute, has a Panzerfaust in hand, but Beamy's been caught.
Where is Beamy? Oh, is he further north? Yeah, I mean, again,
he was trying to wrap around, but no
this
way
is just a big old miss.
2
players are trying to get back together, and it's clearly not really happening. They're leaving Beamy behind. They're saying, you know what? Nope, we're committing to Nixie. We've played our hand. Let's now see if we can make it happen. Panzerfaust in the hands of EB, as we would love to see what's happening there. But instead, we get to see here as BB team looking to try and get an E-pick up going. Maybe, should they go into the city, that's something. As I'm still very curious to see what's happening inside that 5-stack.
Yeah, well, to be fair, half the server can't see anything right now as Sandstorm just sweeps over practically everyone, apart from maybe Primal and Na'Vi on the northern side of the zone. This does indicate maybe that some of the teams who have committed, particularly those who committed early into Los Leones, are going to have to try and find a way out, and that is never a fun prospect.
It's kind of insane. If you do a diagonal line northeast to southwest, you have... make that 10 players on the southeast half of the map. The remaining 53 are in and around Los Leones.
Or Ibby just about got the Panzerfaust primed in time, but
he will die if he fires it in here.
Yeah, I don't think you want to do that on the staircase. He's going to have to try and find a little bit more of an open terrain. That'll do nicely. Nixie gets one. A quick trade from the other as Lucarix's grenade actually chops Nixie. But Virtus Pro clear out the building, claim control for themselves.
Yep, in the meantime, the rest of the Sakura Zenson opting to try and push further towards the south with this new circle popping. They will head further down there towards the other 5-stack on the just southeastern outskirts of Los Leones proper. BBL, they took out Beamy just before and are looking to go further towards the outskirts of the city themselves. The issue is they have Pin upstairs. I don't think they're aware that Pin landed here. I saw people shooting at him earlier, but I don't think they were one of the ones doing that. So now the rest of Gaming Gladiators is what they have to deal with. In the meantime, last day, saw Perfectix. Didn't opt to go for the early shot. I like this play. Moldog probably give the info across. Nope, bro, don't shoot. I have him. Go for the next guy. If that was the play, then that was incredibly well executed. The issue is, last day still not done with this fight for Twisted Minds just yet. Lou, able to find Quincy.
Nitro is a little bit separated as well. It's difficult for him to try and find a way to regroup with Ascend, just staring him down, even tossing some grenades over in towards his position. Twisted Minds, they are going to lose one, but they get the trade. Molodok might not be able to secure the flush on the second either.
30 seconds to go till the next circle is going to pop. Entropic still very split, somewhat circle center. BP team next to them, or at least a Doozy, and Detrix close to one another. Wait, is this actually going to be the cave ending we've been asking for since forever? It might just be. Give us that southern hardship. Give us that southern hard shift and let chaos commence. Or, I mean, you know what? I feel like regardless of where we go, we're going to have a pretty chaotic finish to this match. East is just open. North is a city. South is a cave. And west, well, we've been here before. It also makes for some pretty fun endings. Let's see where is this circle going to take us? Nope, we're swinging north. We're going back towards Los Leones. So if you weren't there already, it's time to make that move into the city.
So the teams that took the gamble early on, particularly the likes of BBL, who just drove straight into the center of Los Leones in the middle of phase 1, they're going to have penetrated the furthest into this city, and that may pay off, but there's still plenty of opportunities for this zone to cause issues for the teams, even within the city itself. Being in the city now does not guarantee anything. All it really means is by the time we get to phase 7, phase 8, there's still going to be like 12, 13 teams alive. And the only ones who are going to be missing out are those who struggle to find their way into the city in the first place. We'll find out now if Diffix will be joining them. He will. 80 from above. A quick spray with the AK. And there's no way for him to catch up with the rest of Na'Vi.
13 spare bullets for 8. He's clearly prioritized rotations over loot, as fortunately now with that knock and flush, one of the Na'Vi players, he will get a chance to get a little bit more ammo going his way. Na'Vi in the meantime gonna go for the full northern swing, because look at the north side of the city, or effectively the entire city that isn't the south road. It's still very open. The issue is everyone that has to get into the city outside of Foot and Na'Vi are all coming in from the south. So if you're a BB team, maybe there's a wide flank opportunity for you. Pin obviously is just gonna chill, not in a hurry to go anywhere. But for everyone else, the north is still incredibly vacant.
Now, BB team, they did pop an emergency parachute earlier on, but opted not to take it. I don't know whether or not they would regret that decision, because now it does mean that they can at least play that slower BB team style, control the hilltop, and play a little bit to their own pace, even if it means eventually they're going to struggle to make an entrance into the city. That's probably more of what BB team wants than having to play a pretty RNG random urban scenario where every window could have an opponent lurking behind it.
Surprised to see Foot actually backfill this direction. They saw the fight with BB, but they didn't take any casualties. They're 3-man sending it south around rather than try and go into the city on the north. Maybe they're expecting the next circles to come down in this direction, or maybe it is phase 4. I mean, tank a bit of blue and then go back north if you have to. You kind of have your anchor in T-Bone that is holding the north side rotation possible. Ooh, an arm for a city ending. Love to see it. But as you can see here, Foot, they're clearly going south on this one. I thought they were going to just backfill Na'Vi and come into the city up towards the north, but not quite the case.
If Gaming Gladiators pull this off, a second emergency parachute, and get to regroup with Pin on the roof of BBL's warehouse,
imagine.
That would be crazy. There's so many teams. There's probably more people who would shoot at them than there are who would be able to get this code. 50 to be precise. So hurry up, slap it in, quick, go.
Oh. A lot of loot on the ground there as a frustrated Entropic player, I believe it was Deadtrix that went down earlier. Does get seen. Vard now seen by Phil first as well. They have to try and take this fight from an angle at which T-Bone can help, and it's just not possible. Circle now swings north, and with Phil first sat down here, this is a perfect angle to try and engage from behind. Vard gets flushed. Marsalek now pushing up from behind. Foot, again, I mean, they're fully committed to this south side play. Not sure what they didn't see on the northern side, but of course it's easy for us, knowing that it's free, to make that call, but hard for them, I suppose, as Marsalek up on the ridgeline, Fussface there to try and help as well, wanting to dislodge our current first place team.
I don't know whether T-Bone came under some sort of pressure or he heard movement below him or something, but he's definitely not looking this direction. He's putting shots in towards Primal, and maybe having that early warning that Sakura Zensen were pushing up, it would have changed things for FUT Esports, but maybe it wouldn't have, because they still would have had to fight their way through BB team. That is a tough prospect, especially when you already start on the low ground. And the grenade from Phil first will take 80 out of the equation entirely.
Yeah, Marsalek does get to do damage on one. Best of luck. Falls to Bumble as well. M16 Master Race once more, as BB team finally showing a little bit of sign of weakness as they're going up against 4 different teams at the same time. Spyro finds Fuss, but his teammate is instantly taken down, and now it's a straight-up 1v1 between him and Marsalek to try and stay alive in this final match of the day.
Spyro's got a good read on where he's coming from as well.
Oh, full flash.
Tossing the flashbangs out, fully blinds Marsalek. He's even going to take a risk to go for a peek in the blue zone. He's tanking a lot of damage. He's going to give himself up for this.
Yeah, they both are. Might as well see if you can take him down with you. I think at 113, you're pretty satisfied with how the day has gone overall. Moldog now from the other side gets eyes on both. Marsalek will fall, so will Spiro. No, sorry, Marsalek still alive, trying to make a run for it, but no more first aids. He should fall any second now. T-Bone might even get the point as Marsalek gets into the circle with just 1 health.
And he's heading back in the direction of T-Bone as well, and T-Bone certainly doesn't expect this. Looking in this direction again, you know, a quick
almost
little nod.
if he realizes he's on camera.
It might have been that he just muted all of his teammates. Muted his mic and they're giving him information. He's just acknowledging. Bomb below, caught off from the low ground, but not quickly enough on the spray from April. This time, second time of asking, he gets it done. 2 down, quick reload, goes for the third, but Nitro over the top gets the better of him this time.
Good peek from down below, could potentially allow for Sabila to get up over the hillside and help him out. Nitro is, at least initially, gonna go for the rest here. Might just fully commit to it. Marsalek has made it into the building, but oh, T-Bone knows. He's heard him on the other side. And I don't think Marsalek, given that he's now healing in the open, is aware that T-Bone is snuck in right behind him.
Zone's about to stop moving, so T-Bone doesn't have to make a move. He can just wait for Marsalek to make his move and then spring the trap. Half of them did. Well, one of them did. Dante survived. That's it. It's just Dante and Pin.
You take that, especially with this circle shift as well. Sure. You take that.
Yeah, it's something. It makes BBL's life annoying.
True.
Because it's very difficult to dislodge them from this position, but maybe they won't necessarily have to. Maybe they just let someone else deal with that problem. Or maybe it becomes a problem where either of these teams has to move. It really depends on where the zone goes from here. T-Bone will catch out Marsalek. Completely caught out in the open. Had no idea that little trap was waiting to be sprung.
Yep, 500 damage, almost, for T-Bone. Currently sat in first place in that regard, but only 1 kill to show for. A lot of damage done on the side of foot. You can see Moldog here also still aware, or well aware, that there is a Fairy Tail player left to be found, but can't quite get the angle on him. They know he's down here somewhere, but only being 2 left alive. Don't want to over-aggress. Do they now really? I mean, there's really only so many places Sabila can be, but help coming from the side as Example finds him.
Oh, no. He thought he had the read. He did have the read, but Example had the angle. Nitro dropping down, giving away the audio cue with the parachute. Sabila actually has the advantage here, and that molly, that's got to be game over for Nitro.
I mean, even if it's just to isolate him up there, and the blue coming in now as well, it's going to go down to either the blue or the molly. Example, as a matter of fact, will be the victor. You know what? I guess it's only fair. Sabila stole his kill. Now he gets one in return. There you have it. Twisted trying to get back into that first place spot. Just 1 point behind.
Virtus Pro did manage to take control of that 5-stack. That's a difficult road crossing for Zubila to try and attempt.
Yes.
T-Bone has pushed his way forwards. He's now in a bit of a 1 versus 1 against Code Marco. The rest of Eternal Fire nowhere really to be seen. Ruin trying to find an angle towards it, but there's nothing that he can find. T-Bone's just bombarding Marco inside, and Crossberg with 50 damage from T-Bone's nade. 1 tag from the mini is enough for Code Marco to be taken out.
Does T-Bone realize it was Marco he was up against, though? Because then there's a 3-point waiting right around the corner. Indeed, he does. Finds the flush on him as well. More points of foot, more needed points of that, because look at how close the race is at the top. 75, 72, 72, and 69. They're all looking very, very close, fighting for that spot that Stardust is currently in position of.
Yeah, and they'd love to have Stardust's position in the game as well. Dead center with a couple of very solid-looking buildings. One of them being a 5-stack gives them angles and pretty much guarantees that they're going to be in the next zone or 2. And everyone else is going to have to try and get towards them.
Yeah, placement points are pretty much guaranteed for them, unless if we get a weird south hard shift here. But even then, you would have to imagine that they made Tabate. The thing is, kills aren't necessarily. It's always difficult being the team that has to make the push on forward. And just for those viewers that are coming in here a bit later, just to understand exactly what we're dealing with here, as a plane comes flying straight through the circle. Very cinematic. Thank you so much. You want to make top 2. Now, we have Twisted Minds, Na'Vi, and FaZe, who are global partners, so they're going to PGS no matter what. And because Twisted is currently in 2nd, that means we're including 3rd place. So, top 2 that are not global... Wow.
That is crazy.
Top 2 that are not global partner teams will go through to the PGS, the PUBG Global Series in Bangkok next month. That's what they're fighting for, and that's why BB team pretty much already have the first spot locked down, but Stardust's current spot is very much up for grabs.
Big double nade from FaZe.
One more.
A blue zone nade to follow it up as well. One more into the doorway. That is beautiful usage of utility.
They commit 3 pickups. They even get the crate, and then they just get domed. Unlucky.
Beautiful.
Now no one is going to get that crate.
Well, you know, VP could sneak their way up onto the roof from the south side, possibly.
Hashtag doubt.
Probably not.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. Baron trying to set up a sneak angle from inside the warehouse to make sure that no one's going to backfill from the side of FaZe. And again, I mean, this is where the game really slows down until we see the next circle where everyone's going to be forced to move. Right now, since everyone is inside the circle, no one's going to make a move before the next circle tells them they have to. We have 26 players alive coming into Phase 8. It's going to be very quiet until teams are going to be forced to move. The only team forced to make moves here is FaZe, and they're currently pushing in towards Primal.
Dodging out of the way of the pre-nade, but can't dodge the shots from Lyra and from the far south side of the zone. Jeems, though, gets the better of Jokers as he pops in through the window, lands the headshot. Rustenmar with a quick trade, though. Gustav could not make that sawn-off Sing just yet in time. And Corexi needs to try and find some sort of way to get across this position, but it's so difficult. It's so tight angles. Vex down super low, being pressured by the blue zone. Can't even heal in time. And Hakatori will finish the job. FaZe eliminated in 9th.
Yeah, Navi coming over here to try and see if they can get a piece of this as well. Makes sense. They saw Nox going both ways and thought, you know what, if we can clear the entire north side, we are going to be in a fantastic position. Circle, though, has swung south, so now Crossberg, Laza, even if, I mean, regardless whether Navi or Primal comes out victorious, they have to run straight into the kind of the lockdown position of Primal. Oh, sorry, Stardust.
This Phase 8 dot will very slightly favor the south side of the zone in terms of there's a little couple of bits of cover there and a wall that isolates the south. However, Stardust have the high ground position. What do you know, Toby? VP climbed up onto the top and take the FAMAS.
He got it. He actually got it. My doubt was disproven, and not only that, he'll also get the loot of the 2 fallen players in there. Nice. I will just go back and say that considering that we in Phase 1 said the game was going to end in Los Leones on the crate, we're only 250 meters off. You can see it on the top right. I feel like we were close enough to make that prediction. As the game, as you said, it's going to end in the courtyard, in the back here between, or backyard, I should say, I guess, between all these buildings.
Trying to run a little bit low on bullets on a few of the remaining survivors at this point in the game, but yes, got smoke grenades to try and work with. He's going to have to try and make it happen. Na'Vi has pushed aggressively over towards the east where FaZe met their makers, and Stardust, they've only got 1 kill on the board, but their position dictates so much of what happens around them. But Crossberg, he's actually going to hop out, try and get up even higher ground on the roof.
And I love these close quarter finishes. It really shows who are the best at communication, at up-close fighting, at these close quarter finishes. We see Hakatori swing around the corner, but not to be. Jorges from up high is actually going to be able to take him out.
A finish like this could make any team's comms sound a lot like Sakura's Ensign's. It's just chaotic call-outs left, right, and center. There's so much information to be handed out, but sometimes it's just got to come down to, look, just trust your instincts. Just move together, move as a team. Just try and aim better than the other guy. That's really all you can do at this point. Lou tries to go for some sort of weird little jump shot. He's running out of options. Going to have to tank some blue zone damage or go down to it. It looks
Not
like
too many options. Didn't like the look of a full team set on the other side waiting for him. Crossberg has managed to, if not him, then at least Nixie has hopped off, so he now sits in full control of high ground and will look further south. Lou just exactly gets inside the circle, but Pains is there, ready and waiting on the other side as we continue this city fight. 5 teams left alive, 13 players up and running, and no one is wanting to claim the center just yet.
Yeah, you know, it doesn't even matter. That courtyard on the south is just not a playable piece of terrain. Stardust on this position, having so much high ground cover, are just so oppressive to everyone while they can still remain up here. But that zone is creeping forward steadily. A Molotov to cut off Langing an angle of approach for BBL, and they are getting squeezed so aggressively.
If I'm the Crossberg here, I hold like full focus on that side of the circle. Medibay is going to be able to find one. This could be a huge game for Stardust. 6 kills just between 2 players already. As Rustinmar down below now able to find one more. That one molly again, really limiting what BBL could do from up here. Crossberg has a different challenge in hand. He needs to get off this roof eventually, but right now he's going to make full use of it for as long as he possibly can. Down to low HP though, but able to find Rustinmar before now. Coming off the hillside, Lurkerooks though sees him from the other side. Pains in return able to find Lazar. Stardust finally taking casualties as we're down to just the duo of BBL, a solo of Ascent and a solo of Medibay and Stardust.
Yeah, as we got into phase 9 in this game, it became just a matter of survive long enough for Stardust to have to get off the roof if you want a chance. Pains gets caught out in the open, repositioning around a smoke. Medibay hops off the side. Might just give an audio cue of that damage to come down. BBL
12
pairing blue zone grenades. It's a 2 versus 1 for now.
12 bullets. He's actually committing to the rest here. Crossberg is also crawling back. Look the other way, my friend. You want to be the one getting in for. There's no way Medibay gets both of you up and alive. Sheila, nice timing setting up the deployable cover here, but now he knows that he's on the right side. Oh, wait, is he? I'm not sure. Yes, he is. Yep. Medibay is on the right side. They have to come to him, and he's just doing what he can to stall. Lazar, though, has to swing around the corner eventually. Here he comes. Damage done towards CC, but the flash is going to get him out of ADS. CC falls. Now one more pushes on forward, and it is going to be BBL out victorious in the end of this game. What a cluster of a fight to finish off the day.
Yeah, all they really had at the end was just the chance to throw 100 flashbangs and just hope that they could get around that corner quickly enough. But a split on either side of what little cover was available there for BBL is enough to close out the game on the south side of the courtyard. But Stardust picked up so many points from the high ground positions, just dictating everything that happened around them. And that is huge, not just for this game and the points that they're able to gather, but what that means in the overall standings too.
I like the idea of how Stardust played this game and also going for the rest there in the end. They had a great understanding of what they were up against, but BBL, despite being the ones to have to make the move through the city there in the end, comes out victorious. Now let's go back to the desk and let them break down day number 2. And remember, tomorrow, still a day left to fight.
That's it. Love me some urban endings here as BBL manages to get themselves into solidly the middle pack here to try and challenge for PGS. But at the same time, it would be huge if Stardust can continue this on tomorrow and solidify themselves a 3rd place. But anyway, let's get breaking this game down. Got Martin and Mark to talk about it. And, well, Lost Leonis chaos, Mark, ensued.
Oh, see, urban endings are fun for us, but maybe not for the players. Stardust, you'd expect maybe for a win there. Did BBL lose track of the players? Maybe he's able to get off, maybe able to get boots on the ground to try and get the res, cheeky res, but BBL at the end of the day, they had the right side of the fence to back themselves to win. Today has felt like mid-pack. I don't say mid-pack, because we haven't really got a low pack, have we? Everyone else, apart from Twisted Minds and BB teams, day, really. But has Stardust done enough now to secure some spots? Well, BBL are trying to hold on. Ascend store there, even VP Primal throwing up numbers to try and get themselves into that 2nd spot, or maybe the one and only spot. We might be looking for that ticket to the LAN.
Yeah, these numbers are very urban ending, Martin, considering it's just a very even spread across the board.
Yeah, it's super linear. All the teams are kind of getting fed a little bit here. Twisted Minds and BB team, though, still a lot of points going there. Stardust, I should say, though, putting a little bit of distance, and also between Ascend and Eternal Fire, 10 points, James. That's huge.
Very big indeed. Yeah, I will be super impressed if Stardust can make it, if they can continue locking this down, because it does bear repeating. They came in today at 3rd place, and they've been able to hold on to 3rd place. That gives us some consistency there to maybe work with tomorrow for Stardust. That being said, though, there are a lot of challengers that are going to be trying to strike at them. We mentioned it before when we were watching the game, though, Mark. FaZe, no placement points on the day. No.
I wrote this note down. Like, are we going to see another 10 on FaZe? And every round that passed, FaZe didn't get any more placement points. They got kills. They're getting kills. But they're not getting the other half of the game. That's to get into placement. I actually bagged them for this game. I thought, do you know what? They've done a great rotation. We'll talk about it a little bit later. But they were in a position where they could have got placement points. They were in really, really strong hold on 2-2. They were controlling teams out. I love to see it, but yeah, no placement points from FaZe Clan. So I think the fans will be a bit disappointed.
Yeah, rough stuff for them here. Kind of low on that, but you're going to have to be weighing towards those kill points and seeing how they can fare with it. I mean, yep, we've got Sunday tomorrow coming up. I don't know if it's going to be able to trump a lot of what the mid-pack's showing here, though, Martin, because the mid-pack looks, well, I mean, the upper mid-pack especially looks ever consistent with what they're able to put up, and it will be difficult to challenge for number 3.
Yeah, it's just so many teams within a few, like 5, 10, 15 points, and one good game is literally jumping you, you know, 3, 4, 5 placement is just huge. But yeah, starters have been impressive today, really liking what I'm seeing. And also FaZe, like they were in 4th when we started the day, guys. They have had a terrible day today, and they need a pretty decent placement to secure the PGC, so they actually have to have a pretty good day tomorrow to make sure that happens.
Well, let's jump in with old FaZe, Mark, and see what's up, because technically speaking, they were in Los Leones. They had an all right spot. What happened?
Well, actually, even to caveat that, actually, they obviously jumped for San Martin, but they moved so early, James. They dropped, the zone popped, and the call was on point. I think it was like just shy of 3 minutes. They're already going, already on their way. There was no back flipping cars from Fex today, but it was an instant reaction to the zone popping. It's a really good pop. But yes, straight in Los Leones, a great position for them. They then obviously look to try and hold out the teams. They reposition. We see some great nades coming out. They hold, and they kind of got a little bit of a free pass, Martin. They were at the top. They're on that north side. BBL2, that dangerous 5 stat that we see in the northwest corner. They were kind of left to their own. They were able to conquer the buildings, clearing it one at a time. But when it came push to shove, Martin, they were unable to get any further. And then they get held off by Primal, unable to get themselves. Were they focusing too much on the outside? Were they not looking for the end zone? Not quite sure, but just unable to get themselves into that top 8 position.
Yeah, and we really got to highlight that Gustav is on 20 kills at this point here. 9, 8, and 7 for Fex. Fex is usually one of those guys, the Welsh Dragon. He's one of those guys that's usually up among the top 5 in terms of frags and kills. James has also had some standout performances on LAN, and it's just not really come into fruition for everyone else. Cruexy multiple times been like top damage, top fragger, like of multiple tournaments, yeah, but they've had a bit of a rough one. But then again, is it because they're thinking, guys, we are going to PGS no matter what? And at the current state of in terms of total PGC points, they don't need anything else than like top 6-ish, top 7 maybe, to kind of be sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of where they currently would get points. For example, if they finish where they are right now, how many they would even get from this? And it's really not that much. But as you say, maybe they can just kind of keep things going over when it comes to PGS, get the points on the board there, and see where it actually flies from there. So tough stuff here for FaZe as time goes on. Another team that we kind of are happy with their performance today, especially though, Mark, is Eternal Fire. I mean, they didn't really start out in a great spot at all at the beginning of the day, starting out at 14th, but they've definitely rallied the troops, been able to move up quite a lot, and thanks to that Rondo win, really picked up the pace.
It's that control of area. They're able to hold out an area really, really well, and you see time and time again. They were kind of my Stardust team. I was expecting to be in the 3rd and trying to hold off the other teams chasing them down, and they really didn't look well enough for them to be against their name. They've come out swinging. They're clawing away. They're chasing themselves down. I do think they're a massive contender, especially you get a reset now. We're going to go back on day number 3. We've got another 6 games and not many points between them and Stardust, but they're a team that could be very dangerous if they get the zones and they get the position. They could hold it down.
What do you think for Eternal Fire, Martin?
Yeah, great team. Obviously, the most points out of today here, 54 points for them. They started with 18 today here, and now they're able to put themselves into this spot. If they didn't have a bad day one, they would have been in that 3rd place instead of starters. So yeah, very impressed with what we've seen from them today, and also the consistency from Twisted Minds is just out of this world. BB team less than half the points in day 1 they got today, 34 versus the 79. So little bit of a burst today of the balloon, but still just a decent amount of points tomorrow, and they should be sure we're looking at like this 135, maybe 140 points to kind of be sure of that PGS spot. And also they need to actually have a pretty decent amount of point to be able to be sure to go to PGC. I feel like they need to win to be 100% safe and certain, depending on obviously how many teams are going to PGC through the PGS system.
is the weird dynamic of today. The fact that the BB team and Twisted Minds came in so hot, so strong, and so far above the rest of the teams that we actually haven't really focused on them too much, Mark, today. And they've not had the most amazing day between either of them here, but they've done enough to still keep themselves in such a strong spot to challenge for number one between themselves tomorrow coming in. So I think that dynamic, of course, does change tomorrow. We do start focusing on them a lot more because one of them is going to probably become the champion. It's just a question of who.
I think you're right. Obviously, Twisted Minds got our game one today, and apart from that, there, as Martin was saying, I think you were saying as well, they're kind of the teams people are avoiding. They don't want to come across them.
Right,
we saw Na'Vi come across them on Miramar and just got absolutely destroyed for BB team. So yeah, they're not really been the highlight, but have they done enough? I think they're going to be. We're going to be one of those two teams securing the spot, which then forces a bit of a danger for the rest of these teams in lobby, because then we're only looking for one other placement or one other team that's going to be going to a LAN. So is there anyone that could maybe catch up? Oh, God, that'd be a wild story tomorrow. We've got 6 games. There is an argument to say if BB team or Twisted Minds maybe take the foot off the gas a little bit, someone could contend it. But I kind of feel like one of them have got maybe the spot already, and it's going to be a big race for this third plot.
Well, of course, we have our interview ready and good to go, and we're going to be talking to Ascend to get things going on. So it's Chris is joining us from Ascend. They've had a good day today and been able to put themselves in a strong spot. Hello, Chris. How are you doing, mate?
Hello, I'm doing good.
Fantastic. So I guess my first question is going to be about the team change coming into this tournament, I suppose. Having Pains now on the roster. How's that working out so far for you guys in terms of, internally? And clearly it's doing something good on the battleground.
I think it works really well for us. We had not that much time to practice because of PNC, but I think we did a really good job so far, and we still have to learn a lot. Also, Pains have to learn a lot for us, how we play, how we want to approach the game. But overall, we are really, really happy.
Fair. Martin, do you have a question?
Yeah, for sure. Good to see you, Chris. You're obviously having a great day today. I want to ask you, like, how's your thoughts about this final lobby here? It feels a little bit kind of harder for you guys to play because there's a lot of random factors coming into effect. What's your thoughts on this grand final lobby here?
First of all, I think the lobby is pretty top heavy right now. Like with BB and Twist doing a lot of points, I think it's pretty good for us. We just have to catch them up a little bit so we don't get too far away. But overall, yeah, it's a pretty hard lobby. In the first day, we did a mistake that we tried to go more center, but it didn't went really well for us in the first 3 games, and because there are a lot of center teams in the lobby, and now we are more like chilling and relaxing and play our game, and yeah, it works good.
Nice. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
I think 100% it's going to be a good luck tomorrow. I think you're right. It is very top heavy here, so there is a big chance that Ascend has potentially got their eyes on their third place. You're going to be taking away, obviously, what you guys done for the first 2 days and tweaking things coming to the final day, or are we going to see the sort of the outside, the chilling team Ascend? I'd be really keen to get an insight, Chris, of actually what you're going to do to get yourself over this line to ensure you do get to that LAN.
I think first of all, what we didn't make it that good in the past. We focused too much on the leaderboard, too much on the points that we have to make to get like PGC or first place or to get to the LAN. So we're gonna just play our game tomorrow. Hopefully we start good this time and tomorrow. Not how it was in the last 2 days, but we just play our game. We just play as today, and we have to adjust a little bit to the lobby because tomorrow is the last day. Some teams can't lose anymore. They're gonna do stuff what they usually don't do. So we just relax, play as 4, play as a team, and then I think we are pretty good.
I think you guys will be all right. Good luck tomorrow, mate.
One last question, Chris. One last question, mate. So obviously your Tego win today. Obviously you guys kind of had the circle coming towards you a little bit. It was kind of in the north. You guys were dropping up there. But what were the main threats to you guys as you were taking that? Was it Gladiators that was coming in behind you from the west? Was it Eternal Fire in the east? What did you guys think was a potential threat in that Tego game?
First of all, like our early game where we had the like 2-2 split, we were pretty like we had a pretty big problem because of the beach. We didn't know if like GG have everything and can play there and knock off guard one of us. So I think GG was a bit of a threat there, yeah. But in the end, when we knew, okay, Eternal Fires killed BB, they only played like across the street from us on the street, on the dips there, on the trees. We knew we can fight easily GG. We had also really good rocks there, and also it was really important for us that we cleared GG really fast, so Eternal Fire couldn't like third party us in this fight.
Fair. All right, well, thanks. Great insight from that one. And thank you very much for joining us, Chris. Any final words before we let you go?
Yeah, thank you for all the fans to supporting us over the 2 days right now. We give our best to do it, to try to do it, to give our best tomorrow. And yeah, thank you guys.
Hey, it's been a while since we've seen you at PGS. We want to see you back at a PGS, mate. Good luck.
Yeah, good to see you again.
All right, that's it. Chris joining us from Ascend. Brilliant stuff coming out from him. I just had to sneak in that little cheeky Tego question at the end, because I genuinely wanted to know, like, when you have a circle like that, and they were already saying it in the first day, you know, obviously they're playing center. Technically, Mark, that game's kind of coming to them. So how are they looking at the dynamic of the lobby? How are they looking at how these teams are approaching them? It's good to get the player insights, I think.
It's always easy to say that someone's been fed a zone, but yes, Ascend of an outside team, but yeah, you've got to hold it. And there are so many variables, teams working their way in. How close do they get? What area? Chris alluded, what area do they hold? Like, and then the really good thing is that we know we need to take an area because we don't want to be third party. These are all things that an edge team don't always have to take on board all of the time because they're normally the ones controlling the third party. They're controlling when they want to push. So it's a really good question because it's a good insight to a team that has been fed a zone to be able to try and bag out a good win.
Yeah. Which one are you looking forward to most, Martin, tomorrow? Is it who's going to become this champion or who's going to PGS? I can't quite decide, to be perfectly honest.
Right, yeah. There's multiple things. So there's so many facets, right? The big question is, does like the first 1 or 2 games, does Twisted Minds or BB team, do they actually close it out? Like, do they just make it impossible for some of the other teams to catch them? And then, of course, that third place, like that elusive third place that we have, 14 other teams vying for, because actually with a great day, I would say everyone except for maybe Gaming Gladiators will actually have a chance, like 2 good games in a row if you're in the bottom, or a decent game if you're in the mid pack and you're actually just in that place. So yeah, super close. But for me, yeah, it looks, I feel like those 2 PGSs is such a huge impact because it's the last big land before we go to PGC, and if you perform well there, you might even be able to go to PGC just through that if you don't go to PGC through our regional system.
Well, BB team and Twisted might be fighting for first place, and all these teams, huge amounts of teams, might be fighting for third. But coming up after this, in just a few hours' time, we have the PUBG America series, where if Sonics does as well as they did yesterday, that might be closing out very quickly. So we'll see. I'll be staying up for it. I'm hoping that you will too. That does it for us here at the PEC for day number 2 of the Grand Finals. We'll see you tomorrow for more PUBG action. Bye for now.
dark lab. The noisy cannibals. Only they can stop them. The Hunger Busters!